And with that, hello. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're doing well. And here we are in JFK. Gonna try out something silly today. Gonna try to fly the A321 Neo from JFK to London. Hey to Crap Landing Dave. Hello to Lido. Hello to Will. And hello to Exponent Match. Will this mark the start of the tour, the Americas tour? Not yet, no. No, we have many legs to go on the European tour first. Yeah, so I hope you're all doing good. I just need to enter the routing here. And so right now we have already finished with the catering. You missed the catering, unfortunately. But now, yeah, fueling is ongoing, and I'll tell you all the details about the amount of fuel that we need today, the routing, etc. We'll go through a little bit of a briefing in a second. Hey, Easy, wie geht's dir? Good afternoon. Yes, Easy, no worries. I'm aware that it's a long stream, right? So yeah, it'll be ongoing. So as long as my OBS streaming software doesn't crash, it's all good. We'll do one stream. Hey Josh. However, now disclaimer: I'm on a fast currently, so I'm on day 4 out of 5 on my fast. So that's actually the reason why I'm doing this long range flight today, because I need you guys to kind of distract me from food and from fasting. So, but as always, fasting means brain. The brain isn't working as efficiently, and so sometimes I'll be lost for words, or my brain will just take a few seconds to compute something. It's just the way it is. Yeah, some brain fog, exactly. They call it fasting. Is it dementia or something? I think that's what they call it. Hey, Organ, nice to see you. Yeah, no worries, Organ. I'm aware it's a bit weird streaming time, like middle of the day on the weekend. Dan Costa, hello to you. Nice, looking forward to it. Me too. Lido asked, looking forward to the C750 on Thursday. Well, I mean, that's an aircraft that could be interesting, especially for, across the pond, etc. Captain Chaos, how you doing? Nice to see you. And Lewis, hello to you as well. Airboss, hello to you as well. Right, let's hop into the flight deck. And yes, we are on flights on Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 today. Reason being is that I don't know what it is, but 2024 is still giving me some headaches with performance. So the overall experience is still missing some things. So hence, I'm going to try to use 2020 today. Hopefully it's a lot more stable, a lot more performant. So we'll see. Yeah, and already you can see here we have a separate or additional panel, the fuel ACT or ACT fuel, so additional center tank. So in the cargo compartments, there are extra I can't see that just yet. Extra fuel tanks installed to give us that extra range today. Hey, Bruno. Although I'm not even sure if we need that much because really what we're loading today is... let me have a quick look here. Sanjam, hello to you. Hey, Ghost, nice to see you. And so we need 20.5. And I think, yeah, that does need some ACT fuel. So center tank fuel. So let me have a quick look here on the fuel page. So also on the fuel page, you will see we have 2 ACTs. Now, I'm not sure regarding the 3 ACTs. Now, but there, yeah, the fuel is loading fuel into the aft. And I guess this is something very delicate in terms of center of gravity. So yeah, but how do you get up to 3 then, Bruno? Because the livery only says ACT. Hey, Fishbone. Well, yeah. So if you go to your livery section, hey Nate, need coffee? No worries. Have a good one. Yeah, Leap. So Strix FSLabs hasn't published the Pratt & Whitneys yet. They're only having, because if they had the Pratt & Whitneys, I would have actually chosen a jet blue livery today. So that's why I am literally, because I haven't found anything else. Maybe American. I'm not sure if they have. If they use across the pond trips. So yeah, normal 21N can have 2. Okay. Okay, yeah, so the LR version has 3 and the N has 2. So maybe right now we're limited to 2 only. Could be, right? Flying Paul, hello. You got my... Oh, nice. You passed all exams with 88%. I passed all mine first go, and I know how difficult it is, but I'm not sure what average I had. So 88%, I would say, are huge. So Paul, here's your round of applause. Nice. Okay, so the important thing is, Paul, nobody cares at the end what score you have. Well, they shouldn't really. So the important thing is that you have no retests. That's the important thing.
Now that's how pros do it.
Absolutely agree with that. Krishna, hello to you. Enzo, hello. Strix, yeah, so you love the Pratt & Whitney, but still not released. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Le Compagnie 3MS CFM leaps, but only is part or lead to Newark. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, looking forward to the flight. I'm excited. I'll give you a little bit of insight regarding the, across the pond stuff, the planning stuff, and why I've chosen a certain routing today. I think, yeah, we got some interesting stuff. Now, ground servicing required. Let me see if I can nudge that here. So we have, let's have a look, additional services. Let's have request lavatory service.
Has been requested.
And then also let's request water service.
Potable water service has been requested.
Hey Kupinato, so in real life, that's exactly what's done as well. There's 2 services. So we have a lavatory service, right? And then there is something called potable water. So, I mean, it's not drinking water, but it's water that comes out of the taps. And well, actually, it is potable in the sense that it is been used for coffee and tea. And I know that there's some theories out there that you shouldn't drink coffee and tea on board because of the fact that it's the potable water, not always the cleanest, etc., etc. But I mean, I've been drinking onboard coffee for 30 years, and I'm still feeling good. So. I don't know. It's one of those things. Yeah, Fishbone, it's going to get even more. So we're going to get like, I think 20.5 tons of fuel, yeah. No, I honestly, no. CRJ, it's just, for me, it's just a waste of time. I'm sorry to say. I am not. Oh, I love how he put on his visor there, just in case. GG's. There we have the potable water as well. On this one, you see here's 2 different receptacles. So that's for the potable service, and the other side is for the. Well, you can't open the panel, unfortunately, Fishbone. That's why it's not simulated. Maybe at some point it will be simulated, but right now it's not simulated. The heat has actually gone. We've got like 20 degrees now, so. Oh, he's using what, disinfectant? Or what? Hey, what is he doing? Never seen that. Probably was, right? And now he's adding water. Yeah, so heatwave is passed. I'm happy to say. Hence, yeah, all good here in Bremen. So fuel, we got 13.9. We can start boarding very soon. We have about 45 minutes to departure. Right, briefing-wise. So, first of all, the flight time, right? That's always... Oh yeah, it will change. The weather will change soon, Paul. I have no worries. So we have a flight time of 6 hours, 24 minutes today. Fuel-wise, I have planned a little bit higher cost index of 30. And so we've got a extra 20 minutes as well, just in case. With the contingency, that's about 35 to 40 minutes extra. Should be okay. But I just don't want to run out of fuel on a long-range flight. And 300 kilograms taxi gives us 20.2 takeoff fuel. And now for the... Where's my charts on here? Dispatcher maps? No. Weather. Additional documents? No. Dispatch info? No. Right. Okay, I'm going to have to show you then on SimBrief what I did. So, okay, here we go. So, what you see here on this side is the track system that was in use this morning, but that has expired. Okay, so now we have the westbound track system in use, meaning aircraft that are now flying typically from Europe to the US will either be flying Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf or Alpha and Bravo. Now, this is something you don't really see that often. So the track system's actually split today, and there's a good reason for that. And the reason is the wind situation, obviously. So if I go down to the charts, the wind charts level, let's take 350. That's level 300. Let's take 340. Disregard the tracks; they're not important here. So you can see there's a lot of wind, 135 knots here, and then there's another big jet stream here as well. Strong winds, 100 knots, 120 knots or something. So that's why you have some routings further south. You see a lot less wind here, and some, well, a little bit less wind near Iceland and Greenland. Okay, but anything like between, let's say, 60 and 55 or 54 north is very strong winds from the west. Hence, aircraft going westbound today will try to avoid that. Right, so. The organized track system takes care of this, right? So it analyzes the most efficient routing. And you can imagine, of course, then eastbound, those routings would be pretty much in this field, right? So that's why I've chosen a random routing eastbound. And yes, I'm pretty much going against the track system, which you are allowed to do. You're not allowed to take the tracks, obviously. You're not going to go opposite. And it wouldn't make sense, right, because of the wind situation. So we're outside of the organized track system. However, it's a random routing that I've chosen. And then also I'm capping myself to level 340 today. And there's another reason for that. We are in VATSIM. So what I wanted to do is go with, well, it's eastbound tracks. Now the westbound tracks, if you look at the track system message, if you have a look here, it gives you the infos regarding the track system, and there they are. Right, so, well, it's again eastbound. They should be, so you can see here the eastbound tracks today, they expired at 8 UTC this morning. Yeah, exactly. There's a very few day flights to Europe. It's possible, And especially like private jets have no problem with this. The reason is they can go like level 430, 450, whatever, right? So again, they're above the organized track system. And then they can go opposite as well, right? They're not going to run into bigger issues. But if you're in the published flight levels of the track system, then obviously to get a clearance, you're going to have to file something that's outside of the normal OTS track system. I don't think so, Josh. I haven't seen any updates regarding the Navigraph. Unless, well, maybe someone here knows. Hey Svenja, wie geht's dir? Oh no, Hörsturz. Oh, ich hoffe, dass es nicht so schlimm ist und gute Besserung. Ja, damit ist nicht zu spaßen. Ja, gute Besserung. Ja, schon, das ist das Allerwichtigste. Yeah, get well soon, man. Math is asking, you encountered MEL, brake steering control unit system 1 fault last week, which involved using CFDS. Unfortunately, it's not implemented yet. I can't imagine when they implement that, it would be more in-depth. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now, we do have an issue as well today. I'm going to get to that in a second. It doesn't affect our ETOPS, but I'll get to that in a second. Let me just continue quickly with an overview of the flight again. Weather-wise, we're pretty much okay. There's some thunderstorms in the area. I'll show you where those are. When we go eastbound, London, mountain waves, but usually that's low level. Yeah, 40 to 130. And in Santa Maria, we have some thunderstorms as well embedded. But yeah, we should be outside of that. So we have New York, northerly winds, 6 knots, 10 miles, broken 18,000, so good weather here. Heathrow, light rain at the moment, and this evening when we arrive, yeah, temporary rain drizzle, but that should clear up. So broken 1,200. So overall, not bad. Westerly winds. And then the alternate for Manchester, so that's destination alternate. Currently showers, but later, yeah, maybe some rain drizzle, 6 kilometers. Typical British summer weather, I would say, right? Right, the en route alternates. So our ETOPS alternate especially. So we have 2 ETOPS alternates. I did some research. Hey, Manifest. Oh, yes, Svenja, I hope so. Ice cream is always good. I think ice cream is good for many, many illnesses. Absolutely agree. So we have 2 en route alternates. ETOPS exactly. Oh, okay, so let's pretend we have the NLR, okay? So 180 minutes for the NLR, okay. Yeah, so let's pretend we have the ETOPS 180 minutes qualification or certification. And so there's 2 options we have. One is Kanderzack, so Thunderstorm. And there the weather is okay. No big threats there. This is tomorrow, so it doesn't affect us today. And then we have Lajes, Lima Papa Lima Alpha, Azores, which is also good. They may have some rain showers, but only prop 30, and it's no thunderstorms, anything. So no threats for us. And that means looking at our ETOPS, I'm not sure if we actually have charts for that. Hang on. Do we have here we go. So here we have our ETOPS charts. You can see that this is the 1 hour still at distance around Shannon and St. John's. So when we leave the 1 hour still at distance, we're going to enter the ETOPS section, which starts here. That's the entry. That's the equitime point, apparently. We'll work that later as well. And then we have the entry or the exit of the ETOPS section, because then we are within 1 hour still a distance of Shannon. So 3 hours, you see this is a 180-minute range, okay. That puts us well within Lajes. And also you can see that pretty much it's the same distance if you look at the 180 minutes of the Thunderstorm. Now Thunderstorm is not as nice as Lajes, so you know, we have a kind of a preference for Lajes today. So I think that's a nice overview initially. What else? Fuel I discussed. Hey Nanak, how are you doing? Nice to see you, and thank you for 61 months. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Is it really? Do you really need the?
Good afternoon, BB in the chat.
Good afternoon, Nanak. Nice to see you. And once again, thank you so much. Superfly, you got XP 12. I don't know if you want to have the mod these days for lighting, because literally, in my opinion, the lighting has improved a lot. So I'm not sure if I really want that. And if you may think about some external thing like reshade or NVIDIA filters. Good. Alrighty. Now, the technicians have given over the aircraft to us, so we just come into the flight deck. Typical, they powered up the aircraft to do their ETOPS checks. So things like pack system, APU, engine oil, etc., etc. They do their checks for ETOPS. And so that's all done. However, we do have an issue today. So we have 2 level 1 defects. One is a bird fastener, left hand and 300 millimeters from edge of skin panel below captain's windshield. So error is stripped of paint for repair. Now there's no MEL for this, but again, there's some little bit defect there. However, this does affect us. It's an auto brake in-up. Because wheel 4 has a brake in-up due to a fractured fitting, and the brake is deactivated but not removed. So they've done that with maintenance procedure such and such, and then it's dispatched according to MEL. No, it's the FSLabs 321. Yeah. So now it's a Cat C, meaning 10 days, and so. Yeah, we're going to have to check the MEL for this, and I assume we do have to look at some things. Yeah, let's do that now. Let's quickly have a look at the documents. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm not a technician. I don't know exactly what it means, Dennis. If Yoda were here, then he could tell us what that is exactly about. Maybe some other technician here can tell us... you know, what happens with that. Let's have a look. Landing gear, and then we'll scroll down. Main wheel brake, that's 4201A. We are looking for MEL 4201A. I think that's the one, right? Yeah, 4201A. Effective for NEOs as well. So it says... repair interval C, so 10 days. Number brakes installed 4, required 3. So 1 brake is allowed to be inoperative and no placard required. Right, there's 2 things here. There's an operating procedure for us pilots, and there's a maintenance procedure required for the maintenance. So important for us is that 1 may be inoperative provided the nose wheel steering is operative. Maintenance check that. Both thrust reversers are operative. Maintenance check that. The green and yellow systems are operative on operative brakes. Check that. The affected brake is deactivated or removed. Well, today it's deactivated. Now, the runway width at departure and arrival airports is at least 45 meters. Now, this is something important. So, in this case, we would actually have to check the runway widths at Sunderstrom, because that's the that's one airport I've not checked yet. So let's have a look. Taxi. Sunderstrom Airport has a 60-meter width. Okay, we're fine. So that's okay. And Laches, we'll check Laches as well, just in case. Again, this would be something pilots would have to do and dispatch would have to do. So let's have a look here. Laches has a runway with 60 meters as well. So we're good for both airports. And of course, for Kennedy 3-1 left, it's 61 meters, and for London Heathrow, it's 50 meters. Weird. Normally it's like 45 or 60. In London it's 50, okay. And Manchester's 45 meters. So all of them actually do have the required widths, which is fine. So now what next? The associated performance penalties are applied. Okay, we'll have to look at that in a minute, because that's going to be here in the procedure for us. And the auto brake function is considered inoperative. And so we have to also refer to this item here. All right, let's go to the main wheel well. Main wheel brake. So 32. Now let me just write that down here. So that's 32. Oops. Hold on. Right, where's my scribbly function? Where is my scribbly function when I need it? Hold on, hold on. Here we go. So we have 4205 auto brake function, and we have 324201 alpha. Now normally that's a quick link, we can click on that. So 324201 alpha, main wheel brake, one brake inoperative. Now here's one thing, of course, maximum landing capability is Cat 3 single. Right, so for dual you need auto brakes. Wow, okay, so the landing distance performance is increased by 20%. So that's something, again, that we would have to consider today. So it's a good idea to already check en route airports for that. So Lajes has 3,300 meters. That would be fine. I don't need to work that out. I already know that that's fine. Oh, that's interesting. So the auto brake function, even if available, must not be used and perform takeoff using full thrust toga. Yes. So this is actually one of those very interesting cases where you have to use toga, right, with one wheel brake in it. Right, now, in case of engine failure at takeoff, retract the landing gear when positive climb. Vibrations may occur during the first 1 to 2 minutes after retraction. However, if both engines are operative, keep the landing gear down for 1 minute. Why is that? Well, that is just to make sure that you get some cooling for the brakes. For whatever reason now, normally if the brake is inop, it's, it shouldn't really be turning or causing friction, etc. But I guess that's just a safety feature. So that's something we have to remember. And I tell you, that's not easy to do, because the co-pilot will do the normal call out, positive rate, and then your normal instinct answer is gear up. So today, this is actually something we should, and maybe you guys have to remember me when we do the lineup. Non-standard, after liftoff, do your, positive rate call out. That is important still, right? But non-standard, the gear up call is not going to come, okay? Now, why is the positive rate call out important? It is important just in case we have an engine failure, right? So I don't want the pilot monitoring to get confused, right? I want him or her to always do the positive rate call out. It's just for me to remember, if both engines are operative, gear remains down. For landing, auto brake function, even if available, must not be used. Very important, okay? Now, the other thing we have to do is consider the 324205. So let's go down. Hang on. Oh, we don't even have to hang on. MEL. MEL. Was that for mail entries? No, mail item. Or was that operational procedures? Yeah, probably that may have been operational procedure then. Let me just check. That's for the wheel. Oops. $32.42.05. Oh, okay. It's an error in a bit. Okay, it's missing. Okay. Because this is brake energy, that's only for the indications. If your brake temperature indication doesn't work. So, okay, then no problem. Then we'll just leave it as it is with those items that we just checked. So that was a landing gear. Main wheel brake. Okay, cool. So there's a lot of things. Let me just note down these things here. So one thing is the Cat 3 single. I'll note that down. Cat 3 single. Then performance for landing plus 20%, very important. Then we have toga and 2 engines. Landing gear down 1 minute. Okay, so that's something. Oh, okay, thanks, Bruno. So the flight preparation limitations, and then the takeoff memo is displayed, disregard the auto brake line. Thank you much, Bruno. Okay, appreciate it, Bruno. Okay, so Bruno just wrote me the real world, or the proper note for that. So, of course, yeah, of course, then the takeoff checklist will not be correct, or takeoff memo. No, I'm not going to use time acceleration. No. Just normal time. But what I will do, guys, I will have like 2 20-minute breaks in between. Okay, so just to make myself some tea, get some liquids, and no, we don't have LEAP engines yet, King Creek. So the FSLabs doesn't have LEAP just yet. Now I have switched that to containers, but I think that's going to only be working in London later, because I just changed it here. But that should not be then a real problem. Good. So let's continue on the overhead panel very quickly. That remains off at VATSIM. Oh, is fueling been finished? Hold on. It has. So fueling is finished, so seatbelts can go on. That's fine. Let's start the APU. And Smook, hello. Oh, Sumuk, sorry. Sumuk, hello to you. Cool. Let's do quick fire tests. That should be on today. Oh, on it, Bruno. Do you know? Is that actually true that when you use the APU fire test during APU start, the APU shuts down? I don't remember, but I find it a bit weird because I can't remember a note saying that you can't do that prior. I mean, you wouldn't really do that. You would always do that before starting the APU, obviously, but kind of weird. Good. All right. So from VATSIM, I already have received my clearance. Now, earlier they did have control here in New York. Now they don't, which is a shame. But we did get our info, and we have an amended routing, but that affects only the departure. Now let me do the following real quickly here. I'm going to go to pilot routes. So I'm just going to put CTP here. Store active plan. So we can see that from Merit, it's Hotel Fox Delta, Papa Uniform Tango, Witch, Alex, November 535 Bravo, to Umezi. Oh, JFK ground is locked on now. Nice. Then from that, it's the waypoints 5150, 5340, 5430, 5420, Nebin, Olgon, and then and so on. With only saves one page here, which is kind of strange. But I mean, then after the crossing, I could check here. Quebec 36 to Epoxy, and then it's Lima 15 to Honolulu, and then from Honolulu it's the approach to Heathrow. Only if you press the APU fire test for too long. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Bruno, right? Yeah, you shouldn't get an emergency shutdown. Okay. Now, the change is the following. So one change is that we're going with the score 5 departure Yankee transition and then radar vectors to Merit. Squawk is 2744, which I can already put in. Oops. Now, since we have ground, I'm going to check if we get clearance from there. And then climb by the SID, and we'll have a look at the SID in a minute, and then expect 330. And that's another thing that was different to what we've planned. So maybe for the crossing, we'll go 340. But yeah, 330 initially. I guess that's because we're on eastbound. So it's Yankee transition, and then climb by the SID. Departure frequency is no longer valid, I think, and now it's 1219 for the ground for taxi. Cool. Okay, so that's that. Then let's get the ATIS real quickly for the preparations. Departure ATIS fuel. That's a big uplink. Look at that. 19,377 liters. Good difference. We'll send that off. Yeah, Quotenwagner. And again, you know, it depends on if you're really that kind of flight simmer that really likes that that kind of in-depth. I'm sure there will be flight simmers saying, "Nah, that's too much. That just takes away, you know, too much time and etc. I don't need that." So that's fine as well. Good. So the ATIS says we have departing runway 31 left, 4 and 22 left inner markers out of service, bird activity, cranes, read back, all runway assign, whiskey. Cool. The ground, one is funny. So inflation hasn't hit yet, so radio checks only $1 each. Lol. Good. It says Kennedy CTAF is 19.1. That's important later for departure, but of course initially then for ground 121, so 0.9 pre-selected. And then I'll do the following. I'm going to put 119.1 in here. And for the CTAF. Cool. Rightio. Okay, so let's have a quick look. We have a good database. Let's go data, position monitor, nav is good. Yeah, new alignment, obviously, for such a long flight is necessary. Then we have 9th of July. That's all fine, all good. Then init A page, wind request. Let's do the wind request. Then we'll do the flight plan, departure 31 left. And score 5 with the Yankee transition. Insert that. So Yankee discontinuity to Merit. The rest as we just briefed. Hey, Voyager! Yeah, no worries, Voyager. All good. Hope you're doing well. We're going to expect ILS 27 right. It's going to be via the Honolulu 2 hotel. And no via. And an insert. And I think we should be good on that. Let me just check here. Let's do plan mode. And then let's go flight plan page. So there we go. Let's go there. That's Bravo, November. And then we expect, so Biggin, is that Biggin? No, that's not Biggin Hill. That's something else. Bravo, November. Radar vectors. For the arrival. And I'm not sure if we're going to get control in London, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes there. And so that is that. Yeah, doing very well. I'm on my fast. So day 4 out of day 5 of my fast. So tomorrow, luckily, I can just start eating again. But that's the reason why I'm doing the long range flight today, because you guys are going to help me distract myself from food and from the fast. Vectorraum, hello to you. Let's do RatNav. Anything we can put in here for the departure? So this is the departure route, score 5, and that's the transition. So 314 degree, and then intercept the course 238 to score, and then score it's the transition to says it, and then 2.5 and above, and then Yankee, and then expect radar vectors to merit. Maintain 5,000. Expect clear to fly at altitude 10 minutes after departure. We have to have a minimum climb of 500 feet per minute, so that's all fine. Good. Yeah. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take JFK. So let's go JFK. Put that in there. Secondary copy active. For return, let's. Well, we got to stay here. I mean, we're not going to fly anywhere. Weather is good. Long runways. So we'll take 3-1. Well, we'll get 3-1 right for landing. No star, no via. And then for the engine out, 3-1 left. It's gonna be 3-1 left here. Is going to be acceleration 1520. That's interesting. That should be that like 1600. Strange. Yeah, I think that should be 1600. So NDP 2 1600, 3 miles. JFK left turn. Cola. No, it's Charlie Oscar Lima. Right. Let's see if that makes sense. Your livery. What? Seriously? That's like business class seats then. What aircraft is that? Airbus. Hey, Swiss V pilot, hello to you. No, the default has 2 ACTs. La Compagne, is that like a I don't know, like a weird private airline or something? 314. So next page we'll do JFK for the 3 mile, and then Charlie Oscar Lima 15.9. Oh, sorry, 15.4. Well, apparently knows it, so it can't be that far off. So straight out. Left turn, Charlie Oscar Lima. Where is it?
New York
oh, there.
Traffic Singapore 28.
Okay.
We are on the localizer runway 31 right, 15 miles.
So there we go. That's where we're going to head. Yeah, initially, and they get radar vectors back to the field. It's fine. Is that Kenko? No. Did he? Is he flying? Ah, okay, nice. Felix said, I like the 321 Neo, yeah, from FSLabs. No, for me, like again, it's again dependent on your system. But with frame generation, I have very nice performance here on Microsoft 2020, and I mean 2024 for me is still having issues. It's okay, but I think it's not. It doesn't really have to do with the FSLabs. It has to do more like with the general performance stuff. You could. Oi. Excuse me. There's so many parking spots here. He's probably not going to see me because unless he's like in the outside view. Let me just have a look here what that aircraft is. Then I can maybe contact him. So that's... Ah, there we go. He's moved. Okay, fantastic. Right, disregard. Yeah. Cool. So also, it seems like we are getting... We're getting finished regarding... Hang on, what's happening with the loading? What's happening with the loading? Oh, yeah, and I did have some issues with GSX lately. Man, it's... Trying to open those. Now, let's have a look for the weight and balance. Just make sure that... see if that's loaded already. No, you see cargo is missing. So I'm not sure what's happening with the cargo loading. Because there's not a separate instance, is it? So all the passengers are boarded. Ah, there we go. That was it. It couldn't open the doors for some reason. And so now they're loading. Okay. That's fine. So we have, about 10 minutes. Then we should be going. Hey, Jan. Jan, ja, dankeschön. Alles gut. Turn off seated packs for FPS issues. Okay. Well, I don't have the seated stuff here anyway, so. Oh, he's landing into... Oh, hang on. Let me just check.
New York, Singapore 28.
Wow, that's a 380.
Final now, runway 31 right.
3-1 right. Where's 3-1 right? Where's 3-1 right? It's this way. Hang on. Right, there we go. Let's watch Kenko's landing, shall we? No pressure on him. Oh no, that's 3-1 left. Hold on. Where's 3-1 right? That's 3-1 right there. Yeah, Quotenwagner. Yesterday I had to restart Quattl several times. Ah, there he is. All right, there we go. Let's see. Come on, Kenko, you can do this. He's a lovely chap, by the way. I like him. He's very cool. If you don't know him, check out his streams on Twitch. Oh, what? What?
Now that's how pros.
No, why is he going around? Huh? That looks right on the touchdown zone. Baited, yeah, probably. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, I can do nearest. There we go, parking. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, okay. So that's done as well for the return engine out procedure.
New York traffic, Singapore 28. We're on the go. Runway 31 right.
Yeah, we noticed. Genko, what happened? Blimey. Oh, hang on. That's a new one. Where was that just now? Hang on. Data. Ah, for the ROPS. Okay. Ah, interesting. I did not see that before. Cool. I think we've done all the preparations. So now let's go and do the last thing, and that is to calculate our takeoff performance. So we are expecting... I'm not sure why that's not moving, because they are loading bags. Yeah, they have finished. Yeah, I'm going to check that in a minute again. Oh, well, let me try that manually then, actually. Let me go put this into MCD. Maybe this bugged or something. I don't know. Let's go payload. Cargo. That should be 1199, right? There we go. Yeah, now we tricked it. Okay, perfect. Cool. So that's all done. And so the zero fuel weight is 62.3. And so that's all in all 82.7. Roundabout. 82.7. So let's do 82.5 for takeoff. Is that correct with the point? Well, let's try that. So let's do 16 degrees. And then we have, yeah, one, hang on. Let me do 3-1 left. 3-1 left. Full length, Juliet Bravo. What makes sense here? Let me just check here. I think usually, would that not be kilo? Because I know that that's always a hot spot here, isn't it? Juliet. Wasn't there an incident not too long ago here in New York? Someone crossing Juliet? Someone had to abort to take off here. So obviously it would be preferable to do the kilo. So kilo echo. Is that correct? Kilo echo. Oh, really? So Kenko had a sub on flare. That's why he went around. Lol. Okay. So Quotenmarken, is that 2024 or 2020? Yeah, that's a question, right? Yeah, so this will be Kilo Echo. Hang on, let me just check. Kilo Echo. No, that's Kilo Echo. So we could try Kilo Echo. I don't have a Kilo as a intersection there. Yeah, so we'll take Kilo Echo for calculations. So the altimeter... So it should be 3017, which is... Oops.
And traffic on 5436, checking off Gorilla.
It's 1022. Yeah, 1022. Let's take 21. Dry. 82.5. OCG's 14.3. That's interesting. All right, let's calculate that. Let's see if that's even possible. Now, oh yeah, by the way, so it needs toga anyways, right? For the brake that's deactivated. So we have to do toga anyways. So look at that. We have toga. But that's strange. You know what? I don't think it considers the mail item. I would be very surprised if it did. But it's weird that it gives us toga even though we have a huge stop margin. Oh, anyways, okay. Doesn't matter. It's toga as it is. So we're going to take Kilo Echo. Helps us taxi out time and also avoid crossing runway there. So that's perfectly fine. And let me have a look here real quickly. Oops. So it's 3018. We have 26 degrees. Good thing I checked. 26 degrees. It's not pulling in the weather for some reason. And it's variable 4 knots. So to me, it seems like, yeah, I'm going to add 5 knots tailwind to that, just in case. Departing 3-1 left, okay. So JFK, so let's do that. So 26 degrees, yeah, there we go. Now it's done that. So let's do 130 at 5 knots tailwind. Online simulations, nice, yeah. Enjoy the type rating. Cool. Hey THP, Grüße nach Dresden, wie geht's dir? Nice to see you. So, hang on. Did we get a final load sheet? How do we... Because it is departure time, isn't it? So 82.5 is correct. Yeah, doing well. Thanks for asking. Doing very well. Well, maybe it has to do with although the estimate off block is 1350, so that's correct. Okay, let's just say the values are as we have on here. Okay, so this is the final value, 82.7 and 82.
And New York City, Singapore.
Oh, hang on.
We're back
That's
with
not
you,
right.
with
Oh, we
Takeoff
can't do
and
that.
131 right.
That is out of limits for the takeoff. I don't know who made the loading. Test. Trying to test me, I guess. So that's a no-go. Okay, so let's do the following. Let's do this manually here. Payload. So we have that. Now let me put the loading. Let me put that into compartment 4. Clear that out. And then now we have at least 20%. So that's in limits. And Lazy, hello to... Oh, where's Echo Delta X-Ray Foxtrot? Where is that? Hey, Geep. Well, no, zero fuel weight, just a little bit. Not much, though. I'm not sure what what FSLabs is doing sometimes here. Yeah. Lazy flight level. Sorry. Again, my brain is not 100% working today due to the fast. So speaking of loading, Dennis, hello. If you have zero view, say 55 and A320, but zero view of 30 plus, would you accept that? Well, if it's in limits. So the thing is, Dennis, you can accept it as long as the takeoff weight CG and the max zero fuel weight CG are always in limits. So this cursor has to be in the dashed line limit envelope, okay? And this is the limit for the zero fuel weight limit, okay? So that's, it says 27. Is that correct even? It's kind of weird. 27?
New York, Singapore 28. We're now short final runway 31 right.
So really, that should be 22. I'm not sure what it's doing there. But yeah, let's not get too worked up about that. Flensburg. Oh, Fox Lima, Flensburg. Oh, dog. Okay, now I get it, Lacey. Thank you. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Okay. So takeoff CG, that was 20.9 or something. Can check again. 20.9. Yeah, gross rate 20.9. That's fine. Sorry, I have to switch in between so often. Although that's more like 21.8 for takeoff. Yeah. Okay, let's take 21.8. So then we do again 3-1 left at Kilo Echo. That looks good. Let's put 30.15. And again, a little bit of tailwind. So 130 at 5. Toga power cap. Oh. Another thing that's not correct is this. 82.5. Calculate. Good. Toga up 1.8, 1 plus F. All good. So long runway. So then we take, I'm going to take the upper V1. 50, 50, 56 because we have so much margin with the upper V1 as well. Okay, so 1 and 1.8. Toga power. 50, 50. Was that 8 or 6? Hang on. 6. So 1, 5, 6. Oh, hang on. I'm missing my values here as well because I haven't entered the zero fuel weight, etc. That's why. So 62.2 zero fuel weight. Yep. And 21.8 for CG zero fuel weight, correct. 20.5 block fuel. Let's put 1.4 for the alternate. Yeah, that of course that's not right. That hopefully will change during the flight. That can't be right.
Delta 934 IFR to Raleigh.
So done that. Briefing. So for departure again.
2 seconds ago.
Yeah, wrong creek.
Yeah, so ground is locked off as well now, which is a shame, but there we go. Just took a bit too much time, I guess. So again, score 5 departure with the Yankee transition up 5,000 initially, 10 minutes after 330, then radar vectors to Merit on course. For the taxi out, pushback. We are parked here, pushback. Then Alpha, Kilo Echo, or Kilo, we'll see. Both are fine. We're going to take Kilo Echo because we calculated that. So that's that. We have the MSA at 2,000 feet usually, but the sector here for the downtown New York is 2,900. The rest is fine over water. Extra fuel should be around about 40 minutes. And specials, threats, heavy aircraft. One brake is deactivated. Hey, Rafia, nice to see you. So one brake is deactivated today. No auto brake, meaning for takeoff, we leave that as is. We've calculated Toga power. Non-standard, if the engines are both working after liftoff, the gear remains down for 1 minute. If we have an engine failure, the gear does come up after liftoff with positive rate. Simple as that. Put that to dry. Good. Any questions? Suggestions? Cool. Then we're going to go ahead with the first checklist. So we'll read the preparation checklist. Gear pins covers removed. Fuel quantity, we have 20.420 with balanced, and AFT, so the aft one has 1,500 kilograms of fuel. Other tanks full, balanced, looking good. Then we have ADIRS nav and bar row ref 3018 set. And that's the pre-flight or cockpit preparation checklist completed. Right, so the jetway is already gone. Guys, we're ready. How's the time going? How's the time looking? What time is it? 5 minutes late. Okay, so we got to go. We've got to dash. Let's get the beacon on as well. Ground power's already disconnected. Let's close the doors. Closed. Windows closed, doors closed. Let's get the Oh, what? Lol. That's new.
Kenny Traffic American 2 is at Hotel Bravo short of Alpha. Taxi runway 31 via Alpha, holding short of Kilo Delta. Kenny Traffic.
Kennedy Traffic American 585, the November Charlie, exit from the Terminal 8 ramp left Bravo, and then a Kilo Echo departure 31 left, Kennedy.
Yeah, there we go. 31 left departure as well. Oh, look at this! Airbus, is that you? Even has the correct livery. La Compagnie. sounds Italian.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
All right, let's get back here.
The other American taxi, Kennedy, you're confirmed you're not coming out of ramp 8.
Just turn on the Alpha for American 2.
Right, let's see. So where are we?
I don't cut you off.
You're good, thanks so much.
Where are we?
We now ask for your attention while we take you through the safety procedures
Departure
on this
check
aircraft.
completed.
A
Bypass
safety
pin
card is in your
inserted.
seat pocket, showing the exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and brace position that you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 2 emergency exits at the rear, 4 in the middle, and 2 at the front of the
There you
cabin.
go.
Floor lighting will guide you to an exit. Please be
Locking
aware
gear.
that your nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency,
So let's read
all
the,
cabin baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened.
Before start checklist.
Adjusted
Parking brake set. Takeoff
and
speed
released
thrust.
as
We
shown.
have toga power.
It must be fastened when the seatbelt
150, 150,
We recommend that you
156.
keep it fastened at all times.
The windows doors
If the air supply
closed. The
fails,
beacon
masks will drop from above.
is
Pull a mask
on, and
towards
that's
you to
the
start
before
the
start
oxygen.
check.
Put the mask over your nose. Ahead. Pass the tapes around your waist. Click together and pull the strap to adjust. Do not inflate it inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate by pulling the toggle.
Shall we try that?
If it
Facing
fails to
southeast?
inflate or needs topping up,
Southeast? Hang on.
blow
Kenny
into the
Traffic American
tube.
2 holding short of 31
There is a
left
light
at
and
Kilo
whistle for
Delta.
attracting
Kenny Traffic.
attention.
Southeast
We also
on
carry
taxi.
flotation aids
No,
for
southeast looks a bit
Your
weird,
tray
doesn't it?
table must now be stowed, armrest down, window blinds open.
Oh, let's
and
try that.
seatbelt fastened.
Release parking
We wish you-
brake.
Let's try it nonetheless.
Push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Right. I mean, it is any builds, right? It should be correct. Push, pull, Hotel Bravo. Ugh. Oh yeah, Hotel Bravo. So somewhere here for that exit. Okay. Kennedy ground, windmill 711, pushing back gate 29 towards Hotel Bravo in Kennedy. Let the journey begin.
Traffic, Singapore 28. We are 7.5 miles on the runway 31 right.
He's still flying? Lol. Right, got checklist completed. Good pressure. Let's start engine 1. Come on, give me engine 1. Huh? Oh, the clicks don't work. Hang on. Oh no. It's the mouse. How do I do that?
Kenny Traffic American 2 departing 31 left at Kilo Delta. Kenny Traffic.
The mouse click isn't correct. Hang on. I've got to wait until I finish pushback now, because so it has to do with the mouse. The mouse setup. Yeah, but it should be Turkey US. It should be on. The thing is, though, I think I have one. This should be the case, so I should be able to free look here. It should be the center. So this is something's wrong with that mouse button there.
Kennedy Traffic took American.
Your call sign is
585,
Dreamjet.
departure
Looks so. It
31
sounds
left,
all right.
Kilo Echo, Kennedy, or left turn up.
Safe travel.
Same to you.
And Kennedy traffic, American 2's clear of 31 left onto the left direct wavy for American 2, Kennedy traffic.
Controls. I can't access controls through here, can I? I have to go into the main menu. The thing is, though, I don't want to do that now because I think it messes up GSX. But I mean, here's Hotel Bravo, so I think that's all they stop anyways, right? Yeah, they stopped here. Echo, hello to you.
Please set parking brake.
So the right click
Waiting your
works.
confirmation for
It just
good
doesn't work.
engine start.
You see, that's the thing. Something's wrong here. Right, let me just check here. So control options, mouse. Let's see what silly thing I have done. Mouse. So camera, search by input. Toggle free look. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. Secondary actions. We may need that. I'm going to leave that as is. Right. No, still doesn't work. Hold on. Control options. So let's try something else. I don't think we need that really, do we? Because FSLabs does that anyway. That's the thing. I have a feeling. Why is that doing it? Lol. Can't start the engines because of a click spot issue. Then I'm going to do the default mouse. I'm getting desperate now. Default. I'm at a loss here. Why is it not doing it?
Identity traffic, Singapore 28, fully vacated runway, which is vacated runway 311.
Yeah, I have set it. So this is set to FS style VC click interactions. Yeah, but I mean click spots. You can't configure any other click spot. It's just the FSL style. Yeah, it's VC click interactions. So that's what I've done. That's what I've always been using, and it's been working on 2024. Right. So normally it would be. Let me have a look here. For some reason, search controls. Engine master. Maybe something's stopping the fuel or something. Maybe. Where's my Bravo throttle quadrant. There. Search by input. No. Just to make sure that there's no right, name, fuel. There's nothing there. Okay, so yeah, normally it's a 2-click. So you do right-click mouse and then left-click mouse. But for some reason it's not working. Ghost, well, I can't start. I can't get the lever. The engine master lever. Set engine master lever. That's all good. Yeah, I can. So right click, I can click that up, but usually now if I do right click, and the right clicks works. I mean, oh man, seriously, like what's going on? Yeah, I tried to mouse wheel. Thank you as well for that. But tracker. So let's have a look for the master. Oops. So, I mean, the thing is, I'm not even sure if I can do that. So toggle master. So let me do... Set starter 1 and 2 and so Shift S. See if that works. No. Disable chase plane. How do I disable chase plane? Chase plane that way? No. You had the same issue, played around the mouse for 1 minute, and then... Yeah, but the thing is, the mouse wheel does the zoom, but it doesn't do anything with the... I'm not sure if FSLabs even does that here with the interaction. Remove the right click of view. I have. All the right clicks are... I've done that on the mouse. Yeah, I've already deleted that, son. Already did that. So there's one thing someone has said with the keyboard. So let's try master. That was the So Shift S for the engine master. Ignition switch. Oh man. So the only thing I'm now willing to do, guys, I'm going to quickly disable my Bravo throttle quadrant just in case something's interacting there. No. So it's not the Bravo throttle quadrant that's I don't want to disable chase plane. Right, let me just disconnect from VATSIM for a while. Otherwise, I'm gonna block all these people here. I'll get this solved hopefully quickly. So how the hell, like, why is it not flipping that switch? See, the thing is, so everything works. So right click, left click, as it should do, right? Right click, left click. Is just here. It just doesn't do it. Call maintenance, yeah. I honestly don't know what else I can do here. I mean, I could try to do this with engines running. That's one thing I could do, but right. Let's clear that. Look left. External camera. Don't care about external menu. Actually, let's clear that out as well. Let's clear that. Let's cockpit camera, look up. Clear. This is... Yeah, but where, Sam? Where right click? What do you mean? So I know it's chase plane. I know chase plane. General options. Shift E. I don't know if that works in FSLabs. General options and then. Okay, I'll tell you what, guys. So what I'm going to do, guys, is the following. Let me go panel states. It may need... Right. Well, actually, that's interesting. It has kept all the data. Okay, well that's fine. All right. So I can't show you the engine start, unfortunately. But we'll do that after start flows. Flaps 1. That, trim up 1.8. Works. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I don't have the time to check it now, so I need to get going. Thank you much, though. Strobes are on. What's happening? Come on, give me 1.8 up. There we go. Thank you. So then I want to have GSX told that we finished. That was so weird. Like I said, it's the first time I'm using the FSLabs here in
Cockpit to ground.
in 2020, but that shouldn't happen. That is weird.
Unlocking gear.
And again, the right-click mouse is gone, isn't it? So if I go search by input, right-click, there's nothing there. So it has to be in the in chase plane, but we'll check that during cruise flight. Yeah, San, I have that. Yeah, toggle free look. I think I have a feeling it has to do with the chase plane. 2744. So that is on. Mo Charlie is there.
Tow truck disconnected.
Singapore 24 Alpha, landing runway 31 left.
Falling down, neutral.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Full right, neutral, and then rudder full left, full right, neutral. So let's check. Everyone's gone. Right, there's the all clear signal. There we go. Then let's read the after start checklist. We have the anti-ice off. Ecom status is checked. Cabin is ready. Fantastic. Pitch trim is reset again to so let's do up 1.8 set and rudder trim neutral, and that's the after start checklist complete. Kennedy ground, Kennedy traffic, windmill 711 taxiing active, 31 left, Kilo Echo intersection in Kennedy.
Singapore Tiber Alpha, short final 31 left.
Go on, give me off. There we go. Did I turn the brakes off just now? Weird. So, Hotel Bravo. So, I'm going to take Hotel Bravo and then to the right, Alpha, and then we're going to go Kilo Echo. Brake check. Brakes are working. Yeah, Ghost, me too. I hope so too. Man, that's really kind of... So this is one of those things in flight simming where you think, like, come on, it's such a simple thing like, you know, mouse click. How can a mouse click be so complicated? Good. A reminder again, the auto brake will remain on off for takeoff, so this will remain blue. Cabin is ready. I'm gonna set the PWS radar on. Is on. Fantastic. Here is Alpha. We're gonna give way to the fire truck. He's probably in a hurry. So right Alpha, then Kilo Echo. Hey, Mac 85. Hello to you. Good name. Love that. To the right we go, and there's Alpha. And then we have to find Kilo Echo. So ahead should be Kilo. Kilo Echo should be here. So we'll do that. Gonna slow down a bit. And then the taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting. Config 1+F. Here's Kilo Echo. Radar PWS on an auto. Engine mode selector normal. And now ECAM memo. Takeoff. No blue except auto brake, which we talked about. And that's the taxi checklist complete. All right, then lineup checklist next. So let's get the TCAS to on. Because that way we can see if there's traffic inbound. Well, there shouldn't be. It should be landing 3-1 right. Singapore Airlines has landed, vacated. Let me turn that off. So, one quick reminder again. Because of the, for those that joined a little bit later today, we have a technical issue given to us by the sim here with wheel brake 4 in op. So we did deactivate, or the maintenance did deactivate the brake. And we did our maintenance procedure and we did the operating procedure. And just to make sure the brakes are cooled, since we're not 100% sure, you know, if anything goes wrong and the brake discs somehow do create some friction for the brake number 4, then we're going to have that cooled for 1 minute after takeoff. And of course, yes, this is indie build, said JFK, correct. And so we are going to leave the landing gear down for 1 minute if both engines are operative. And if we have an engine failure after V1, we'll raise the landing gear after liftoff.
Traffic, Saudi Q1 has been instructed the ILS 61 right localizer and 10 miles south.
Okay, 10 miles out. And JFK traffic, windmill 711 lining up, departing 3-1 right, Kilo Echo departure in JFK. Right, so initial climb 5,000. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway is 3-1 right, Kilo Echo, TCAS, TARA, and the packs are supposed to be off. So we'll do that. Packs off. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. And non-standard, it will be a Toga power takeoff. So, sorry for the shorts. Why 2020? Because it's running better on my system than 2024. I've had so many performance issues 2024 lately. The stuttering on landing, really annoying. Takeoff. Thrust set. Mantoga, SAS runway. Auto thrust blue.
711 watching your stream from bed today. Rough as hell. I'm not sure
100
if
knots
you solved
checked.
the engine start issue. I'm pretty sure it's conflicted with the
Oh.
It's the same.
Sorry, guys.
Anyway.
P1 rotate. What happened there? Positive rate, non-standard. Gear remains down for 1 minute. Starting timer now. Left we go. Two notches back, thrust climb, open climb. And put the autopilot on here. Looks so funny, doesn't it?
We'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available.
Flaps 0. Speed check, flap 0.
Found in your in-flight brochure.
49
You
seconds.
can also purchase a selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from the bar.
I saw that go around from Kenko.
In pounds.
Right, here's 1 minute.
Most major currencies and debit or credit cards.
Here's coming up.
The correct change would be great.
And that's the gear up. Speed out star, 1000 to go. So what happened to my screen here? Lol, hang on. That's better. And of course, packs on. So let me check the area, looking good. TCAS is to above, so we should be seeing traffic if there's anything around here. So let's climb level 330. So thrust climb, open climb, 330. And I'm just going to get myself after Yankee to Merit. I'm just going to close that. Hey, he goes, Noseville was not... Oh, okay. Got me there. Pilot 19, the gear down because we have a technical issue today. Brake number 4 is deactivated, and for that we have to go into the MEL, minimum equipment list, and there it said for landing gear, main wheel brake, we have to use toga for takeoff. Auto brake is inoperative, obviously, and then our operating procedure here. Landing gear. For the brakes, hang on, that was 32 something. Yeah, but here in the procedure, I can't find it now. I'll show you later. It said, yeah, we have to do the following. We have to leave the landing gear down for potential brake cooling after liftoff for 1 minute. Or in case of engine failure, we would be allowed to raise the landing gear. Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we have to consider today. One of these is obviously the takeoff procedure that we just mentioned, but also for landing performance, we have to increase that by 20% because of the missing auto brake. And Kennedy traffic. Windmill 711 passing 10,000 on our way to Merritt, leaving the Kennedy airspace. Looking back down Manhattan here. On our way to London. Yeah, that's one of the things which I like about the FSLabs, because it just adds a bit more immersion to my my everyday flying, if you like, because things like technical issue of the aircraft is something that's always a factor. Literally, you will hardly ever get an aircraft that is completely free of any issues. So it's completely normal to have some MEL, and mostly it's something benign. But it can be something quite restrictive, like a brake issue, brake indicator, pack system, electrical system. And the latest Mentor pilot video covered an interesting incident with the EasyJet flight from somewhere Spain, I think, down to Bristol. And they had a very complex electric abnormal, where they had one generator in-up, so electric generator in-up already, and then they were using the APU generator, electric generator, as a backup. But then something happened with either the bus failure or something, and then just completely killed like 80% of all the electric system. And it was so confusing because the whole picture was nothing like they had normally seen, which is always bad for pilots, right? Because we train with certain abnormals, and when you suddenly have a complex abnormal, as we say, so kind of a non-standard abnormal, it's sometimes really difficult, especially if it's electrical, where you're losing displays. The indications don't make much sense. It's really difficult to get behind what's happened. Airbus really still boarding. Okay, no worries. Maybe do it manually, and then the thing is, so that the video is very interesting, I agree. The thing is that these really in-depth technical explanations obviously interesting for pilots and those that are interested, for the flight sim or flight aircraft enthusiasts. But for the general public, it's a bit too much, in my opinion. But hey, Brennald, are you back? Hey, you're back. Brennald, big hits, dear. Man, those pictures look lovely. They had a lovely time in Croatia. Really envy you. GG's. Cool, we're just about to pass 18,000 to set the altimeters, and then let's have a look at the fuel page. Right, so now the question is, Bruno, I need your help. So regarding ACT usage, although maybe there's a document somewhere regarding ACT usage, because I've never had an aircraft that had ACTs. So let's have a look if it's in the supplementary ETOPS procedure, standard operating procedures. Yes, I'm not sure. When to use the ACT. But the thing is, though, it should be used early on, right? Because it is like in the center mass. So just like the center tank fuel, this should be used. But all it's doing, I think, is it's transferring the aft one fuel to the center tank. Oh, and by the way, so Chris Clark, thank you so much for the tier 1 77 months, Chris. I know it came on a takeoff run, so I couldn't reply. Thank you so much, Chris. And you watch the stream from bed, rough as hell. I'm not sure if I solved the engine issue, So I hope you're getting better, Chris, quickly. So it's more a matter with the chase plane zoom view. Okay, I'll have to check that then. Thank you much, Chris, again for the support, and thanks for the input. I will get to that in a second. Right, seatbelts off. Let the service begin. Yes, well, Bruno, you do. Or is that automatic? Like, it's auto right now, and so this would just be for the manual mode. Ah, okay, get it. Ah, okay, so there we go. Okay. I don't need to touch that in normal operation. Thank you very much. So what I think will happen is the following. So I think the center tank fuel is being scavenged into the main tanks now, and this will take like 2 or 3 hours until that is empty, or more like 3 hours. And then at some point, the aft ACT fuel will be transferred to the center tank. Yeah, no, it's Airbus. That's what I thought, it being off. But there you have it. Good. A couple more things to do. So let me go RATNAV, clear that flight plan, fix info, clear, and clear. And then, oh yeah, failures. What did I have to set this to? This should be, yeah, to normal settings. All failures available, but the average failure rate. Check Discord, thank you, we'll do so. Right, so initially all good. Estimating arrival 2049. I think we're going to be a bit late now. Hang on, 2049? Hold on. Oh, that's still on time though. Oh, that's fine. So we're still on time. So takeoff was supposed to be 14:20, and we took off on 14:34. So like 15 minutes late for takeoff, but we have a lot of tailwind. Hence, the flight time is fairly short. So that's all good. Oh yeah, definitely. Since you have fuel tanks, you know, instead of containers in the cargo hold. It does mean obviously that that you know you can't take that much payload, right? Ah, thank you, Bruno, for the infos. So, the transfer of the additional fuel starts in flight 30 minutes after the retraction of the right-hand side main landing gear, and the center tank quantity is below 5,000 kilograms. Then the ACT transfer valve opens, and the inlet valve of the first ACT in sequence opens, pressurizing the fuel transfer pipe until the ACT is empty. Each empty ACT is scavenged for around 2 minutes. Then its inlet valve closes, and the inlet valve of the next ACT in sequence opens. Cool. Long Island in the distance there. Beautiful. Are we going to pass by Providence by any chance? I mean, we are heading towards Boston, aren't we? Hang on. Yeah. I mean, we can see Providence from the right-hand window at some point, but any chance for doing a cruise briefing, Alex? What do you want to hear? Cruise briefing, because we usually do those. For example, we go over high terrain or something, or I mean, what you could do is an ETOPS briefing, or we do a special briefing, for example, before we fly into Afghanistan, because Afghanistan has some very strict regulations and kind of procedures that we have to follow. So me as a captain, I have to do a prior entry briefing. But otherwise, cruise briefing, like again, we normally do that only if we're flying above high terrain or a special airspace or something. Now I'm going to leave the fuel page open because I'm interested how that is simulated, if the 30 minutes, if that is correct. Oh, AOC menu, received messages. A SIGMET. Oh yeah, the SIGMETs I was going to show you guys regarding the weather en route. But according to my knowledge, it doesn't really affect us. Although, there's some weather on the routes there. So let's zoom out a bit. Yeah. So just past Halifax, there's some weather. So these SIGMETs, so this is the SIGMET here. That yellow box there, can't hardly see it, but yeah, that's the SIGMET. Okay, so you're doing a cruise briefing with regards to engine out strategy, preservation failure, threats, weather, terrain, airspace. Yeah, I mean, like the things with engine out strategy, definitely high terrain is interesting. Same with preservation, but that, again, that is more like for high terrain, because right now it's always a standard engine out, standard depressurization procedure. Right. Oops. Just gonna have a look at the ETOPS procedures. So ETOPS has to be released in a tech lock. Yeah, that's checked. Fuel crossfeed valve checked. For that's what maintenance did. HF check. Yes, so HF check should have been done. Now, I am somewhat. Lost here. Like, do we even have HF in here? I mean, we needed the crossing. Should have checked before, but yeah, I know VATSIM doesn't simulate HF. Yeah. All right, here's our cruise level 330 out cruise. 20 minutes after departure, fuel is 18.6. So we just passed Hotel Foxtrot Delta. So Hotel Fox Delta at 1451, level 295, and the fuel was 18.6. Okay. So let's have a quick look here. So yeah, 16.8 is a little bit less than what we should have. Oh no, so 18.6. 18.6 plus the extra, which we've got. So that looks good. And then 17 minutes after departure. Time looks good as well. So time, fuel, all good. How much extra do we actually have? We have a total value of about a ton extra. So yeah, 18.6 sounds about right. Yep, cool. Yeah, but again, in real life, if you want to fly into the NMPS, so the North Atlantic Track System, within the track system itself, there's so many things you have to have on board the aircraft that yeah, you know, if you don't have that, you can't fly in either the airspace or on the track system or whatever. So it's always it's interesting. I'm pretty sure that if you look at, let's say, the JetBlue A321 Neos flying over the Atlantic, I'm sure they have all that extra, like HF, CPDLC, ADS, B, all kinds of stuff, right? Hey guys, hey to Flyco. Same problem as me. After a turn, the ailerons just stay in their position even though I'm leveled out again. Which aircraft? That's another thing that's annoying me. Why can't I get... Like, why is it always flying by? Right, that's chase view. Okay, that's cool. All right, there we go. That's better. Yeah, I think I have modeled that button wrong. Okay, so let's drone button 4. Ah, there we go. That's better. So, to the right here somewhere could be Providence. Yeah, to the right behind us actually. So Providence is that Providence maybe even? Could be. So where the the Flight Sim Expo was just held. And this here should be Boston, with the Boston airport there. Well, that should be Boston. Yeah, Alex, like I said, in real life, you don't always do cruise briefing. I mean, maybe some airlines do, I don't know, but we don't. Yeah, Alex, I wish you all the best for your interview. It's a tough time at the moment, even though there should be enough jobs out there. I know it's a bit weird sometimes regarding the applications. Right, so let me go ahead and actually let's not do this. Let me show you this. So again, this is what we have filed as our routing. So initially, we're still in domestic airspace, coming past Halifax, over Newfoundland, past Gander and St. John's. St. John's is our ETOPS alternate, or the ETOPS entry airport, while Shannon in Ireland is our exit airport. And we have an ETOPS alternate airport, Laches, and also Sunderstrom to the north. And so I've chosen a routing again in between the organized track system, because this is the westbound track system. The eastbound track system ended this morning at 8 UTC. So now the main traffic is going opposite. And if you looked at, let me have a look at flight radar 24. And then you would see, of course, you know, millions of aircraft going westbound. However, probably there is still very few aircraft going opposite. So if you look right now, you see, and you can see the track system is split today because of the wind situation. I'll show you the wind chart in a minute. So there's a very strong jet stream around here going west to east. And so that's why two tracks are very far north to avoid the jet stream. To some extent, you can't avoid it completely. And then there is some, you know, there's like 4 or 5 tracks to the south, right? And that's why there's a gaping hole today. And you can see, I mean, these are real world traffic. And you can see these aircraft are doing pretty much what I've done, right? So they are filing their flights eastbound, non-standard, outside of the track system, but utilizing that big tailwind component. All right. So here you can see that, right? Those were the tracks from this morning, which have expired. But you can see the jet stream here. So you can see 130, 145 knots here. Oh, sorry, no, that's not. 130, that's 140 knots there. That's 95 knots. 100 knots. So, yes, that's why you have 2 tracks here and the rest are further south to get into that wind field and trying to avoid that that huge wind. Doesn't happen often that you have that kind of split system in place, but yeah, but that's how these tracks are, you know, planned from time to time. Always find that quite interesting. Good. So I've already checked the weather for St. John's, for Shannon, and for Lajes, and for Sandestrom. Now that is prior to departure. So prior to departure, we have ETOPS alternate limitations, which are higher regarding minimas or minimum visibility and the minimum cloud layer cover. And now we're in flight, different rules apply. So nevertheless, we are going to check that we still have landing minimas available before entry. And then we'll monitor the situation and we'll work out the ETP. Now, apparently, if I'm not completely mistaken, with the latest updates, oh no, it's not working yet. I thought they updated the equitime. Maybe I misread that. Just want to check the wind data real quickly. Yeah, cruise wind is in. Yeah, but they posted something that if they've entered some stuff in here. Now offset is hopefully in, so we can go like can we go right 1.7? Is it full? Only full, and okay, so only 1 or 2 miles. Okay, but at least we could do that later during the crossing. Yeah, and then we just work out our equitime points manually. That's fine. Yeah, it should have a format error this time. Okay. Cool. Now, en route. So what we normally do now, as we've reached cruising level, of course, have some coffee, but then already start to kind of get some weather data. So you always want to be ready in case you do have to divert quickly. I mean, right now we're still so close to New York area. You know, we have Boston just below us here. But it means that, you know, it does make sense to already just get some weather, to get a kind of a overall picture. And why do we do that? Well, it has to do with workload reduction, right? Because if dirt hits the fan, you know, and you have to react quickly and decide quickly, if you then have to, you know, start getting information like weather infos, etc., it's just waste of time, right? It just you know, again, and it increases your workload. So whatever you can do to minimize workload in case of abnormals, you know, medical emergencies, normal emergencies, whatever, it's always a good idea to do that. So let me get a list of... oh, hang on. There's the... thanks, Bruno, for reminding me. Here we go. Look at that. So 30 minutes after departure. Nice. We're below... Was it 5,000 kilograms? So now the aft one is going into the center, and it's kind of doing that until a certain limitation, I think, and then it's... actually, you know, hang on. The center tank can now get all the fuel. And I guess the system is now trying to balance the fuel automatically, right? Yeah, that's cool. And again, this this fuel tank is in the cargo hold. I want to see if I can get a picture. Let's have a look. I want to, because I want to know what these containers look like. I'm sure I've seen some online. Hang on, why don't we have pictures of that? Ah, okay, here's one. It's actually on the Mentor Pilot website. I'm going to give a link for that. There you can have a look at what it's apparently looks like. And the XLRs have different ones, though. Okay, interesting. Do you have a link, maybe? Oh, there we go. Hang on, Bruno. Do you have a link, maybe, to that? Nice. Cool. Yes, I am using Chase Plane. Yes, I am. So, for example, I'll give you cinematic views here. Yeah, so the problems I'm running into was the Chase Plane mouse click thingy. So let me check what Chris wrote to me, or Mark wrote to me. Ah, Mark, wonderful. Have a good flight. So it's a zoom to view feature, okay. Let me see if I can fix that somehow. So it has to do with the preferences, right? So camera actions. Toggle, quick look. And somewhere there's a zoom. Quick look up, quick look right. Toggle, reset, camera movements. Zoom in and zoom out. Mouse, look. Oh. Yeah, but that's fine. Middle mouse button is fine. Camera actions. So I'm not sure if Chris is still watching, but so again, I can't see any assignments to the left mouse click. Ah, hang on. Scroll to zoom. Click to smart view. Control assignments. No, that's not there. Yeah, I will have to do that trying to find when I'm offline or something. I don't want to bore you guys with that. Thank you, Bruno, for the link. And then Alex, you asked... Alex, I'll get to your question in a second. Ah, nice. Okay, guys, so there's a link. Okay, so this is, hang on, let me try that. So this is how what the tank looks like. It's a metal tank, obviously, it's like a container. Hey, Elias. And that's how you can get it out. So yeah, forward and aft tanks available. Nice. Thank you, Bruno. Very nice. Only fan Cal. Give him a like. Cool, right? Nice. It's just hey Chris, thanks for answering. It's just left mouse click. It's press. Okay. And you think that's in chase plane? Okay. So Alex, you asked, you don't have the latest FCOM FCTM if you ask the official buzzer. Well, Alex, you can search the internet. You will get some documents from airlines, I think, that are available unofficially, if you like. But I honestly, I am a bit hard pressed to believe that they expect you to do that. I know, I know the pressure. I know you think that, there's certain things you have to look at that they expect you to look at. But that kind of detailed aircraft knowledge, in my opinion, should not be asked. And if it is asked, then they should give you the documents prior to your assessment. All right, that's at least my take. So Elias, how are you doing? Bruno, you've heard of Ryanair doing 70% questions, basic stuff too. Okay, again, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe here in the chat, maybe we have someone who did the tests for Lufthansa City Airlines interview. Not sure. If you do, please speak up. Hey, Yusuf. Elias doing long range now. Munich to Widerøe. That's okay. Yeah, I can imagine. So I've talked about this as well. I can imagine flying, long range, if you like, over the pond with an A320. I can imagine that because this flight deck is comfortable. So this is just as comfortable as an 330 or an A380 cockpit, right, or A350 cockpit for that matter. What I can't imagine is doing that in a 737. That is because the 737 to me ergonomically is a nightmare. So yeah, exactly. No, I don't want to imagine that, Bruno, because again, that is no. Yeah, no table in the max, right? So we did Halifax. What else do we want to do? We want to do Boston, Halifax. We want to do Gander, obviously. Let me get all the abbreviations. You did your LPC a few weeks ago. I was pilot flying with the pilot monitoring. Captain was an engine, and no engine is secured. Call out was given. Reached engine acceleration altitude, and then I said stop econ. Okay. But is it that bad, Alex? I mean, again, if they expect you to work according to a certain SOP, they should tell you prior. I mean, it's a bit unfair to then say, "Oh, you didn't do the new SOPs." Like, yeah, how am I supposed to know your SOPs if you don't give me the documents for that? Right. So that to me doesn't make sense. So we have Gander, Charlie, Yankee, Quebec, X-ray. So why am I getting the Gander weather even though we have St. John's as our alternate, as a ETOPS entry alternate? Well, it's because if something goes wrong, and I know that Gander has better services regarding, any abnormal or fueling, passenger handling, etc. Then, I would go to Gander and not to St. John's. I mean, St. John's, yes, is strictly our ETOPS to fulfill that 1 hour and the 180 minute. Well, no, not today, not the 180, but the 1 hour range. But still, I mean, that's pre-planning. And now what we're doing is the in-flight planning. So Boston, for example, good weather, westerly winds. We have Gander, north, westerly winds, good visibility, broken 1600, broken 2800. Good weather, no threats in there either. And St. John's currently 230, 13, 15 miles, broken 1600. Yeah, all good weather. So it's nice. It's typical summertime. I can tell you that in wintertime, man, you're sometimes really looking into details at your minimum tables, etc., to make sure that you have the legal requirements to use a certain airport as an ETOPS en route airport. Hey Mario, good afternoon. Can you click? Hang on. Can you click MCU in flight plan line 6 left? No, and it's not in here, no. I mean, if I go to here, no, return, no. Nope, apparently not. I mean, again, not surprising. I mean, this software standard is a bit outdated, so... I mean, what you should be able to do, let me just have a look here. Shouldn't you be able to put another different airport in here to get predictions in the real aircraft? I mean, you can put one airport in here, can't you? At least. Yeah, but no predictions, like someone said. Yeah. Just a track to that airport. Cool. Now for the crossing, we are going to request, or we did request or file 340, and that's what we are going to do. So right now already, since we are probably a lot less than 90 minutes from the Oceanic entry, which is Umezi. So if we look at the estimate there, 1654. Yeah, so we're 1 hour. Actually, no, hang on. No, we're still 1 hour 30 away. So then what we would normally do is we would request our Oceanic clearance. Here it would be under AOC menu ATC request. Hang on. Then Oceanic clearance. So we select Gander. We are Oscar Echo Oscar 711. Flight level request 340. Entry point Umezi. ETA. Now that on the 787 that's filled in automatically, which is nice. So 1654. Mach number request for that would look at our flight plan, because that's what we have filed. So we have requested 0.78. Yeah, for the crossing there, 0.78. So 0.78. Point is already there, so just 78. There we go. 0.78. And then for the free text, what we'd normally do, if you can, enter your max level. So you would say max flight level 350. Okay. Now, if you don't enter that in here, then ATC assumes that your requested level is your maximum. Okay. Now, when you send this off, it's a new procedure now where you will only get a message notification back with a text like RCL received. And that means if there's no note regarding reclearance, then ATC expects you to enter the Oceanic airspace at your requested flight level, or you filed flight level and you filed Mach number. So the Gander domestic area, which we'll fly through first, they would then, since we're still in VHF contact there, they would then know about our filed flight level, which then is the cleared flight level if with the clearance, and then that way, so you can see here that's Oceanic and that's domestic here. Domestic hard to see, but that's domestic from Gander. And so they will then ask you, for example, advise me when you're ready for your level 340. And then we will tell them when we're able to climb. So they are responsible to make sure that you enter the Oceanic area with the correct flight level that you filed or got cleared to. And again, that's done really early. like 90 minutes prior to entry. And why so early? But, well, I guess the earlier request, you know, the more chances you have of getting your clearance, right? So we'd send that off. Nothing happens now because obviously there's no control available for the crossing. And this is actually done via website on VATSIM. So if you fly on the cross the pond, for example, events, this is done through a website. So let's have a look what the, I'm intrigued to see what FSLabs has here in their documents for the crossing. Now, interesting that they have these ceiling and visibility minimas, so requirements. I mean, it's nice to know if you guys, you know, what are the differences, right? Why is the different requirements available? And again, that's alternate planning minimas. They have lots of notes there as well. All right, that you have to consider. And again, in theory, there's just a lot of stuff. Yeah, but why are your spoilers out, Flaco? I think I have a feeling that your spoiler lever isn't correctly. That's not the ailerons; those are spoilers. Right, in-flight diversion rerouting contingency, right? So critical system malfunction, nominated ATOPS alternate becoming unusable. Now, this is something that can be a bit, can give you a bit of a headache. So let's say we're flying along and suddenly we can see that St. John's is no longer usable as our ETOPS alternate. Then normally we would get in contact with our dispatch, which is a nice, comfortable way to do, obviously, because that way, you know, they can help us in find a new one. Now, what happens though? Let's say what happens if we don't find a suitable alternate that allows us then to, actually no, not for let's not say for St. John's. Let's say for Laches, for example, Laches and Sonnenstrom. So let's say for the day we're en route to the Oceanic entry, and then suddenly Laches and Sonnenstrom are below. Well, then if there's no valid option available to refile a new alternate. And today, for example, that could be the case. I'm not sure if Keflavik, probably not. Probably Keflavik with 180 minutes will not cover this part outside of the 60 minutes from St. John's. So there would be an uncovered ETOP section here, which we're not allowed to do normally. Now, if for some reason we cannot find one, then we actually do have the option to increase our max diversion time to 300 minutes when en route, that is. Okay, but that has to be considered very carefully if it makes sense, right? Because I'm not sure if you really want to fly along for 300 minutes on a contingency, like, you know, rapid decompression at level 100. Or another thing you have to be aware of, you would have to calculate the fuel for that. All right, so you know, these are scenarios I would be very careful with, and luckily though, for us with our dispatch center, they can help us then to reprogram and recalculate in flight. No, I'm using, so old-fashioned, I'm using the Volanta overlay for streamers. Okay, so go to chase plane preferences. Thank you very much, Chris. Preferences. Scroll down to mouse function. Hang on. Camera behavior. Backups, maintenance. Mouse functions. Okay. Yeah, disable that. Okay, so right. Do we really want to do that? I mean, we can restart the engine, right? Or shall we do this after landing? No, we'll do it after landing. We'll do it after landing. I'm going to chicken out here because it's going to take us some time to get the engine restarted, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if we're in windmilling speed regime to do that. Okay, Chris, thank you much. I will try that, okay? Yeah, I'm going to chicken out on that. No, I'm going to do it now. But Chris Clark, thank you so much for taking the time to let me know. I appreciate that. Jiffy, hello to you as well. Beautiful. Wow, we have beautiful view today, guys. I'm actually really amazed. So what's coming up here? What's coming up here? Let's check this. So there's a little island. Let's do world map. Is it called? Well, Grand Manon. It's called. So this is Whitehead, Grand Manon, and that's Green's Landing here. Green's Landing. Now you know who needs real life, yeah. And who needs to know that? Good. Now to the right, we're going to see Halifax. So there's a big peninsula here, and so Halifax will be somewhere on the east side of that peninsula. You can test the feature by holding right mouse down and then pressing, well, hang on. Well, I'm not getting the, that's the thing, I'm not getting the mouse pointer, you see, now. So I can't click anyways now. Oh, hang on, but you know what, Chris? No, that's right, left and right click, that's fine. Can you get a window look? Yeah, sure. Let me have a look. Well, let me do that manual flight, Flake. Okay, so manual flight. So you see, that's the roll spoiler. So that's the aileron, and that's the roll spoiler, right? So on your picture, it's these two spoilers that are out, and I'm not sure why they would be out, to be honest. Have you like any hardware mount, hardware tied to that for some reason? I mean, one thing, Flaco, you could check, is your speed brake lever really completely down? Or is it like depressed like this? Because the only thing I can think of, if your spoilers are partly extended, is if you have like a hydraulic failure or something. And then those spoilers kind of get sucked out a bit. Okay, with it turned on, you can hold right to look, and then when looking at the direction and you let go, it snaps the view. Ah, okay. Ah, I get it. Okay, Flaco, then one more thing you can try. Have you set a dead zone to your stick? Because, you know, some hardware peripherals will give you some noise in the center, which the sim picks up and understands that as some signal to you know, turn left or right, or climb, descend, whatever. So that's why it's good to have a dead zone to filter out that noise. Right, what else can we do? So we checked the weather again. The weather is fine. We've sent off the clearance request. And so let's pretend now that we did get a reply saying that everything's cleared as filed, okay? So what I want to do is I want to put myself a reminder for the climb. And so I'm going to go with 100 miles radius around Umezi. Why 100 miles? Because we are doing about 8 miles per minute. So that's about, 10, 12 minutes time prior to entering the Oceanic airspace. So that way I have a kind of a reminder now to climb, okay? That's one thing. Another thing I want to do is take my first ETOPS alternate. Which was St. John's. And there the radius, I'm not sure what the 321 has. We have three, okay, that's too much, so we can't do, is it 299? 250? I think it's 250 radius. Okay, that's a shame. So, so normally what we do is we kind of, as a visual reference, we draw in the 1 hour flight time, so it's the flight time ring around our ETOPS alternate. Yeah, thank you, Flaco. I hope you get an answer on that. Yeah. Yeah, normally 2% should be fine. Yeah, with the dead zone. Yeah. Good. What else? That. Okay, and then now. Here's another thing that normally what we have over here is a button to switch to true north. Now Bruno may have, or someone that knows. I'm not even sure if it's possible here. To get a true north reference. Probably not. I think that's just automatic, isn't it? For very high polar regions. So what we'd normally do is we would check the tracks and distances. So the true tracks and the distance between these waypoints on the tracks or the Oceanic airspace. The reason why we're doing this is to make sure that we don't have a program error in the MCDU. So one thing obviously that is very important is to make sure we don't have a navigational error on the track system. And I did read there was apparently a track error not too long ago now on the track system with the FedEx and some other aircraft. And 2 aircraft came in closer than they should have on the track system. So, since these days you have these RVSM airspaces, obviously, so just 1,000-foot separation between aircraft. And then you have these performance-based separation tracks where you don't have 1 minute, i.e. 60-mile separation between each track. You can actually have 30 miles, just 30 mile separation left or right. It's still a lot of separation, right? But again, if you have a waypoint position error in the MCDU, then that potentially means you could, bust your minima separation rules, which is a big no-no. You don't want to do that. Yeah, right. Airbus. Yeah, that's a bit different. Yeah, slow climb rates, and then also in the US. Yeah, but that looks like you're airborne, which is good. Good to know. Yes, that's what we do now normally. So one thing, of course, we would check the coordinates. So 5150. Let me put this in here. Let's go data. let's do waypoints. So 5150 north. And there we go. So we just make sure that these are the actual correct waypoints. So we want to have a look at our flight plan. All right. So here, for example, so it's the first one. Let me just check where the first one is. No, I don't want an AI assistant. Go away. Hey. Yeah. No. All right. So we have Alex. Then we have, there we go, 51 north, 50 west. So that is correct. Then we check the next one, 5340 north. So that should be 53 north, 40 west. 53 north, 40 west, correct. Then we have 5430 north. Should be 54 north, 30 west. Correct. The next one then would be 5420. Oops, 5420. And that is 54 north and 20 west. 54 north, 20 west. Correct. Then it's Nebin, and exit then should be Olgon. That should be the exit point. So the track's distances as well. I mean, we can check roughly. Normally, again, we would try to get north reference here. I can't do that here. So, you know, you would check, for example, from Umesi to 5150 is a track of 83 degrees, true track, 83 degrees, and a distance of 99 miles. So if we go here to the second page, right, and again, this will not add up now because we don't have true north as a reference in here. So the track should be 83 degrees, right? Here it says, well, it doesn't have the track in here anyways. Hold on, where's my... Oh, I got 90, oh, there we go. Yeah, track 94, I mean, it's a bit tiring if it doesn't really add up, but at least the 99 miles, they add up nicely. And 83 track, obviously not correct because of the variation we have up here. So the next one then, from 5150 to 5340 would be 388 miles, correct, and about 68 degrees. Then 5430 is 362 miles, correct, and the track should be 76 degrees. Then to 5420, 353, 352, that's good. And the track will be 85 degrees, all right. And then, yeah, we'll do that to Nebin and etc. So that way, again, we make sure that what we have filed to ATC is exactly what we have here in our navigation system in the MCDU or the FMS, right? Very important. Now, another thing we would do is we would make sure that we have a step climb altitude. So, for example, we would say maybe just put a constraint in here, 340, climb, insert, right? So as a reminder, again, that we have to climb 340. And unfortunately, well, but what we could also do maybe is have a speed constraint in here. So that was 78. Oh, constant Mach. Ah. Now, constant Mach, that's interesting. So 0.78. Start waypoint, that would be Umesi. Ah. So annoying. So, again, normally, yeah, selectable flight plan waypoints. So normally you would be able to select those. Yeah, there should be a waypoint list here, so it's not implemented. But at least you can do a constant Mach. So what Mach are we doing now? 0.7. Let me do it now, okay? So we're going to fly Mach 0.78 exactly now. And yeah, 340. And again, I've set myself a reminder for the climb. And then another thing will be SLOP, so strategic lateral offset procedure. Even though we're not on a track system, we are still supposed to slop. All right, so we're going to slop 2 miles right. That's the maximum we're allowed to do. Hey Oliver, well normally, so an RNF approach normally means that, or let's put it this way, Oliver. The principle RNF and RMP, right? RMP is also area navigation. However, RMP requires you to have some more system available. For example, you need to have in your aircraft management system, you have to have a monitoring system, right? That gives you the estimated accuracy. And also needs you to alert you if the estimated actual is above the required. All right, that's a requirement, for example. And then RMP, normally for the RMP approaches, they require a GPS updating. It means that if you lose GPS, you would not be able to fly the RMP approach. All right. So if it's just an RNF approach, and there are RNF approaches, for example, I think, was it in the UK, we said? Where, hang on, let me just get the chart here for Manchester. Interesting. It does give you an RMP approach, LNAV, VNAV minimum, obviously. Now you can't do these LVO approaches in the UK, as we've learned, because the UK has stepped out of the EGNOS program, meaning the use of EGNOS systems, so the satellite EGNOS system, is not possible in the UK, and so you cannot have those LVO. So the LPV, not the LPV minimas or LPV approaches. So so here as well for the RMP, normally you would require. And that interesting here it says RNAV. Okay, so there it says RNAV. Let me have a look for Kennedy. Yeah, and here you have, it says RNAV GPS, all right? So you need a GPS updating for the approach, right? So, but just a normal RNAV approach then does not require you to have GPS updating. All that's needed is that the required accuracy is being met by your aircraft systems. Now also, again, on the charts, very often you will see if there are any restrictions. Hey, Virtual United Pilot, how are you doing? There are obviously sometimes restrictions. If it's an RNAV star, now here we just have no, oh, there we go, that's an RNAV star. And if you look at the requirements, here it is. So this arrival can be flown, RNAV 1, with DME, DME, and IRU. So the normal IRS position calculation with DME, DME updating, that is fine, or with GPS updating. So as long as you have one of those two, you are allowed to fly that RNAV arrival. Okay, so the charts very often will tell you what systems are required. Yeah, the whole topic with RMP, RNAV RMP, is a bit complicated to get into. Beautiful. Okay, let me get this window seat here. That's a bit nicer, isn't it? So that should be, is it 9? Yeah. Oh, hang on. What happened now? Lol. Didn't save it. Okay. Well, anyways. Cool. Prior to entering the North Atlantic region, it's also very advisable to check your aircraft systems. All right. So, for example, check engine oil quantity, the engine temperatures. Why? Because the oil quantity may decrease already without giving you an alert. Right. There are thresholds for quantity indication or quantity values, but it could already get lower, right? And of course you would have noted down your quantities prior to takeoff, prior to departure, and that way you would notice if you have a potential oil engine oil leak, right? Very important. Also very, very important to look at is your electrical system. So make sure the IDG temperatures aren't, too high. Have a look at the general load of the generators. Make sure that's running. That's a good question, Captain Chaos. I think, what was the value for the A320? Wasn't that like 0.3 quarts per hour or something? Or 0.2 quarts per hour usage normally? So, I mean, if you have the engine running for 10 hours, it should not burn more than like 2 or 3 quarts. Hey, Fortnite, hello to you. The next stream will be Monday. Monday, we're planning a shared flight with Sim Caesar, a fellow streamer on Twitch. Hit schedule. Almost there. Schedule. There we go. Yeah, then another thing, very important, fuel, right? Make sure the fuel check has been done. And so now Alex is next at 32 at 17.2. Let's have a look here into the OFP. So 17.2 plus 1 roundabout, so 18 point, sorry, disregard. Here, 15.5 plus 1, so 16.5 is what we need. And so we're expecting 17.2, that's 700 more than required. So fuel definitely good. 1532 is in 38 minutes, so 1 hour 58 after departure. What do I... no. Oh, no, disregard. Alex is behind us. We're on course to Umezi. Forget about what I said. 1703. 1703, which is 2 hour 22 after departure. So 1703 is in 1 hour 7, and that's 2 hour 27. So that means we're about 5 minutes behind the OFP at Umezi, 12.2. plus 1, 13.2, so 30, yeah, we're above that value. That's good. So, okay, so Bruno says it should be 0.5. Okay, so Bruno, I have my memory, I don't know where it comes from. Yeah, I think 0.5 is a very kind of conservative value. I think it comes somewhere from the MEL. But I think IRL, the engine should use a bit less, if I remember that correctly. Carter, hello. From your personal opinion, which sim would you prefer to jump straight into? Yeah, well, it depends on Carter. It really depends on your main focus, right? Now, X-Plane 12 does come with a lot of free stuff. So there's free airport add-ons, free aircraft add-ons. And I would say that, you know, to a certain degree, the aerodynamics are better in the X-Plane. Still has to be improved on some areas. But, so, you know, especially if you're flying, let's say flying GA, right? And you just want to feel a bit more connected. And then I would say, you know, X-Plane is definitely, you know, better. But if you're thinking about... yeah, you know, good sceneries automatically, and you know, more variation with aircraft. Then I think then Microsoft will be better. But so you mostly fly IFR 320, 738. Well, then I mean, then you know, because we have some very good high quality add-ons, which serve, you know, all the aspects, sounds, textures. Aircraft simulation, then I think Microsoft will definitely be better in that regard. The downside at the moment, at least, is aerodynamics are still lacking in Microsoft Flight Sim, even in 2024. However, Captain Chaos, that's exactly what I was trying to get to now, is they are planning to update inertia, mass simulation. Now, they were trying that out in SU3, but because of issues, they pulled it out of SU3. And they are trying now to get it back again later this year. But honestly, in my opinion, if they get that working properly, then I'll be really, you know, amazed, because I'm sure that way Microsoft 2024 will get a lot more realistic, because that way add-on makers will hey Mustafa, then you know, add-on makers can then properly you know, be able, at least that's my expectation, they will be able to somewhat simulate heavy and light aircraft, and then also the environmental impact on the aircraft. Give an example. If you think of a 747, right, completely, so let's say 747-400, completely conventional aircraft when it comes to hand flying, okay? If you have 40 knots, or let's say 35 gusty crosswind, then landing a 747 is a lot less of a challenge compared to a 737. Simply because the environmental impact on a 300 or so, let's say 290 ton aircraft is of course a lot less compared to a 50 or 60 ton aircraft, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you could argue, well, but you have your cross section, right? So you have a huge rudder area on the 747. Then you have a huge fuselage, right? Decrabbing the aircraft then makes a challenge. Yes, of course, there are other challenges in crosswind landings with the 747. But overall, I'm just talking about the environmental impacts on, like, turbulence, the gust itself on the aircraft will be less compared to the 737, right? So, you know, things like climb rates between a fully, you know, loaded 747 at 400 tons compared to 290 tons, right? These sort of things, they should make a big difference then. Yeah. So, but yeah, I know Bruno is you know, he has a good point, right? Expectations is always one of those things, right? So if you keep your expectations somewhat low, then you less likely get disappointed. I get that. Yeah, Carter, and the reason that's why I'm flying the 2020 simulator today, because I'm not sure if those stutterings on landing are fixed in my sim, and that's something that's really annoyed me over the last couple of flights. So, you know, lovely smooth until you get to the flare, and then you get a slideshow, right? And people saying, oh, it's VRAM, but I mean, with 22 gigabytes of VRAM available, are you sure it's VRAM? And then, you know, there's some things regarding services being loaded in. So you know, ground services being loaded in the flare. I mean, I tried to deactivate those, not just GSX, but also Asobo services. Yeah, loading stuttering, all right, that sort of stuff, right? That's something I have not experienced in 2020, at least not lately, right? So now I've jinxed it. Now I'm probably going to get that in London, because London is definitely going to be a handful anyways with performance. But yeah, in general, for me at least, my sim still runs better 2020 compared to 2024. Mustafi got good landings, so no stutters, I guess, in Brussels today with the Phoenix. I've tried different aircraft, Mustafa. So it's not just the FSLabs; it's other aircraft as well. So the iFly, Phoenix, yeah, and it's annoying. Quotenwagner, it could have to do with that. And a lot of people are having these issues. A lot of people. And honestly, are the visuals that much better in 2020 compared to 2020? Sorry, are the visuals that much better in 2024 compared to 2020? I don't know. Honestly, I care more about you know, smooth landing FPS. No stutters on landing. That's what I really care about. Hey, Haley Pilot, nice to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, long time to see. How's your flying going? Yeah, and the more FPS, I don't notice more FPS because I'm limiting mine to 60. Two reasons. One, it's already amazingly smooth at 60 FPS. Two, if you limit, if you cap the FPS to 60 by NVIDIA, let's say, Inspector or whatever, you're already decreasing the GPU load, right? So that way, with frame generation, 60 FPS, you know, I don't notice how many FPS I have above that, simply because I'm capping to 60. Yeah, also I agree, night lighting in 2024 is still not nice. You call that sepia ground mask? Okay, yeah, whatever it is, yeah, I agree. It looks boring. It looks dull. So the texture resolution in 2024 is higher from the get-go. Okay. Okay, interesting. Oh my God! Captain Chaos. Oh, Captain Chaos. Thank you very, very much. Gifting 5 subs. Captain Chaos. So Clink, Patrick, Medical Airways. Medical Airways, Bundesautobahn, Romeo, please say a big thank you to Captain Chaos, gifting you those subs. Thank you so much. That's really kind. And thank you to everyone that's supporting this channel. Thank you so much, everyone. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, we've seen lots of generosity lately. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and also October is not that far away now, is it? So my last flight... Oh yeah, and by the way, I have contacted my fleet captain regarding my last tour. And yes, I am allowed to put in a wish for the last tour. And I should be able to get it. So I wished for Cape Town as my last trip. And... that should be granted. And so I will be back before the 17th of October, and that's it. And that's it for me. And so that means August, September, October. That's, yeah, 3.5 months. Hey, Underwood. And then yeah, we'll have some changes here on the streams. So I'll have a face cam, and my wife and I are planning to do some cooking streams again. And we've thought about a new format, which should be fun to watch because it's more about challenges, not so much about pure recipes. It's about challenges. So I'm looking forward to it because that should be quite funny. Yes, I'm retiring in October, yeah. Well, I'm retiring from professional flying. I will continue to fly, private aircraft. Hey, Captain Casey, do? Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to react on my last flight, to be honest. Hopefully I have my wife and my daughters with me. If things work out. My wife is sure. Daughters, I'll have to see if they find a time. That'd be great. Yeah, exactly, Court Wagner. Exactly that. Yeah, so I'm planning to get my PPL back again, and then do some GA flying here. Do we really want to see his face? What you mean? What's wrong with my face, Voyager? It's pretty, isn't it? I don't know what you mean. Right. Now imagine if I really looked like that. That would be funny, right? That would be... Well, actually, hang on. Actually, you know what? Maybe I look like that with a beard on. And blonde hair instead of... Well, blonde greyish hair instead of black hair. Right, I mean... It's early retiring, 56, yeah. It is, well, you could say it's early retiring, yeah. But again, it comes after 30 years of flying, so... and I said, I explained many times already why. Yeah, I have to say I admire pilots that fly until the age of 65, because it, with growing age, you become less performant, right? So, you do feel it when it comes to flying, keeping up long hours, recovering from especially long range flying, these sort of things, right? Health in general. So, yeah, I would say, and the check flights. So, for your check flights, you still have to demonstrate that you are able to handle the aircraft in all conditions, right? In all situations. It's about 60 Underwood, at least at our company. It's about 60 years. It's the normal range. No, I'm not going to do live stream GA. No. I may could do some recordings, obviously, and do some vlogs of vlogs, but I'm not going to do live recording now. It depends. Well, I mean, like, performance in a sense, you can do your duties properly and not just sit here, right? So that's why, what I mean with it. So there are some restrictions with the DRAM or DRAM. How do DRAMs, or how do you do this short? I don't know what the short abbreviation for that is. Digital radio management and indicator system or something. Oh no, it's digital radio and audio integrating management. Good God. So yeah, what features do you want? I mean, there are, so yeah, I could do standby navigation, it seems. But I know that some people that are very knowledgeable about this already said it's not 100% accurate. Yeah, so I can already tell you that there's a lot of things with the PPL that I have to relearn again. So not just procedures, but also theories. So I'm not sure. So it's for guys, I know for the PPL, when you do the training, PPL, so the original training, I mean, you have to do conventional navigation. So without, GPS, without Garmin, etc., right? But now I know from my take with the requiring of the PPL, I don't have to do that. The thing is, though, IRL, I mean, planning your flights with something like ForeFlight, or there's some other apps out there, for example, VFR Nav or SkyDemon. I mean, that's good enough, right? You do your due diligence with pre-planning using those apps, correct? I mean, there's no need to draw in things into paper charts anymore. Fat by Fatly saying only 42 feels like my reaction times. Well, that's just it, isn't it? Like 25 is your peak. From 25 onwards, everything goes down. At least that's what I've heard. So, right, here's the climb. Although, I mean, there's no aircraft around me, is there? Let me just check my VATSIM scope here. So we can actually climb now because I think Optimus already 340, yeah. Let me have enough charts. Let's do ATC traffic VATSIM. That one, VATSIM traffic. So we are here. No, there's no aircraft. Well, I'm surprised. I am surprised. There's a lot of aircraft also virtually en route on my routing today. That's fascinating. All right, so let's go 340. I'm going to do that with vertical speed, alt blue 340. New cruise altitude 340, correct. That is all correct. Nice. Yeah, but I mean, WinWing is producing a lot of different add-ons. I'm really looking forward to the normal panel. So I think with MobiFlight, I think you could even use it here. So even they have like the conventional RMP, radio management panel, I think you could still use that here, given the A profile. Hey Binky, how are you doing? Oh really? So the initial training definitely UK was still in with paper charts, but there are rumors the CAA is slowly becoming more accepting SkyDemon and similar. Okay, cool. Thanks for the info. Appreciate that. Turk in the US. I'm not sure if I am up to date on this. Wasn't there a bill supposed to be passed regarding maximum age of 67 for the pilots in the US or something? Out cruise. Was that like waived? That didn't go through or something? So 65 is still the maximum age in the US for pilots? Hey SAS235, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Cool, 340. So we've got the Mach 0.78, although I'm not sure why it's not really maintaining it exactly. Performance, manage 7.8. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is just a few ticks off there. That's fine. Good. What else? Yeah, I've got the 340. And from Umezi, we're going to slop to the right. We checked the positions or waypoints. We checked the tracks distances. We checked the weather for the ETOPS. Although we can check that again now. Just make sure. It's been a while again, hasn't it? Almost 2 hours flight time. Look, see how fast 2 hours are flying by? Always fascinates me. Ferry work. The thing is, though, I honestly want to just spend more time with family, my wife, and not being, you know, challenged, or called up to do something. I'd rather just completely be my own boss, if you like. Well, I mean, I still have a wife, so I'm obviously not my own boss completely, right? But you know what I mean. So, yeah, but just have time and just fly when the weather is good and when I'm in the mood for it, etc. And yeah, just have the time and energy to do it. What's more important, EFIS or FC? You mean MCDU or I just, so it's about immersion, isn't it? So I understand people wanted to get an MCDU or FMS. I get that totally. But yeah, the autopilot panel, so MCP or FCU, whatever you want to call it. The EFIS, honestly, is nice to have, but this main part here, that's something I would get. Yeah, helipilot, right? Does free will even exist? Oh, let's not get philosophical here, please. Let's not. The remainder of flight time may not be enough to answer that question. Cool. Right, weather. Let me get one more set of weather here. That's so let's get St. John's again. Let's get Lajes for now. Let's get Thunderstrom. And let's get Shannon as well on the other side. Let's have a look for the METARs. Will I be a full-time streamer? No. I'm trying to stream flight simming and also cooking streams with my wife together, the cooking streams. But I want to stream at a level where I know that I'm producing content that's still interesting and I'm enjoying it, right? So I have a fear of burning out if you do something too much, too much of one thing. Especially flight simming can become sometimes quite monotonous, right? So, when you have long periods of time, there's no new aircraft add-ons, there's new things in the sims, etc. It becomes sometimes hard to find topics, hard to find flights. So yeah, I try to balance these things. So my kind of way to go about this would be like 3 times a week. Flight sim streams, and then maybe same amount of cooking streams. The cooking streams will be a bit shorter, maybe just 1 or 2 hours to meet the challenge. Yeah, otherwise, yeah. Again, whenever I find a time to do so, ask the community. Well, Underwood, I mean that's a fair comment, I admire people, like London Controller, Kenko, Chewy, V1 simulations that do stream almost daily. I don't know if I can do that. So my idea would be more like this. My idea would be stream a little bit less per week, so 3 times a week maybe, but for those streams cover certain topics that are interesting, right? So that would be my idea. Mini FCU or just the FCU? Honestly, I would just go with the normal FCU, the Windwing FCU. The mini FCU, for me, I have it as well, and honestly, I just cannot get so immersed with the mini FCU. But I'm not saying it's the same for you. It's just me. Okay. Well, works Underwood, I think, so I think for me with flight simming, I mean, let's put it this way. Flight simming on its own, or streaming flight simming, or making flight sim content, right, is already a lot of hard work. So what I have to do offline, how much time I have to invest in maintaining my flight sims, installing new stuff, learning new stuff, it's already a lot of time that I have to invest, okay? So I just, I don't just want to stream for the streaming's sake. I want to stream content that is somewhat, continuously interesting. And so, hey, Yankee Delta Zulu, hello. Yeah, so again, I just want to make, keep things balanced in that regard. Yeah, so again, yeah, like Fatboy Fat says, LCD displays on the FCU for the Wing are too orange. I get that. Again, you may be different with your visual perceptions and the way it does or does not harm your immersion. So that's why I always say I can't answer those questions, purely for you. I can only refer to myself and my preferences. Yeah, and Winky, that's a good point. I mean, the mini FCU saves space on the desk. that's a completely valid argument. I totally get that. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I just heard today, I saw a Ryanair. I'm not bashing Ryanair, guys. I just heard a Ryanair 737 did an evacuation today, or yesterday, on Mallorca. I'm not seeing anything on Aviation Herald, which is quite weird. Because normally they would pick that up, because it's on the news. And was it 18 passengers were injured, so they evacuated at the gate because of a smoke warning or fire warning, which was a false warning. Yeah, it was a false alarm. Now the thing is this: a lot of people apparently got injured because they jumped off the wings. So they got out on the overwing exits. And here on the A320 or 21, you have slides that extend, right? So these slides will be blown out, so that they blow up sounds a bit weird. So they extend, right? And automatically, when you open these emergency exits on the ground. Exactly. So the 737 does not have chutes, right? It does not have these slides on the wings. So on their evacuation checklist, there's a point where they put the flaps out to 40 degrees so that people can slide down the flaps. And so the end drop with flaps 40 is maybe 1 meter or something, or 1.5. So at least, you know, you're not going to get, you know, badly hurt doing that. But if you jump off a wing of a 737, that's enough to break your legs. All right. So, and I am wondering, but again, no, let's not speculate. So let me say this to you as a passenger, potential passenger. If you see someone on a 737 opening on the ground, opening emergency exits, and deciding to evacuate that way, before you follow them, have a look out the window and check to see if the flaps are extended. Okay? If not, take a different exit. Right? Don't follow those other people like lemmings and just, yeah, just don't do it. Right? It hurts. It really does hurt. So well, the thing is this. So if Boeing, the thing is this: there are absolutely clear rules how an evacuation goes about. So it's the same for 320 and 737. So you have a checklist, right? When you do your emergency evacuation checklist, let me see if I have it here on the display here. There are sometimes memory items, usually not. Usually the emergency evacuation checklist does not have memory items. Let me have a look here at checklist. Interesting. We have emergency descent, but we don't have that one here. Let me check if I have that on my page. I'm pretty sure I used to have it. So some people returned back into the plane. Well done. Okay, so those people, GG's. Yeah, they thought, no, this is too high. Forget about it. I'm not doing that. So they went back inside. Okay, that's good. Now let me get see if I can find a checklist here. Surely I have a checklist somewhere for this. Procedures 320 abnormal. Documents. Messing. Now I know I have a Let's check this briefing. Okay. No, let's check this briefing. Right, anyways. So you go through the checklist. There's two really important points that you have to cover before you allow people to evacuate the aircraft. One of them obviously is the engines. Engines have to be shut down before you allow an evacuation to take place. Right? We don't even have to comment on that, right? On the 737, the second important thing is the flaps. They have to go to 40 before commencing with an evacuation. Now, who does the evacuation command? Who's the only person on board allowed to do the evacuation command in normal operations? So as long as my PA is working, yeah, the captain, PIC, exactly. That's the only person who is allowed to call out an evacuation. So now for the cabin crew, there are some instances, for example, with ditching. So if you've ditched in water, electrics might fry up and then you can't use the PA anymore, okay? So there is a small exception where if there's absolutely 100% certainty that the aircraft has to be evacuated and there's no command from the flight deck, then the purser or a flight attendant for that matter is allowed to call out the evacuation. So in this instant where it's a false alarm, so there's no smoke, there's no fire in the cabin, in my opinion, there would be no reason for the flight attendants or the purser to call out an evacuation. They should give the information to the captain, right? So if I have a, let's say, a lavatory smoke warning in the flight deck, so aft lavatory smoke, or smoke aft lavatory, whatever way around you want to do that, I would call up. So first of all, I would say attention crew on station, for sure, to get the alarm state, get all the flight attendants notified, and get all the flight attendants into their roles for a potential evacuation, right? Then I would call up one of the aft flight attendants and ask her or him if he can notice any smoke, fumes, right? And give a situational kind of report, a quick one. They are trained for that. They can do that. So if they are saying, no, there's no sign of smoke, no fumes, no heat, yeah, the alarm bell is ringing, but I don't see any. Yeah, it can be caused by it can be caused by many different things. Even dust or something, right? Whatever, right? So false alarms can happen, right? So I'm pretty sure that the captain would never start an evacuation under these circumstances, right? So one of the things I've read quite often lately is that passengers don't give a beep about crew and their commands, right? People seem to think these days, generally speaking, I'm talking about a couple of idiots out there, but they seem to think that they've seen enough Instagram or YouTube videos, whatever, they know all about aviation, and they don't care about what the flight attendants and the captain says, right? If they think that's it, I'm out, they have the right to open an exit. No, they don't. If you do that, and if you do something that leads to 18 injured people, and you're actually being found as the guilty person, well, you're going to be sued for sure, right? So, you know, under no circumstances should you ever consider opening an emergency exit, as long as you have working flight attendants and working cockpit crew around you. Always listen, follow the commands. That means if you're buckled into your seat and you're being told to sit down and remain seated until call to evacuate, you do exactly that. You stay seated, right? And then follow the instructions by the cabin crew and the cockpit crew. That's all you need to do to stay safe. Now, I know, somebody's going to say, well, but what if the aircraft crashed like the 787? You know, well, of course, that's one of those really, really rare instances where, well, no doubt, the aircraft has broken up, it's on fire. Well, get out, right? But as long as the aircraft is intact, as long as the flight attendants are clearly visible and audible and can give you the instructions, you just sit down, keep quiet, and just follow the instructions. That's it. That's all you have to do. Yeah, I know the problems. People standing up, grabbing their bags, you know, not following instructions, you know, totally being ignorant. Yeah. And it's those people not understanding how severe their actions could actually lead to many deaths. Right? They could be responsible for people dying. So again, don't do it. Right? Just follow the instructions. It's so simple. It really is. Yeah, Bruno, I'm not surprised. Again, you know, I've seen that many times. I've had people get up where I was taxiing. We landed, and so normally what I always have the PA open, that channel, a little bit quieter for me, but I will hear announcements from my cabin crew over the PA. So honestly, I've had it, I don't know how many times, but I've had it enough times. Landed, just taxiing off the runway, and I'm hearing, "Sir, sit back down, sir." So what do? I taxi off the runway. I'm safe on a taxiway. I stop the aircraft, set the parking brake, make an announcement. I'm to say, all right, we stopped on a taxiway. So as long as, you know, anyone is still not buckled in on their seat, anybody standing, I will not move the aircraft anymore. Right, I'm going to wait now here until I get my okay again from my purser that everybody is seating. And that's it. That works wonders. Right? So, yeah, but I've had this so many times, and it's, you know, it's just the way it is. Idiot pilot. Well, don't have to be that drastic, but so yeah, Rafi, all right. And Rafi, again, get well soon. Hope everything's getting better soon. No. So one thing definitely I will not do is slam the brakes on purpose so that somebody falls down. Honestly, if someone gets hurt because of my actions, that would weigh heavily on my conscience. Right? I've had a flight attendant being injured once because we hit turbulence, and I didn't have I had the seatbelt signs on, but I didn't make the announcement for the cabin crew to hurry up and sit down. And she got seriously hurt on the shoulder. And actually, I blamed myself for that, because I was saying, well, darn, I mean, I know the seatbelt signs won, but I should have, you know, maybe warned them more ahead of time to make sure that they take their seats, right? So now I always do that. Whenever I have a feeling, you know, we could enter clouds that have some turbulence, and I'm thinking that you know, the flight attendants are still you know, not strapped in. I'll call. Well, I'm going to say, you know, I'll call the purser and tell them, mate, we're gonna hit some turbulence probably in 5 minutes. Make sure you're going to get seated, right? Yeah, Rafi, that's good to hear. But like I said to you in that private message, make sure you fully recover. Ryzen 9 700. Oh, honestly, Joshi, I'm not an expert on these hardware setups. Maybe someone here can tell. A 9700X, is that good for Microsoft 2020? Honestly, so Josh, to me, the more important thing is the GPU these days. So if you get a GPU that is frame gen capable, so frame generation capable, then that is, for me at least, the way to go. Because my CPU rarely gets above 50%. So right now it's about 45, 50%. GPU is 50%. No. Yeah, fat boy, fat. No worries, all good. You know, it's one of those comments I take up to make sure that we pilots, we don't do things on purpose that could potentially hurt someone on board. I think our work ethics are in such a manner that, and it has to be that way, that pilots and flight attendants and mechanics and anyone, you know, involved directly with the safety of aircraft and the safe operation of aircraft, they know their responsibility, and they take that seriously. So, you know, you would never do anything to, you know, be complacent or to risk health of your passengers. Yeah, but okay, so the multi-core, that's another issue then. Yeah, of course, programming multi-core stuff. Yeah, you're right. So it can be that one CPU is actually maxing out, even though the average is 50%. Yeah, you're right. I get that. Yeah. But again, I mean, wouldn't you agree then, though, that for me, you know, the FPS experience, the fluidity is usually more a thing with frame generation. So Dennis says, somebody's asking on YouTube if the Ryzen 7 9700X is a good one for Max 2020. Yeah, 24 gigabyte VRAM is definitely advisable for the future as well. I agree. Yeah, up to cut. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Cool. So here's my plan. I am planning to do the entry into the our crossing. We're not on a NAT track system today. We are actually flying. So for those that just joined, give you a bit of an overview again. We are flying today. Where's my... Yeah, we're flying today across the pond, so across the Atlantic. So flying JFK to London, and interestingly enough, now the track system is obviously westbound orientated. However, you could still fly eastbound, but not on a track system. You could fly below it. So if it's limited from 350 to 400, let's say, then of course you could fly 330 or something, 320, you know, get the clearance for that. But obviously the main motivation to fly a certain routing is the wind situation. All right, so the wind situation today is as such that you have a strong wind band just south of Greenland and south of Iceland. So let's say between, that was like 60 to 55-ish north. And so aircraft flying from Europe to the UK and Canada today are flying either further up north or further down south. And so that's why the responsible planners for the track system have planned the tracks in a split way today. It's a big split, so it's, you know, Alpha Bravo tracks are north, while Charlie Delta Echo Fox Golf are south. All right. So now we actually have the ability to fly within that strong wind field, which what you want to do. And obviously here the dotted path here, that's a great circle. So normally you would say, hang on, that doesn't make sense. Why are you flying a curve to London? Why are you not flying straight? Well, that has to do with the projection, right? So Let me see. Can I do the projection here on the chart? Or is that just on the external app? No, that's just on the external app, isn't it? Hang on. Hang on. No, I can't do that here, can I? Right, let me just connect my iPad real quickly. Let me connect my iPad. Because there I can show you. So let's hope it doesn't crash my OBS, but today it's quite stable. I think it has to do with Microsoft 2024, to be honest. So there we go. Okay, so if I go and look at the IFR, and here I've set Navigraph to globe mode. And look, if you look at the globe mode, oh, look at this. It's a straight line, pretty much a straight line, right? But if you put that to the Mercator projection, let's have a look here, Mercator projection, then you're getting that curve again, right? And yeah, that has to do simply with the way such a map is projected. And I made the effort today to give you a picture of the Mercator projection to explain what it means. So give me a second. Let me enter that into my documents there. Oh. Almost there, almost there. Give me a second. And here we are. So, there. So how does this projection come to play? Well, think of it that you're putting the Earth or the globe into a cylinder. Okay. Now, what you do, you have your center projection, center of the Earth, and then you have imaginary rays going from the center outwards. And so wherever, right, the place on the Earth, on the globe, is located, it's just being projected forward onto that map. And that's why countries, right, further up from the center become bigger and bigger. Right? So anything further off the center becomes larger in size. So Greenland isn't as big as it seems on the charts. Same for Canada and the US and Europe for that matter, right? So so literally Africa as a continent that actually has the size that is being shown on the chart on the map, right? So that's why you have this weird looking map, right? On your Navigraph or on paper charts, right? Because just the Mercator projection. So look at this. So you can see how further up you go, all right? So those 10-degree lines, they become bigger and bigger as well. Hey Nate, cartography is a deeply fascinating subject. And you mean that sincerely? GG's. Yeah, so we touched that just briefly on our theories. But yeah, now you know more about this than I do. Cool. Oh, we're almost entering the net airspace here. Yeah, and I was showing some real-world maps here on flight radar, where, as a matter of fact, you can see that actually happening with real flying. So you can see a lot of aircraft at the moment flying westbound. However, there are some aircraft going eastbound. Right, so you can see again, those are the track systems, right? So those aircraft and those aircraft are on those North Atlantic tracks, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta Echo Golf, etc. While here in the middle, these aircraft going eastbound, using that very nice tailwind. Yeah. Nice. Emirates, of course. Emirates, JetBlue. Oh, is that the JetBlue 321? It is. NXLR. There you go. If I had a JetBlue livery, then I would have done that as well. And I'm chuffed to see that my planning actually makes absolute sense today. So what we did here with that today to London. Yeah, so that's exactly the idea. That's what I wanted to do with that flight. JetBlue JFK to London. Yeah, pro pilot, right? Yeah, nice. Nice to see. Like that. So, cool. Cool stuff today. Right, let's see. Some questions. Welsh pilot, hello to you. Phoenix A320 recently started not going to V approach when I selected manage speed. Approach mode is activated and might go to 150. So that's the ground speed mini function, yeah. I think the FSLabs sometimes has the issue as well, where the ground speed mini function is just way exaggerated. So it's not really showing the correct. Now then, I'm going to see if I can have an explanation on my commands. Let's see. Ground speed mini. No, unfortunately, I do not have that here. But I made a video on YouTube if you're interested. Hey, Adrian, nice to see you. And Buzz Martin, hello to you. Yeah, exactly. And Antarctica is going to infinity on the map, yeah. Mercator was great for maritime navigation. A lot of things come from maritime navigation here in aviation. Yeah. The Earth is flat. It should be a straight line. Mercator charts are still used by the military. Oh, okay, interesting. And they're expensive to produce. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Okay. Now, another thing I want to do is on our flight plan. So we have to go and prepare for the worst always, right? So when you go to your flight plan here, and you have an ETOPS flight plan, which we do today, obviously, because we are getting outside of our 60 minutes circles. So this circle here is 60 minutes out of St. John's. That's the exit or the entry alternate for the ETOPS. The exit alternate is Shannon, again. Again, 60 minutes, still a distance of Shannon. So when we get outside of that area, that's when we get into our ETOPS section. So the ETOPS section goes from here to here. Now, in between, we have an equitime point, meaning if we have an emergency or something, contingency that we need to return or divert, this would be the equitime point, usually for Lajes normally. I'm not sure exactly. I'm always a bit weary sometimes regarding what the ETP point is actually showing, because if you go to the flight plan, it will tell us that here as well. So here we got some information. So we have the equitime point, between Sunderstrom and La Palma. So that point on the chart here shows the equal time between Sunderstrom and Lajes. Okay. It would also be good to know the equitime point between St. John's and Lajes, for example, right? Because we're trying to minimize the flight to a possible potential alternate airport, right? Anyways, so here today from SimBrief, it says our equitime point is 5320 and West 3730.3. All right, that's the decision point. So, unfortunately, now here I don't have many options to calculate stuff. So, I think at the Phoenix, for example, you can do actually data equitime points. You could play around with that. And yes, of course, you could calculate that manually with certain formulas regarding, ground speed out, ground speed back, distances, etc., etc. So, yeah, good friend, that's true. Hey, MAN, still a holiday? Make me envious. Come on, tell me. Ah, you returned yesterday. Well, welcome back to chilly Germany. Although I think down south it's actually warm, isn't it? It's just up here, up north here, we have, we got 22 degrees right now. It's not too bad. What's the south doing? The south, 28 Nuremberg, München, 27, Stuttgart, 27. Yeah. So you still have summertime down here. Okay, cool. Okay, so Umezi. Now, what we do is the following. Very important. We have to note down the crossing time. So, for example, it was 58 with 13.9. Okay. Now, the estimate time is 1709. Okay. Very important. Because should that time increase by more than 2 minutes or decrease by more than 2 minutes, we have to tell ATC. Right, so you have to monitor that. So you have to note down the times, make sure that you maintain your time-based separation. Right. So now we are nicely maintaining 0.78. We've got 340. Also, fuel check always required. Very important to make sure that we don't have a fuel leak. So let's have a look here for the waypoint list. So we just passed Umezi. We're supposed to have 12.2 plus 1, so 13.2. 2 hours 22 after departure. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty much on time. And the fuel we had, let's do progress report. The fuel we had was 13.9. So definitely we have much more fuel than required. And I fear, again, the average fuel flow is just too low. Right, so with this weight, so we're still weighing 76 tons. It should be more in the region of 2.3. Yeah, 2.3 in total. Right, so it's 2.2. So hence, that's why it's just not burning as much fuel as it should do. But again, that's one of those things here. Oh my God, MAN!
Enjoy the gifted
Again! Oh! MAN coming in with another 5 gifted. Big round of applause for the amazing support, MAN. Gifting us up to Falcon, to Rovi Squared, Mozart, Kugel, Air, Maximus, and Marcel Snap. So please say a big thank you to MAN, gifting you those subs there. Thank you so much again, MAN. And I hope you had a wonderful holiday. I hope you're feeling well, nicely and relaxed, energized. And then I hope as well, MAN, you don't have to go back to work straight away. It was fantastic. Oh, that's great. Okay, beautiful. Man, you know, I think we've all been there, right? Where you're looking forward to the holiday and some Monday. Okay, so I have 2 more days than today and Sunday. Okay. And we know how bad it is, right? The moment where, yeah, you look forward to a holiday and then things just go completely bonkers. You know, be it weather or be it the people or you name it, right? Cool. There's no control here, meaning what I will do in a few minutes is I'm going to go away from keyboard, make myself a tea, stretch my legs, because I am fasting still, so day 4 out of 5 fasting, no food whatsoever. Get the circulation going, and then in about 10-15, well, let's say 15 minutes, I'll be back. I'll be reading chat, so if for some reason, I mean, I watched the stream as well on my iPhone, and I watched the chat, so if anything goes wrong, you have to post, I don't know, what emote. Like this, all right, and then I'll run back upstairs and back to the sim. Okay. So the next question is, which view would you like? Cinematic view, or would you like this view, or the cockpit view? What would you like? Cinematic. Yeah, if inside, when you watch inside, it does. Outside, it doesn't at the moment. Cockpit terminal, we are flexible. You're flexible as well. That's good to hear. And MAN with a camper, yeah. I mean, yeah. So MAN, I'll contact you prior to our, camping trip in October for sure. Long flight like this, our pilots sometimes standing up in the cockpit. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes we do. Do some squats. Get the circulation flowing. Hey, FlightSim Gaming. Yeah, so there are certain rules regarding oceanic clearances. So there's certain times when you have to get the clearance. So if I remember correctly, Gander, latest 30 minutes prior entry, earliest 90. I think the same is true for Reykjavik. Same is true for Shanwick. Reykjavik is a bit different. I think Reykjavik has 15 to 45, if I remember correctly. So yeah, but I would try to get it as early as possible. Simply because I think sometimes it's first come, first serve regarding your requested flight level and routing, etc. So you never know. And then of course you want to leave yourself some time to carefully check your clearance with your MCDU, FMS, that sort of thing. Hey, Basic.
Welcome aboard the Captain Blackbox Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
And greetings to Canada. Always look forward to my stays in Montreal. Yeah, got one coming up end of July. Looking forward to that.
We have control. Captain BB711 thumbs up.
Basic, thank you very much for the 65. Lovely to see you. And yeah, you have control. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Yeah, so the reason why something could go wrong, we are on service-based failures. All right, so potentially something could happen. I mean, engine could theoretically an engine could fail. Just saying. I hope it doesn't, but theoretically it could. So if anything happens, you guys, you know what to do. I'm going to start my iPhone Twitch stream, and then yeah, I'll just head down, get myself. Oh Jesus Christ! that woke me up. Guys. Yeah, so VATSIM on the if you do a VATSIM across the pond, I strongly recommend you read those documents you get. So they will provide you with some amazing study material. So, but there's a website as well. Hang on, let me find you that. It's called NatTrack. NatTrackVatsim.net. I'll post a link here. Okay. And so they obviously don't do things with CPDLC or PDC over the aircraft systems or Hoppy, because then Hoppy gets probably overloaded. So what you do is they ask you to get that clearance through that website, and then there's a tab for clearance request, and then you can fill out the fields exactly as you would do here in the CPDLC mask, and then send it off, and then you would get your clearance back again through that website. So that's how it will normally be done on VATSIM. Cockpit door will get stuck with pilot outside. I hope not. Oh, you guys. Okay, so cinematic mode it is. Here we go. Back in about 15 minutes, guys. Thank you so much.
This is a Pushback aircraft.
You've got to be kidding me. Right, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, I got pinged 1319. Oh. Well, I'm happy that you know they do provide service. Don't get me wrong. It's just I was just enjoying my my tea downstairs. Oh. Right, let me just... Is it really quiet? Is it me or... Gander radio from Windmill, Oscar Echo Oscar 711. How do you read? It sounds to me like we're too far away. Dennis, was that you? How dare you? I hardly hear anyone. Let me just try to connect to... Yeah, okay, Windmill 711 will hear you only like 2 by 3. And Windmill 711, we're going to try to come via CPDLC. Okay, hang on. Maybe that's, hang on, that's Charlie Zulu. Yeah, I know. Charlie. Give me a second. Right, let's see. Let's see if that works. Oh, you gotta be joking! FSLabs, please fix this. Yeah, so I'm having the issue. I can't log on via the via FSLabs.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel.
Hey, Alpha.
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Right, let me just send him then via text.
Close smile.
Hey, Alpha. Alpha 12125. Hello to you. 97. Yes, oh my god, 3 more months.
Flightsimulators radio check.
Windmill 711 now, loud and clear.
Windmill 711, thank you. 7 is identified. Maintain flight level 340. No position report required.
That is copied. Maintain over 340. No position reports required for the windmill 711. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so we got back in time. So Alpha, thanks again for the 97. Yeah, and how have you been? How are your travels? Hope everything's good. Yes, sure. Let me see if I think that's the flight plan for the day. Ayonotrama.
136, scan the radio, hello, service inside, defined, maintain flight level 380, no position report required.
Cool. All right. Well, I got my teeth. At least I got that. So yeah, I stretched my legs a bit. I fed the cats.
American 105.
That's also always very important. Cats must be happy. Yeah, my wife's not here today. She's actually in Hamburg, so that's why. Yeah, I'm responsible for feeding the cats today.
Shaman radio, Qatari, Golf, follow 390.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah.
Golf,
All good.
radio, hello, 7 inside, 85.
Okay, so let's check our position. So currently we're flying towards 53 north, 40 west, as planned. We have estimate 1755, and the last waypoint that was at 1709, 13 and a half. Yeah, so that was that waypoint here. So 12.7 is what we should have had, and that was 2 hours 35 after departure. So that was about 20 minutes ago. At 33, yep, looking good. Now currently only 49 knots of wind. I hope we get more now. What time is it? It's yeah, it's past 1700. So 1700 Zulu is an update with the wind data. So it's 1700, 2300, 5 UTC, and 11 UTC. So every 6 hours. So let's do an updated wind request. 8-day work week, lol. Are you doing well? Are we flying Munich, Hong Kong, Taipei, Hong Kong, Zurich, Munich? Oh, wow. Alpha, you're flying a lot more than I am. I mean, that's not difficult to achieve, but yeah. Yeah, sure. Go ahead with the question. Now, why I don't get it. That is the correct Hoppy code. So why am I not able to log on? Why am I not able to log on? Sometimes I could find a PDF on SimBrief with the flight plan. Now it's gone. Can we still find it somewhere to download? Which flight plan do you mean? I don't think they save every flight plan.
Bracket 105, Shannon, Radio, hello, 7 inside, 85, maintain, flight level 3608, no position.
So the Hoppy code is not online. So for some reason, the FSL control center is not transmitting the Hoppy code for whatever reason. Yeah, I'll post it to the developers. Oh, it's Munich, Frankfurt. Oh, okay. Nice. So there we go. We got a new uplink. So let's have a look. So currently level 3 lines. Well, I should have entered 340, but it doesn't really make much difference. So it should now slowly. Hang on. It should. Well, no, it's decreasing now. So the wind was stronger, and it's now decreasing a bit. Oh, okay, so maybe you mean that. Ah, okay, no, so after you've generated your flight plan, there's a tab up here. And then when you do that, you get this PDF format for the flight plan. Yeah, you can see Umezi, where we passed over, that's the strongest wind. Now the wind is changing in direction as well. But it's going to pick up again. 30 west, it should be about 65 knots. And then 20 west, it's going to be 115 knots. Yeah, so it's going to pick up again later, which is nice. You could pull the black box. I mean, if you put in my SimBrief name, Blackbox 711, then you should be able to pull the flight plans from that, right? So Alpha, you got upgrades first in A340 Hong Kong. Nice. Yeah, enjoy. Alpha, I did tell you, right? I've never flown first class. Never ever have I had the chance to fly first class. It was always denied. I got 3 or 4 tickets, but I was always downgraded into business. That's what you get as a long-term employee. You get downgraded. But it's fair enough to say that I don't pay full price, so you know, don't get me wrong, okay? You know, I'm not saying it's completely unfair. If I paid full price, then I would be really upset getting downgrades, of course. But I don't pay full price, so it's more a seat available thing. So if the seats are not available, well, you get downgraded. It's a normal thing. Airbus, isn't there like hang on, isn't there like ground speed records? Hang on, there's a website for that. Ground speed records. So let's have a look here. Ground speed records. So latest records: Challenger 350, 687 ground speed, Boeing 737 200, 605. Okay, thank you. Cirrus, Grumman, other stuff. Hang on, so let's do commercial. Let's look at Airbus. So Airbus 320 Neo 645, 321 Neo 701 knots. Interested now to find out what the Boeing is. Boeing 787. What's the fastest there? 742. I think the fastest I've seen flying it was 650, 660 or something. Because I mean, 660 means 200 knots tailwind. Almost, right? Oh, no, that's fine. So 650 is 150 knots tailwind roundabout. So 742 it's like 200 knots tailwind. Crazy. Right, so I guess I can't fix Hoppy at the moment. Right, so oh. Yeah, let me ask one of the developers there. Let's see if it's no. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the only thing really, so what he's offering right now is with a cell call, is that you don't have to keep listening watch. So you could dial down the volume, and then he would notify you via cell call or simulated cell call to call you. Yeah, air traffic controller service, thank you so much. I'm not sure, are you the controller? Big thank you for doing the controlling. Much appreciated. Yeah, the problem is, so cell call is available. Let me see what I put down as cell call on my flight plan. Oh, and the thing is, though, when I logged on, I didn't log on with my cell call code, I'm afraid. Oh, let me check what cell call. Can I check that now? Ident settings, miscellaneous cell call network. Can I see anywhere else on VATSIM control some website what cell call code I have? Ah, okay, I didn't log on with cell call. Yeah, no worries. I'll keep listening watch. It's not too busy today, so it's no problem. Yeah, cheers as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I can highly motivate you to join a cross the pond event. It's always very exciting. Lots of aircraft. Don't be too afraid. Like I said, they have some fantastic reading material to prepare you for the cross the pond, and yeah, then just read through that, watch some previous video on demands videos on the cross the ponds. Yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. On the flight plan, you can do that as well, yeah. I think on the flight plan, I did I file? Let me just check my PDF flight plan here. So let me see if so on the ATC clearance, hang on, here. TCAS, no, there's no cell call code in here. Okay, yeah, you can put that in here as well, yeah. Yeah, on the cross the pond events, obviously I do take care that I put that in, because that's important. Yeah. All right, coming close to 40 west. Now, flight time 3 hours 5, guys. We're coming up to halfway almost. So flight time is in total was 6:24. So unbelievable. Hey, Aviation Try, very nice, very good. The only thing I have issues with is logging on to CPDLC, but I had the issue also in 2024. So I do think it's an FSLabs issue. So I'm just about to contact
Class line 45 Kilo Shanbeck. Class line 45 Kilo switch over to line 3122 8. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so you may have heard me earlier, air traffic controller, regarding the interesting setup today that we have over the Atlantic. Right now, of course, the westbound tracks being in use, and then you have eastbound traffic actually now being able to fly in between those tracks to utilize that tailwind component. And we've seen the real world traffic do exactly that as well. which I find fascinating. So, for example, the JetBlue here, that's doing JFK to London, so same flight. He's a bit ahead of me. So he went airborne at 4 hours 37 ago, so that's 6:15. So pretty much the same time as well that we use. Yes, I did. Yeah, I saw him. He did a go around because he got his sub. Because I was like showing his landing on stream, on my stream, and like in 10 feet height, he just went around. Yeah, so. Yeah, and then I took ages to prepare and get going, and he was still flying. It felt like he did 2 go-arounds or something. Yeah, so again, guys, so here's the track system, right? And there you have some aircraft currently going eastbound against the track system, which is perfectly fine. This one's flying at what altitude? 35,000. So, and normally the track systems as well, they have certain valid levels. So let me have a look. View the PFD. Let me just see, because for some reason I always got the other tracks. Yeah, these are still the eastbound tracks, so I'm not sure why it keeps showing those. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, so Emir, not just with the FSLabs, but actually with literally all aircraft, I still prefer 2020 for one simple reason. I have issues in 2024 at the moment, even though I have a good PC. So when I land in the flare, I get these really bad stutters. It's like a slideshow. I really hate that. It kills my immersion. It ruins the landing. So here in 2020, it is just definitely a lot more stable. And honestly, for me, the visuals are perfectly fine in 2020. Return after? Yeah, sure, right. I don't think so. Yeah, so here's 40 West, and then we just chug along right now. The next interesting part will come at 30 West. Because at 30 West, we change over from Gander Oceanic to Shanwick Oceanic here. So it's a controller change, if you like. And so usually if you're with CPDLC, what happens, that Gander will uplink you the next frequency. It's an HF frequency that you have to then call Shanwick on and just to do a cell call check. So it would be like Shanwick, windmill 711, calling Shanwick on 8891 as an example. And then we say go ahead, and I would say, yeah, approaching 30 West, Shannon is next. Cell call check on, what is the cell call here? Lima Alpha Bravo Sierra. And then they would do their cell call check. Then we would get the chime. We're going to answer a good cell call. And then they just say Shanwick, and that's it. And you can turn down the volume again of the HF. Really? So Scandinavian does Copenhagen JFK. Yeah, I was actually surprised. If you let me check. If you look at the capacities, today we had 20.5 tons required, and I think the maximum is like 25 tons or something. So yeah, I mean. It's 26.4 for the LR version, so 3 ACTs. 26.4 tons of fuel for the A321 Neo. Crazy. That's like easily like how many hours? So 2.3, like 12 hours, 11 hours? Oh, let's say with reserves, 10 hours. Okay, 10 hours plus reserves. Crazy, crazy endurance. Yeah, Elias, right? I mean, again, a lot of people are reporting easy like Sunday mornings, indeed. So now you can see that the last 60 kilograms of fuel are being scavenged out of the center tank. And then, yeah, that's empty. So the normal way to go is first use a bit of the center tank, and then 30 minutes after departure, it starts with the additional fuel tank feed. And then the additional fuel tanks are being used. And then the center tank is being used. And then once that's completed, the engines will use their respective main tank. Qantas took delivery of a long range, so LR version, and they did 1 refuel. Crazy, right? 1 refuel all the way down to Australia. That's crazy. So let's have a quick look. How far away are we from? How far away are we from Lajes? 1035. And how far are we away from Sonderstrom? There we go. Wow, that took a lot of concentration, my brain. Yeah, so we're still closer to Sonderstrom than we are to Lajes, but I think because of the wind situation, we are probably now committed to Lajes, because our equitime point is at 30. Where was it? That was at 37:30. Oh no, we're still no. So we're still, if anything happens, we're still supposed to go to Sonderstrom. How far away are we from St. John's? Yeah, St. John's is almost the same. The problem is we have a lot of headwind. So time... Oh no, hang on, disregard. It's 5:35. Disregard took a while to update. No, so we're still... potentially still within 1 hour. Maybe not quite, but very close to St. John's. And to Shannon we have 1,100 miles. So to be fair, not much longer, and then we can just simply continue to Shannon. Yeah, but the ground handling physics, to be honest, I mean, you get used to those. I mean, they are horrible sometimes, but I think you get used to those. But for me, the absolute immersion killer and something I really, really dislike is the, the flare stutterers. It just ruins the landing completely. And for any pilot, the landing is obviously very important, right? The ground handling, what exactly do you find the worst at? I mean, the thing is that it's a bit, it does have a time delay because of what the real aircraft does as well. And you have to, I mean, I use a tiller, so it's a bit of getting used to, really. I wouldn't say it's the best, but really, I don't find it the worst either. I'm just trying to get Trying to get an answer if they're aware of that. Because I think some other... Nate, I just got your picture on Discord. Yeah, no worries. The thing is, guys, you know the there's a YouTuber called hang on, what's his name? He has millions of viewers and he does these. Hang on, it's called Beard meets something. Beard meets something. He can eat tons of food, and I can watch those when I'm fasting, no problem whatsoever. So hey Starbro, so it's kind of weird that yeah, my brain when I'm fasting is just like, no, it's fine, I'm not gonna have any food, that's it. As if the tires get stuck to the runway. Okay, yeah, the only thing I've noticed in 2020, and this could be an issue today, I've got to be ready for that, that when we touch down, the nose could kind of be pulled towards the center line very quickly. So... No, so I do both. I sometimes do 16/8 fasting, but I do like 2 or 3 times a year. I do like a 5-day to 7-day fast. Complete fast. Yeah. Are there any numbers to say how much 100 kilo extra weight does the fuel? Yeah, sure. So what you can do, Actomare, what you can do is look at SimBrief flight plans. And so, for example, it gives you that. So zero fuel weight correction. So for every ton you weigh more, the trip fuel, so the total trip fuel value has to be increased by 136 kilograms. Opposite, if you are 1,000 kilograms lighter, zero fuel weight, than what you have on your flight plan, the trip fuel decreases by 130 kilograms. If you fly 2,000 feet below your planned flight plan, then the trip fuel is plus 339 and the time plus 1. Right? And so also for 4,000 and then 2,000 above. Now, if you use Econ 0, it can cost the next 0. Because I'm using 30 right now. So let's say I'm a bit hard pressed on fuel. I could check if I fly Cosnex 0 instead of 30, how much fuel can I save potentially? It's only 200 kilograms. However, it's going to cost me 16 minutes of time. Now, if I go Cosnex 100, pretty much max, like 0.8 Mach, it's going to cost me 900 kilograms more. And it's going to save me 8 minutes over the whole flight. That is. Okay. So you do get some information on your flight plan, just like on the real flight plans. Right, 40 West. Let's do a quick check again. Let's quickly check all the parameters. Quantity, oil quantity, good. Temperature, vibrations, good. We have pressure, good. Electrics, still good. Hydraulics, all good. Fuel, balanced. So we have fuel used, 8.6. Hang on. Yeah, 8.6 plus 11.8, that's 20.4, 20.5, yeah, exactly what we fueled in New York. That adds up, so no fuel leak visible from that side. And then we're now at 55, estimating the next waypoint. Let me just put that down. 1917, is it? No, hang on, 1838. 1838 at 30 West. Cool. Can you handle flying duty while on... No, No, you cannot fast and be on duty. The reason is that, I mean, I know different airlines, different SOPs. Now, our SOPs clearly state we have to eat something every 6 hours latest. So within 6 hours, we have to have a meal to avoid low blood sugar levels. That is a very strict rule that we have. So no, you cannot fast and fly. You cannot do that. Yeah, Beard meets foods. Yeah, and he's a very well-trained, very slim kind of person. But man, can you imagine having to eat that much? I can't. I would never be able to do that. Yes, you could. Theoretically, yes. But again, these are all kind of, just rule of thumb kind of values, right? So really, you would only start working these things out if you're like 10 passengers more or less. Right. Now, there's a rule for us. So if you weigh 3 tons more, zero fuel weight, 3 tons more or less, but 3 tons more, you have to get a new flight plan. Or more than 1,000 kilograms LMC, last minute change, you also have to get a new flight plan, and you load it anyways, but you should get a new flight plan if you have a difference in 3 tons of your planned to your actual zero fuel weight. If it's lower, so if it's 3 tons lower, then you should consider getting a new flight plan. Although if you're lighter, you're going to burn less fuel. The reason why you should consider getting a flight plan again nonetheless is because of the landing weight calculations. So if you're potentially running into max landing weight issues on this at destination, that's more the shorter flights, obviously. Then, you as the pilot, you are responsible to make sure that you stay within all limits. Right. Yeah, exactly, Monitos, yeah. Aviation try. Is that a real question? Is that a serious question, or are you just pulling my leg? Yeah, so there are different weights for different regions. So we usually have a difference between short range and long range. Then you have standard weights, let's say 78 kilograms per passenger. That includes baggage, though. Right, so it's a hand luggage, that is. Because baggage, it's weighed separately. So when you do LMC, like last minute change, we do 100 kilograms per passenger because that includes baggage and the hand luggage, just to make sure we're on the safe side. Oh, you didn't actually know? No worries, all good. All good. Right. Brennelt, in case you are watching, thanks so much for the pictures. I'll look at them later. Shannon came online as well. Nice. Oh, that's really cool. Excellent, yes. And then we have London as well. Oh, that's perfect. Nice. I mean, I'm passing the northern sector, so north of London centre, but we're going to come into London middle sector. So there's going to be a small area without control, but yes, I did fly the 747 in real life. 8 years, yeah, as a first officer and a senior first officer. I am trying to get, so I have a video recording, but that's on a VHS cassette. Yeah, I feel lucky. I definitely do feel lucky, yeah. And I have to get that digitalized. Now, I've got an address in Bremen, so I'm going to try to get that digitalized for when I've retired, and then we can watch it. Good old 747 flights. Hey, you want to give a free flight? You're not the only one. You're not the only one asking, but I can't, unfortunately. If it were up to me, all of you would get free flights. but it's not up to me, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you think so, Turk in the US? I think, honestly, PMDG, we know how long they take. So, you know, anytime within the next 12 months, I would be happy enough. Fairly soon, that means half a year, yeah. But you know what? I'm always happy to be proven wrong in that regard. Because if there's an aircraft I really, really miss in MSFS, it's the 747 PMDG. I know it's not perfect, I know, but for me it's good enough, brings back great memories of flying this beautiful, the Queen of the Skies. So, you know, you will hear me being in love again when I fly the 747 here on stream. What do you think of FSLabs? Okay, so it's a disclaimer. I used to be very involved with FSLabs. I know all the developers personally, and it's been a really joyful time for me. But there has been some happenings with the communities and some things that were somewhat very scary, let's say, that I decided to cut my ties in the sense that I'm not going to be sponsored anymore in any ways from any company. So I'm not accepting any free copies from anyone, not accepting any more free copies, free hardware copies. Everything I pay for it myself, and I paid for this add-on as well with my own money. So anything I say is, you know, now my absolute 100% honest opinion in the sense that I don't have to sugarcoat anything. Now, the FSLabs has always been a very good add-on. However, I accept criticism in the form when people say, well, but they failed to update certain things. So certain things are still from the P3D days, and so bugs, inaccuracies, they have not really invested time and effort in fixing those. I understand that. I agree or accept that criticism. You know, it's one of those things where it's a lot of money you have to pay for, right? I mean, you know, almost $80. You have to make sure you have thought about getting an add-on if it suits your needs. But again, there's some slight differences here in the FSLabs that I find compelling because it does add a little bit more to me as a real-world pilot, you know, to kind of make it a completely round experience. Right, and that includes the technical logbook. That means you have a fault history. You have a flight history. Here I don't have any flights yet, but on the other version I'm using on 2024, I've now logged like 15 flights with a very long fault history. Yeah, so just, you know, it's about a little bit closer to the real experience. Hand flying is nice here. I think I prefer it to the FSLab, to the Phoenix at the moment. But I know that they will bring out an update soon, so who knows where that goes. Yeah, Svenja, yeah, I did contact my fleet captain and asked him if it was possible. He said, yeah, sure. You know, last rotation is a big deal. So you name it, you tell me what you want, and you'll get it. Yeah, so I said, yeah, I want Cape Town. so it should be Cape Town. And then I hope to take my wife and my daughters with me to make it a nice final experience. And the cool thing is, on my last 737 flight as a captain, I also had my wife and two daughters with me, which was great. Very, very cool experience. Yeah. That was in 2012, I think. Yeah, 2012. Yeah, the Felis 747-200 X-Plane is also very nice. I have to practice a bit more with that. That's a great add-on, yeah. Hey, Nate, so how nice is the rest quarters? Well, I can say they are the absolute best I've ever seen, Nate. I can sleep so well. And the location of these, the cockpit crew rest is so perfect. It's very quiet and you have so much space. Brilliant. Best thing ever. Absolute luxury. Yeah, absolutely. I will. Oh yeah, I will fly the Phoenix Neo. Absolutely, yeah. No. I'm not married to any development or any add-on. You know, I am just for comparison. Of course, I'm going to try the Phoenix. I have the Phoenix 320, 390, 321 already. Better than first class? Yes. Well, it's a complete flatbed. It's a huge. You have two big flatbeds, beds that you know, that are very comfortable. And they even thought of this. So you know that you have a positive pitch attitude, right? So they have actually, now you have to lie with your head opposite to the flight direction. Right? So you have to lie down with head to the rear of the aircraft, feet to the front of the aircraft. Now, if you do that with this pitch angle, normally your blood from your legs will go into your head, right? Now, they thought of this. So they've actually sloped the whole bed so that you still have a proper angle, preventing from the blood going into your head. I mean, like, not preventing. I mean, like you know, like too much blood getting to your head. Okay. So really, really cool features. Yeah, go figure. Yeah, the reason. So I think it's an easy question, but can you guess why we have to lie that way and we can't lie the opposite way? So why do we have to lie in the flight crew rest, head to the rear, feet to the front? Why is that absolutely necessary? Oh, darn, yeah, we've got the slop. Darn. You see, I was talking so much. You know, the slop works. So let me go. Hang on, return. Oh, my bad. Hang on. Hold on, where is my slop? Hang on. Data, next page. I'm confused. Where was my slop? Oh, there we are. Yeah, so I can do right one. Yeah, it does do that. Oh no, hang on. What? Stop. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, FSLabs, really? Lol. Okay, that's a big fail. I'm sorry to say. Never should you go left of track unless you have an emergency. That's a big no-go. Why is it doing that? Lol, okay. Hey, Ted Barker, coming back in the house, 72 months. Ted, how was your trip? Thank you much for the pictures, and I hope you had an amazing, memorable trip. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. Okay, let's clear that. Let's say it's inop, okay? Let's go back to nav. Yeah, so the reason why we have to lie, we have to lie that way is because our oxygen masks, so the emergency oxygen mask, in case of the decompression, are located at the head section of that bed. So if we have a rapid decompression and we lie the opposite way, your feet will get the oxygen mask, but your head doesn't. And that's a bad combo, okay? And so that's why you have to lie the other way. You have to lie the correct way around. Yeah, Alpha, right? I mean, like, that was like, whoa, let's go left. No, you're supposed to go right, not left. Yeah, I'll post that again to the developer as well. Yeah, so apparently CPDLC should work. I don't know why it's not working for me. But I'll send them logs and then we'll have a look. So let me try that again. Let's see if that's reproducible. So offset, right 1. Let me calculate that. That's hardly visible. It should be visible, right? Let me try right 2. Right, I'm just going to quickly on heading. Just oh, that's why. Look at that. Why is that? Yeah, let me pick a picture of that. Let me send that to them. Alignment turn, right? Right, let's erase that again. And then let's go back to nav mode. Back to nav. Cool. So we are about 25 minutes away from 30 West. Yeah, Ted. So, anyways, Ted. Yeah, like I said, I hope you had a wonderful time, Ted. And I mean, what experience, right? What A319 and an A380 or something you flew with? How was your A380 flight, Ted? Oh yeah, and I remember you sent me a video of the landing. It was a bit of a hard landing from the A380. It looked like it made a kind of a high flare and just lost airspeed and just dropped. So let's quickly look again. So we have La Palma 954 and we have Shannon 961. So with that wind, in case anything happens, we will go to Shannon. And just for laughs, oh actually Keflavik is still closer. So now, what we'll do, if weather is okay, we'll go to Keflavik. So that's the thing with, you know, pre-planning. So pre-planning ETOPS is one thing. Then actually flying is a bit different. So flying is the, you know, when something happens, you do your normal procedures and then you search for the best solution. So the best option that you have. And so even though we did not file Keflavik as our ETOPS alternate, it doesn't matter. Right? If the weather is good enough for Keflavik, which I'll check now, and it's closer, we can reach that quicker. Hey, I'm off to Keflavik. So let me get a couple of airports here. So we'll do those 4 now. Yeah, well, as long as they don't get disturbed by the earthquakes or some volcanic eruption, right? And they do happen as well. Hang on, did I send it off? I should have. Ah, there we go. So, London Heathrow, currently 2:40:14. Broken 28, overcast 34, 22 degrees, no sick. Manchester. Good, no threats. Good, Alton Airport. Keflavik, 230 at 14. Probably runway 19er in this case. 13 degrees, 1004. Shannon, 250, 17. Few 800, broken 1400, yeah. No threats, also good airport. Fantastic. Oh yes, he flew the 320 Neo to Heathrow, and then the A380 Heathrow to Boston. Back it was a 777 from American Airlines, and then Heathrow to Manchester A319. Yeah, good span of aircraft. Nice. So Ted, another question for you. What was your biggest takeaway from the Flight Sim show? Hey Ali. So what was the one thing you would say, wow, that really knocked me off my socks? Wind wings. Man, so many people are saying that. Here's the moon, look at that. So many people have said that. Yeah. And what do you think? Oh, do you actually already own some wind wing stuff, Ted? Let's get some outside views here. Woo! That's fast. You have a 777 CDU on order. Nice. Nice. I'm happy to see that you're enjoying the 777. And hopefully, Ted, hopefully soon the 747, right? It really does have a Neo the plane to be, lol. Yeah, look at this. You saw the view there? Those big fans? So a huge bypass ratio. Is it like 12:1 or something on the Neos? Oh, okay, so air traffic control services had to go because of personal emergency. I hope nothing too bad. I hope all is good. So let's see. Oh yeah, he logged off. Okay, so let me go back to... yeah, hope nothing dramatic. And then Shanwick. Oh, I don't see Shanwick on my screen here. But Shannon. Okay, Shannon is online later. 3426. 0.6. There we go. Nice. Okay, so again, at this point here, right now, normally we're getting a CPDLC uplink telling us at 30 West, contact Shanwick, primary HF 8891, secondary 6642 or something. And we would acknowledge that. And then 30 West, we would contact Shanwick over HF for cell call check. Positive cell call check means you can log off again from HF. Well, not log off, but you can switch off the volume for HF. And then later, when you approach Shannon airspace, then they will also send you CPDLC and tell you at time such and such, contact Shannon. Now, once you're inbound to Shannon, or when you contact Shannon, always a good idea is to... actually, normally also per CPDLC, we'll get a squawk uplinked. So we already dial in the squawk prior to contacting Shannon. So when we contact Shannon, it's usually windmill 711, flight level 340, squawking 6822 or something, or 6722 or something. You can't squawk 6722. That helps them, because otherwise they have to ask, okay, confirm your squawk. All right, but if you know, you know, and then they will say identified. And then usually you get a direct. So normally the waypoint after the entry or the exit is waved, and then you get direct to the next one. Like let go here. There's a couple of waypoints there. Like let go, backburst, Lanny, Slaney. So we've got, today we have, I think it's, is it Dexon? No, Dexon's here. I'll have a look in the flight plan. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. And then, yeah, when you leave, oh, that's nice. I always had that frequency here. When you leave the Oceanic airspace, obviously there's a couple things you have to remember. So if you have an aircraft that switches manually to true north, so there's a button somewhere to switch to true north orientation, make sure you go back to magnetic north. That's one thing. Then also very important, you get your squawk, but also very important is that, actually, you know what? Talking of squawk, I should have put the squawk to 2000. Tis. 10 minutes after the Oceanic entry. And then 1, 3, 4, 6. Oh. There we go. Now 1, 3, 4, 6. Come on. There we go. Yes, Brologe, yeah. It is, I mean, it can happen. I mean, you see it this way. So why is it still necessary? Even though now these days with ADS-B, is it ADS-C as well? I don't know. So all the CPDLC stuff, all the communications really are being done by CPDLC. So what we do with the HF cell call check is just a backup means. So we get some HF frequencies, and we do a cell call check there. That is just in case, because of some sun eruption or some other issues with CPDLC, you get you lose connection, like data link lost. Then you can always get contacted via HF, and that's really, really important, because here over the Atlantic you cannot reach anyone with VHF. You can over here when you fly in Reykjavik AOC, right? You can get, you've got stations in Iceland, Greenland, Northern Canada. You're pretty much always in VHF contact here, but not here, not over the central or this part of the Atlantic. There is no VHF contact here. Oh, one thing I forgot. So normally, what we would also do, so the normal radio setup right now would be 1215 on the secondary set, which is here, and we would have that open, that line, right, to listen to guard. And then here normally we have 12345, so that we can talk to other pilots and give turbulence reports, ride reports, hockey, football results, that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's also what we usually have set. For the real aircraft, now whenever I fly IRL, now to exactly not forget stuff, because very often there's a lot of things to remember, but also you get distracted sometimes because of certain things. And so there are I've made myself a little reminder. So for example, let me just show you. There we go. Airplay. Huh? What's happening here? Why is that? Ah, okay. I don't know why it's formatting it that way, which is kind of weird, but hang on, let me reconnect real quickly. There we go, that's better. Now we can at least read it. Airplays. So this is actually a file I made myself for the crossing, right? So things with like requesting clearance, then what you have to do with processing clearance, right? And what happens if you get reclearance, then cross-check. So once you've received your clearance, what to do, right? North reference to true on the 787, we can do that. And then it's exactly orchestrated who does what, right? And that's done exactly that way. It's an SOP. Every pilot does that. And then when finished, north reference as required. And then prior oceanic entry point, we do all of these items, right? And then here you can see, maintain assigned MAC number, use SLOP, set VHF radios, squawk according OMC, i.e. 2000, 10 minutes after entry, and then do your position checks reports according to the documents, etc., etc. And I have the same as well after oceanic clearance, and then leaving that airspace. So the 3 items, right? North reference, frequency, squawk. And I do that exactly that way because I just don't want to miss anything. And again, I can't stress how important you have to make sure, or how important it is to make sure that you are flying the correct routing, the right speed, etc., right? And trust me, if you get a navigational error report from ATC, your company will be contacted, and you will get contacted by your boss. You're going to be called in for coffee, no biscuits. That has consequences. That is no joke. That is definitely going to make a mark in your file. And then your clean vest will no longer be clean, which could have consequences, for example, if you want to become an instructor sometime. These things, right? So yeah, again, you have to be very, very careful with these things. The flight's going well, no issues. Well, I mean, we've had some smaller things, some smaller bugs we found. Offset, for example. CPDLC is not working for me for some reason. Which I don't know why, but we'll get around to that. Probably me not entering the values correctly or something in the control center. No, so this is for the Atlantic, Peter. Like in Afghanistan, there's a different frequency, and also over Africa, the in-flight broadcast frequency is like 1269, I think. So these are different frequencies. So each region has different frequencies. And hey, Peter, how was your weekend? Or how's your weekend right now? Hope you're doing well. Cool. Look at that. 4 hours, meaning just about 2 hours to go. Currently, we're estimating 2054. Yeah, 2 hours 25. Easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, so Peter, for example, I think you may have heard me talk about my experience over the African continent a couple of weeks ago. Me flying to Cape Town, and that in-flight broadcast procedure is something we have to do, and we have to keep listening watch on that frequency to make sure we plot the position of other aircraft. And see if there's any potential conflict with our aircraft, and they make sure that early we deconflict on ourselves, because it's uncontrolled airspace mostly over Africa. So that's why Let me have a look. Ted, thank you much for that. Hold on. Yeah, sure. Oh, there we go. We have Nat. Oh, he's back again. Oh, 1319. And Gander from Windmill 711, also back on frequency.
Actually, guys, I've just logged on. I haven't been on earlier. Windmill 711, Gander, do you have a cell call code?
Unfortunately, I didn't file one, and I think when I logged on, I would have to log off and log on again to find out the code.
Windmill 711, well, it's more or less up to you what you want to do. If you would like some call, you can log on, relog and check if you like.
Okay, let me try that. Back in about 5 seconds. So I'm going to put in Lima Alpha Bravo Sierra, just as it says here on the circle code here.
Control,
So let's see what happens now with the cell call check.
Roger, 122, Gander Radio, good evening. Report your mark number, stand by for cell call check. Mark number decimal 797.
Yeah, Peter, no worries. Faker. No worries. You can always post questions whenever you like, Peter.
Cell count received. Roger, 122. Roger, maintain cell call watch. No position.
I hope so. It didn't tell me not. It's an invalid code, so. But we'll find out, Evers. And Windmill 711 is back online. Our cell call code, I hope it works, Lima Alpha Bravo Sierra.
Aggression, Windmill 711, Roger. Report your mark number and stand by for cell call check.
Okay, our MAC number is as filed, MAC .78 Windmill 711.
Thank you.
There we go, bing bong. And that is a positive cell call from Windmill 711.
Windmill 711, Roger, maintain cell call watch, no position reports are required.
Maintaining cell call watch and no position reports required. Thank you from Windmill 711. That was cool. So I didn't know that it would show up here. I thought it was only going to show up in the V-Pilot. But yeah, it made a noise and it was flashing here, VHF1, and there was a message here. And you have to press that button to get rid of that that alert. That's cool. That's a cool feature in the FSLabs. Like that. Good. Okay, so now we can just dial down the volume here. We have to maintain that frequency, obviously. Hey, Martin, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm a bit sad that I can't do CPDLC today. I have an issue somehow. I'm not sure. I guess it's me not having... I mean, it is my hobby code. Although let me just... I tell you what. Let me just check, make sure that I haven't changed the hobby code. Maybe I have. Maybe it's me stupid actually not not having updated my new cell call in the control center. Oh, there we go. So let me check. Copy code. No, that's the one. Oh, okay. Mike doing echo. Yeah, no, that's the one. That's all correct. Yeah, so it has some other reason, but I'm gonna get that fixed for sure. Right, so Ted Barker, he was fortunate enough to be on the FS Expo. So let me show some pictures. So let me show some pictures, and here we go. So that was the new Airbus joystick. So question I have, Ted, so with that stick, is that force feedback, or is that like, does that have a lot more force to it than let's say you know, a Thrustmaster or whatever? Do you have Airbus? Do you have a yeah, I know the logs are available, but apparently my messages are not going out. So, and also then on here now with the NAT X-ray also didn't go out. Let's see. Hang on, where was that? Online? A page could not be found. Hey, MCK. Page could not be found, unfortunately. Copy NL. Copy A cars. Yeah, so the stick here is not force feedback, okay, but it feels better than the Thrustmaster, and you can get the first off the side as well. Okay, cool. Right, nice. So this is like a the pedestal, flap settings, spoilers, and how did that feel? So Ted, what do you say about the quality here of those handles and switches? Are they sturdy, or are they more plasticky, or? MCK, are you already? No, you're not in France already, right? Oh, you're right. Hang on. Oh, it did go through then. Hang on. So let me check here. Hold on. Oh, you came back from Turkey. Nice. GG's. Right, so hang on. Atsu. So if I go ATC menu again, let's go connection. Notification. So NatX notify. Yeah, so that's failing. I don't get it. Hang on. Yeah. So we just talked about the add-ons here, and so price, good quality, the real size too. They work like in the real thing. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So also there they have the main panel. Okay, nice. The rudder pedals. Yeah. Yeah. So really, pretty much. You can build almost a full cockpit now. Okay, so let me just. I'm gonna post a private message to him. Yeah, so apparently he tried to send me a message, but again, it didn't go through to me. Okay, so that's interesting. So he just replied that nobody has been able to log in yet, but he's going to restart CPDLC from his side, try something else. And let's see if so it's quite interesting. It did send out an automatic report. Position Umesi, time, Mach, flight level, remark none. So he's sending out automatic reports. Interesting. So 30 west, 38, we should have been there. And we were there at... $38. Cool. So next is going to be 1921. And SFO MOOC. So is there any? Can I call you some other name, 346, or how shall I address you? It's a bit weird to say SFO MOOC all the time. So let's say 90. Well, now it's just got worse. 1922. Idle full reverse detents work. Okay, nice. Yep. And Dirk, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, true. I mean, and I've said it before. I don't think I would get certain panels for the A320 because for me, I've got everything I need with the honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant. You know, being able to change in between different hardware setups. You know, GA, Boeing, Airbus. So that's fine with me, and you know, I'm not really using these things much anyways. Yes, I will. I'm definitely going to be flying GA when I'm retired. Yeah. Florian. Okay, I'll try to remember Florian. Okay, there we go. Fantastic, Florian. Welcome. Hope you had a nice week. And bits, goody. Right, and then while I'm here, let me just find the logs for the FSLabs. Now, this is always a bit of a problem to find them. Control center. Common logs. Where's logs? Always the same with trying to find stuff here in the... the logs. Yeah, I had a good week. Thanks. Been now been fasting day 4 on the fast for me. So let me see. Yeah, so I'm using this flight today for you guys to distract me. Get me through day 4. Tomorrow, last day for me. Ah, okay, Martin. Thanks for the. Okay, I'll try again as well. Let me just check, because that would leave us a lot of headache, or it would prevent a lot of headache for us. So let's try again. So we're going to go ATC com connection notification, and let's try that again. No, it's still saying failed for me. Oops. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to send them my logs, because yeah, it is sending messages. So for example, there's one message from me to you, sorry, from me to Gander, a position report. So something's going out on Hoppy. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Kind of strange. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll get to the ground of this. Hang on. I sent you a link on. Yeah, I think we have the same link. It's for the transmissions, correct? Okay, let me have a look. Hold on. Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll do that after the flight. Cheers. Nice. Cool. So there we go. Right. So I remember that, from our flights, look at that, the wind has picked up as it should have. So getting now close to 20 west, it's like, whew, we're back close to, to civilization. So if anything goes wrong, if we have a medical emergency or other emergencies, we don't have to fly for 2 hours at low level to get somewhere. Potentially, depending on what emergency you have. But yeah. It always feels good to get back. I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try to log on to Echo Golf X-Ray. Nope. Doesn't work. Okay, I'll give up on that today. Yeah, so as you can see, flying long range, it's a lot of monitoring. Right? It's just sitting here, and I'm glad to see that the single pilot ops in Europe has been somewhat postponed, at least. So it's not a topic anymore, in the near future, which I'm very happy about. Because having to sit here on your own, exactly like this, so this sit empty or other way around. No, it's always going to be PSE here, disregard. So yeah, just have that seat empty. Yeah, introverts nightmare. Oh, I mean, like you have someone with a chatter. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. No. So I mean, like, not having anyone there to talk to. It really. So common, Neo, data Atsu. Okay, got it. Perfect. Right, so let me just send the one developer that's responsible. I'm going to send him the files right now. So there we go. That's one, and the other one is the AOC log. Hang on. I only have. Huh? What? Hang on. The other one is in common FSLabs. Okay. FSLabs. FSLabs. Basic service. Wow, we would have never found that. AOC service. Yep. No, log. Where's the log file? There we go. Hang on. So I hope those are the correct messages. Right, so. Okay, so cool. So Sim Caesar, hello. I'm not sure if you're watching. So just got a message from Sim Caesar. So Monday's flight, shared cockpit flight, will go ahead. That's really cool. I will post the links as well to his streams or stream. Yeah. Okay. So I'll send him that data, and then cool. Yeah. So that's nice. Looking very much forward to it. So where's my Discord? There it is. End task. Cool. Excellent. Radio. Yes, of course. I mean, you can have, you're not always going to have a person next to you where you can really connect to, in the sense of to do some really, have some really deep conversations. But now I've met so many intelligent and interesting people, and it really helps me, at least, to kind of see where I stand with my opinions, with my with my picture of the world, and and then have some really deep conversations. It's cool. Now, one thing I don't like to talk about is religion, right? Or politics, even. I hate to talk about politics. Politics to me is theater. It's just not true. It's politics, and again, we don't talk politics here on the channel either. And I hate to talk about politics in the flight deck as well. 83 knots. Let's go. But can you imagine a ground speed of 700, what was it, 708 knots for the 321 Neo as a record? That's crazy. I'm looking at this. We're having 83 knots of tailwind right now. Absolutely nuts. Hang on, I can't imagine that. Hang on, let me just check that again. Hang on. I can't believe that. Hold on. Or did I misread about Airbus? No, Airbus was 600 something, wasn't it? Hang on. Record for the A321 Neo? No, 700 knots. That's crazy. Click on it. Oh, that's not a real picture. That's from a flight sim. Nah, that's not a real picture. That's Phoenix or something. Come on. Oh, maybe it's the FSLabs. Look. Look, it's the FSLabs. Bust it. Are you sure it's real? I mean, look. 243 knots of no way. We're on the Atlantic. Hang on, when was that supposed to be? That was on 9th of February 2020. That's a long time ago. Really? On the 9th of February 2020, they had 243 knots of tailwind. I would not have been able to relax if I had that kind of wind, because I would be afraid of hitting severe turbulence at any moment. That's crazy. Probably, yeah, probably MCK. Air Transat. Does it say where it flew from? No, it doesn't say where it came from. Flew from. It's just Air Transat, and the date. Yeah, like crazy. Right, Shannon 3426 later. All right, let's see. I'm going to pre-dial that here. Well, I mean, look. So the thing is this, right? So you're not noticing any difference, Florian. So it's going to be similar. So your true airspeed is going to be pretty much the same, right? Depending on temperature, outside temperature, your Mach number, etc. But true airspeed will be somewhat in that regime. Look, the aircraft that we're talking about, that had 459 true airspeed. Right, that's exactly what we have, pretty much what we have now. We have 460. And that gives you an indicated airspeed of, let's say, 270. All right, you're not going to feel, so anything really is, anyone who notices on the ground, because they will see you go by in a crazy fast fashion. But otherwise, you, as you sit here in calm air, let's say, if you don't have turbulence, you would not notice. You would not notice any difference if you have this tailwind, or if you have 240 knots tailwind. All you'll notice that your waypoints and the waypoint checks, they will come up a lot faster. That's the only thing you'll notice. That's crazy. 747 did it in 4 hours, 56 minutes. That's almost Concorde time. That's true, yeah. Well, I mean, usually, so MCK, as you know, normally New York to London or New York to Frankfurt is only 2 pilots anyway, so you don't get a break anyways. But yeah, sure, that, you know, it's not really worth getting a break time, right, for that. That's true. Yeah, so one of the risks, obviously, is the following. So if you have 240 knots of tailwind, and depending on how sharp that boundary of that jet stream is, so if you get outside of the boundary, so the tailwind component very rapidly decreases. It'll push your aircraft, because it has a certain mass, certain inertia, and you know it will react. Obviously, it will reduce the thrust, but because of the inertia and depending on how fast that change happens, it can very quickly push you into overspeed. I mean, that's the kind of issue I see with those kind of wind speeds. I have seen jet streams this strong. I remember going to Japan. We crossed one of those jet streams. It was a north-south axis, and we flying eastbound, and we hit severe turbulence because of that jet stream, and it was not fun. It was crazy. It was one of those instances. I don't want to scare anyone, but you know, I mean, the aircraft is fine. The aircraft handles that beautifully. It's just weird for us, you know, humans, when you know things suddenly start, you know, getting airborne right in the flight deck. So you know, when your flight kit or whatever's not tied down starts getting airborne, that's when it starts getting worrisome. Normally, yes, MCK, yes. I know that there's a there's a way that you can allow cabin crew to continue working. I don't do that though. So for me, seatbelts on means everyone sits down and fasten seatbelts. I don't do in-betweens, but I know from colleagues that do in-betweens, because they think you know it's moderate turbulence enough for the passengers, but not yet enough for the cabin crew. I just disagree with that. Yes, it's about how the captain handles it in this case. And I've had a purser call me up, and you know, because it's one of those situations where you get a call from the aircraft ahead of you. That's like, you know, if, let's say 10 minutes ahead of you, you hear an aircraft on your same routing, same level, calling in with moderate turbulence, right? So you already switch on the seatbelt signs. You inform your cabin or the purser, so that he or she can inform the rest of the crew. I'll make an announcement to the passengers to get seated, strapped in again. And then, you know, they quickly stow everything, and then they sit down, and then they're like, well, it's not, hang on, it's not turbulent, right? And then, because they're so service-minded sometimes, they will say, oh, you know, isn't it possible that we get up again and just to... I said, no. No, just stay seated, that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's so hard sometimes to predict turbulence. I've had situations, MCK, no joke, I've had situations where I heard aircraft ahead of me. They were like maybe 1,000 feet below me or 2,000 feet below. They called in moderate turbulence. I switched on the seatbelt signs, did my, you know, my duties, and then we had nothing. Same position, we had nothing. We had not even light turbulence, nothing. So very often, you know, turbulence can be so limited to certain flight levels or areas. You never know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Goatfriend, good point. Goatfriend, but the FMS does that automatically for you. So normally, now at the moment we're flying fixed speed, so constant Mach number because of the crossing, right? But if you're flying in econ cruise speed, right? So whenever you have a cost index inserted and you're flying in econ cruise, it will then vary the managed cruise Mach number depending on your tailwind situation. Exactly for that reason, right? It'll reduce the speed to stay in the tailwind longer, to use that for a longer period of time. Up to a certain point, of course, right? And opposite, if you fly in the wind, of course, then you fly faster because you want to get out of that wind area. But again, normally, if you fly managed variable cruise speed, then the FMS does that for you. And of course, then on long range flying with the crossing where you have a fixed Mach number, the dispatcher or the whatever program you're using will then calculate a optimum cruise cost index, or probably cost index for you to fly. Right? And then of course, when you have lots of tailwind component, on average that cruise speed will be lower compared to when you have headwind components. But that's all done for you in the pre-planning. We are coming, and are we coming close to the... No, not quite. So here's Shannon airspace. So 20 west, and then we go to... hold on, where's my point here? Neben, that's the waypoint. There we go, Neben. Oh, it has a Concorde entry as well? Okay, nice. Hang on, let me just check something then. So what's Concorde say? So we have commercial... Is it under commercial? No, where is it? Hang on, commercial, other... Oh, under commercial... Oh, there we go. BSC. Concorde. Look at that. But you have to say... So here's the thing, right? So Concorde flying somewhere, you know, at 55,000 feet is usually in the stratosphere. And there the whole wind situation, weather situation will be different. So, I mean, but 1,200 knots at 1205. that nautical mile point dial would go like every second 1 mile or something. Crazy speed. 2003. GG's. But this is the thing, right? So if an aircraft is already going Mach 2, then the tailwind really doesn't matter that much anymore, does it? I mean, it does, but not percentage-wise, not as much as flying, you know, an A321. Yeah, it's definitely something special. Don't get me wrong, it's special for sure. Yeah. Yeah, percentage-wise, not as big as you know, as here. Ah, I've sent him the wrong file. Let me just stuff. I want to see if I can find out why it's not connecting. There we go. Rightio. So let's have a look. Fix info. Shannon. And we'll do 250 miles. Radius. Where are we? Oh, it's not on there yet. Darn. Oh, there it is. Just took it a while. Okay, there we go. Back. Back again. Perfect. Alrighty. And for the 22... Oh, darn. Normally we would have to report that. We've gained 4 minutes. So it's more than 2, so... Should have sent a revised estimate for that. I'm not even sure how often these position reports are automatically downlinked. So for example, if you go to progress report, yeah, they will get part of that data. Henry, hello to you. Wie geht's? Cool. Right, guys, here's one of those aspects, okay? And long range, it is something... I've talked about this with the 787. Oops. The 787 with these deferred items on the or the notes, let's say. So you have like approach checklist, and then you have notes. It's a huge thing, really. It's a huge improvement, because right now it's been so long since our takeoff, and it's so easy to forget the issue that we have, right? And that is the break number 4 being in-op. And there were some things we have to remember for landing. Yeah, exactly. Rip outer brake. That's one thing. Now, let me just find that click spot here. There we go. So, for landing, auto brake function, even if available, must not be used. However, landing performance calculations have to be increased by 20%. So whatever we get as a value, we have to increase the landing distance. Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Let me just have a look. In case of engine failure on takeoff, I think that that's just for takeoff, right? So for the landing it down. I think in a go around, I don't see why you can't raise the landing gear immediately. I think that's just for takeoff. And we did that. We actually had the landing gear down for 1 minute. We remembered, which was great for me already, I have to say. Yeah, I think MCK, I think they're just worried that the brake is still, turning on the ground. There's still some friction going on as you taxi out. I think that's why they want you to keep the landing gear out for a minute, just to make sure. But I mean, normally the brake temperature indication is still working, right? So really, I don't know really where that potential issue should be coming from. But anyways, it's a procedure. We'll follow that, of course. And we did that. Yeah, nice Airbus. Yeah, I have a cell call as well. It was quite nice to see that you get the cell call warning or caution in here that you have to acknowledge, which is cool. And the chime as well. But I think the chime, that's what I'm running. Is the chime through the FSLabs, or is the chime coming through the vPilot? I think that's through vPilot, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is vPilot, right? Yeah, Bruno, thanks. I thought so, yeah. Cool. Let's have a look. So we've got a gross weight 62.2. Now we currently have 8.8, and we're supposed to land with 6 tons. So we're going to burn about 3 tons. So we should be around 68. Let's put 68 and a half. Well, let's put 68 and a half. Let's be conservative. Oh, hang on. That's not right. Good. Okay, so then now the question is what we do. Config full, config 3. MCK, it's a problem with the fuel flow here in the aircraft. It's one of those issues with Microsoft Flight Sim. A lot of aircraft just have a completely wrong fuel flow. So the overall fuel flow is a lot less here in the sim than it is actually calculated with. Yeah, that's cool, yeah, with the FSLabs. Yeah. So let's do aircon on reverser. We'll put let's put none. Let's go worst case. Let me try to get an ATIS. Let's see if they're online. The fuel flow right now is about 2.1, and it should be more in the region of 2.3. No, so what I mean with the fuel issue, Bruno, yeah, the add-on makers have to tweak that. But the thing is, if I see it correctly, they're gonna have an issue if you tweak it here to cruising level. It doesn't work for lower down and so on. So that's at least what I heard. So yeah, the aircraft add-on makers have to tune that, but they're having a hard time, as far as I understand, to do that. Again, I can only you know. I know the Phoenix has the same issue, Bruno. We talked about this. The Phoenix is no better in that regard. Yeah. Cool. This is Heathrow. Information Charlie at time 1850 UTC. Good. So we have arrival 27 left. Darn. Departing 27 right. Okay. Transition number 75. 24012. 221011. Okay, cool. That is fine with me, meaning so I can change that already, otherwise I'm going to forget. I know my so Honolulu to hotel, no via insert, so we expect radar vectors from Bravo November. MCK, good plan. I like your thinking, MCK. Yeah, so landing gear collapse and then radio failure. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I like that plan. So let's see. So landing we set 27 left. We'll take those values. 1011, 22. No, it's 22 degrees. It's warm in London. So again, so we have to take. Now here's the thing. It's one of those calculations, right, where we're not allowed to use auto brake, so we can't take these values. Okay. So what we're left with is max manual braking with the factored landing distance. Okay, so then we go 1435 times 20%. That's 287 more. So total landing distance is 1722. How long is the runway? 3,600. Are we going to go full manual braking? No, we're not. Right, so the whole calculation is like, so you're doing kind of a worst case calculation to see what's the minimum distance you absolutely need. But again, for London today, this is actually absolutely no problem whatsoever. Now, the important thing is, though, we are not allowed to use auto brake. Absolute no-go today. And so I guess for the landing checklist, it's probably going to be the same thing, right? Landing no blue except auto brake or something. I'm not sure, is auto brake on the landing checklist? See, I don't even know. No, it's not. So that's not even on. Disregard then. So there we go. That answers the question. Isn't it cool how 2 hours before landing on a long range flight, you're already talking about, well, actually it's a 1 hour, 1.5 hours only. But we're already talking about landing stuff. Typical long range. On short haul, right, maybe 5 minutes prior to descent, you start thinking, oh God, we've got to prepare for the descent. Long range, 2 hours before landing, you start doing this stuff. Yeah, but Mach 8.2 Airbus, that's like the absolute maximum allowable Mach number on a 321, right? Hey, live cockpits. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the 13 months. I'm still hoping to get a cell call again so that we get our frequencies for Shannon. Just so that I can see that again in action. And again, thank you so much for the 13 months. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, hope you have a great weekend. It stops at 0.805. Yeah, GG's. You're doing manual thrust. What are you doing? My God. Good thing I didn't hear that. A320 Neo, hello to you. Nice name. Nice name. Right, I better get back into the flight deck so that we don't miss a cell call check. Oh, cell call. Yeah, so later it would be a good idea to brief, of course, in a normal briefing. So at the end they have threats and specials. So specials definitely no auto brake setting, brake 4 disabled. Potentially a bit of longer braking distance, but we calculate for that, so 1800 meters is plenty. We have that in Heathrow. But then maybe it's a good call out to say, you know, speed brakes up, and then again, no auto brake. All right, so from the pilot monitoring, that would be a great call. Because usually pilot flying is so focused on is it spoilers? Oh, sorry. Spoilers green or something, right? Oh my God, yeah. You see Boeing. So spoilers green, reverser. No, hang on. Spoiler. Oh no, it's just spoilers. So spoilers and then reverser green. That's it. I'm just curious about that a bit. I'm rage baiting? No, I'm not. No, seriously, I forgot. I'm so Boeing now. So spoilers, the reverser green decel, correct? But instead of decel, it would be a good call to say no auto brakes. I think that would be a good call. Very cool. Is it really? Hang on, no. No, now you're confusing me, MCK. Come on, please don't do that to me. Come on, MCK. Now, honestly, what's the correct call out? That's Boeing. No. Oh, I don't. I'm getting confused now. Oh, I now have to check my procedures again. Anti-speed surface. Oh my god. Yeah, like, oh, my brain is fried. No, speed brakes up. I'm sure it's speed brakes up. Reverse is normal. That's what we say on the Boeing. Okay. What's the call sign of a chartered aircraft? It can be anything, Iceman. So the normal, if it's within normal regulations, you know, you could actually just do your normal registration. You can invent a call sign. So I'm just waiting for the call here. MCK's job is done here. Hey, Avenger. I hope you're having a nice weekend. Oh, you guys. Right, nice. Dude, because I'm talking so much, I'm actually drinking a lot, which is good. I went fasting. So I keep looking at so DC-10 descent passing for level 240 ground speed 7. That's a lot for level 240. That is a lot indeed. Yeah. Whoa. Right, I am looking at that 60 miles. We are 7 minutes away. Okay, so I am thinking we're surely getting a circle very shortly, any moment now. Well, Condor, yeah, why not? I mean, why not? Okay, so he says we should do the following. Connection, notification, connection status, but we are disconnected from all. Right, let's see. I'm going to try again. So the one apparently available is this one here. Not allowed. Okay, let's clear that out. Oh! Oh no! Oh, legend. Yeah, so he said to clear that out. So it's not my hobby code or anything. It actually is an issue I had, so I had to clear that out completely again. Yeah, Martin, that was that's an FSLabs thing though. So normally, I mean, if you're not connected, it should not pose. There we go. So now we logged on. Well, just about as we're about to leave, right? But the thing is, I'm hoping maybe you can send me the what's ADC? What is it off? Hang on. Connection status. But is that even simulated MCK? But does that matter here in the add-on? I mean, we are connected nonetheless. Yeah, no idea. Well, there we go. But good catch nonetheless. Good catch nonetheless. Yeah, ADS-C should be on, of course. Okay, Bruno. All right, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, so now we should be able to get maybe even hand it over, correct? Ah, there we go. Ah, Wilco. Now, what happens here? I'm not sure if that was, or if it would have put that into standby. Oh, hang on, no. That's a different frequency. But it didn't preload that. So 127130. Ah, the handover worked automatically. Ah, I'm impressed. I am impressed. Now, we didn't get a score code. We'll get that now. Now, let me dial up the sound here.
Oceanic 723, monitor advisory 122, day simulate. Have a nice flight. Then I believe.
Search and fill your call for the simulate. Oceanic 723, thank you for your service. Bye.
Bye.
Shannon, hello from Windmill 711. We're approaching Nebin, level 340.
Signal 711, Shannon, control, good evening. Squawk 2744.
Okay, understood. 2744 on the squawk, correct? Windmill 711. Well, we'll see. If it's incorrect, we'll probably get notified. I'm pretty sure maybe I can change that here as well, correct? Yeah, I can change. Oh, lol. I don't have to go to ATC really. Oh. Well, that's good news then. I mean, now that CPDLC is working. No, MCK, it doesn't. I know it doesn't. Good catch as well. Yeah, I know it doesn't. Probably because VATSIM doesn't use it. I don't know. I didn't. There were no primary, secondary frequencies. There was just a cell call check on VHF. VATSIM never had HF frequencies, if I remember correctly. It was always VHF frequencies. Good. Here's Nebin. Shannon there. So next is Olgon.
Shannon control. Virgin 122 heavy with you. 370.
Bruno lol. Okay.
Virgin 122, Shannon control, good evening. Radar contact. Windmill 711, contact Shannon control 134, decimal 2602.
Windmill 711. Sorry, messed up my squawk here. So the frequency now to contact is 134260. Thank you much. Bye-bye.
Windmill 711, just some squawk to 744.
Yeah, I'm squawking 2744. Windmill 711. Shannon, hello from Windmill 711 over at Nabin, level 340.
Windmill 711, Shannon Control, good evening, identified to direct to NDEC.
Direct to NDEC, thank you much, Windmill 711. Right, cool.
Windmill 711, confirm you wish to remain at 340, would you like to climb any higher?
Windmill 711, we'd like to climb up to 360.
Windmill 711, roger, climb flight level 360.
Thank you much. Leaving 340, climbing 360, Windmill 711. So we have nav. We are not slopping, so don't have to worry about that. So now we're flying direct to NDEC. And look at the crosswind. Nice crosswind there. 2,000 feet, new cruising altitude 360 is fine. Cool. So the new log-on code is icy, so now I have to do that manually because that's not the right one. So what we do, connection, status, disconnect, confirm, return, connection, notification, Sierra Echo. Right, here's 1,000 feet, let's go vertical speed. Mach.
Mechanic 5 Delta Kilo, Shannon Control, good evening, identified, continue.
Continue, Shannon 5 Delta Kilo.
MCK, we had problems with the offset. It did some weird things. So we inputted right offset and the aircraft turned crazy left initially. So it kind of went S-curve to then go right offset. So no, yeah, hence we didn't use it. It was in up today. Nice! That's working now. I'm so happy. CPDLC. Perfect. Yeah, it was more like an upset. True. Right, Alt Star. And then we're going to get cruise something. Alt Cruise. There we go. Now, TCAS is already below. TARA. What else? So we got a squawk. Now, speed. We don't have to maintain
Control, Speedbird,
the 7.8 anymore.
4049.
So let me go performance, progress.
Shannon Control, good evening, identified, climb flight level 230.
Now let me see.
230, Speedbird 827.
So constant Mach, clear. Oh, hang on. Huh? Now it's selectable. How weird is that? It wasn't selectable earlier. How strange. Yeah, so now we got 779. Now this is one of the things here in the A320 series.
Ryanair 4 Echo Echo, clear
so you can see
Oscar 4 Lima arrival.
You can see that it says Mach 0.78.
You can expect a further shortcut after Oscar.
However, it's not maintaining Mach 0.78 exactly. It's maintaining Mach 0.778. It doesn't do 3 digits behind the decimal. So that's why it rounds it up. So this is actually the Econ cruise speed right now. Boeingism. Yeah.
Shark 423, Shannon Control, good evening, set squawk 47.
Oh yeah, the third one was True North, but we don't have True North here anyway, so. Now this is something it would interest me a lot because I think it's a necessary feature. maybe MCK knows. You know these aircraft that are certified for North Atlantic track flying? Shouldn't there be a way to activate True North? They don't? So they get their flight plans with magnetic north, and then they have to. I don't know how to do that because you know, variation can change quickly up north. So the tracks really don't coincide with your flight plan. Okay, that's weird. I mean the flight plans. So the flight plans have to be in magnetic north. Not true, because these tracks are always true on my flight plans, so that's weird. Well, a lot of weather into France at the moment. Look at that.
Speedbird 827, clear direct Baker.
Okay, so there's going to be a little bit in between Shannon and London.
Ryanair 4, Echo Echo, clear direct Soren.
Where we don't have any control. Heathrow has tower, fantastic, and ground. I hope they stay online.
43 identified, Dublin 4
a little bit longer.
Rifle for runway 2 at left, descend flight level 300.
Dublin 4 Lehman, arrival, flight level 200, channel 423.
I'm just comparing this now to P3D times or FSX times.
Virgin 122, Shannon Control, good evening, identified.
Wow, we are honestly blessed having, you know, the progression now in flight sims that we have. I know we're always complaining. At least I'm complaining a lot, but still, I mean, looks absolutely great. Love it. To Mag. I told you, Airbus. I told you. I warned you. But that was like a negative wind shear, I guess, if you're not climbing. And Lilienthal, hello to you. And also Martin, hello to you as well. Guten Abend. I told you. Beautiful. Right. End deck is probably going to be the boundary for the next sector, I would imagine. Yeah, level of shame. In the cruise level. That is really, in this case, it is level of shame. Yeah, end deck. That's it. So here we got end deck boundary. Cool. Alrighty-o. Guys, 5 hours 11 passed. That means just over 1 hour remaining flight time. How quickly time flies. Love it. Really nice. Cool. Let's dial that down a bit. I can go fix info. Let's clear that out.
3827, climb flight level 330.
There we go. Let's go progress. Let's go London 27 left. Hurts me to say that, but 27 left. 460 miles to go. Yeah, Martin. No. I've been flying the 787 for 2 years now. You haven't been here for a while, it seems. So, yeah, time is running fast, telling you. So pretty much end of August 2 years ago, I had my last flight. And Melindley knows the exact date for good reason, so. Now, I can't really say that I've logged that many hours on the 787.
423 descend flight level 150.
I think normally I would have logged about 1,500 to 1,600 hours. More like 1,500 hours in 2 years, but I've logged like half of that, I think. So, yeah, I don't even know how many hours I have on the 787. Oh, that reminds me, I have to contact my company. A glorious day. It was. My greaser with after the swing 25 center, never forgotten. Yeah, I mean 787. I mean, I feel comfortable on the aircraft. It's not that I feel uncomfortable. It's just yeah, not that many flying hours. The Prague, MCK, the Prague was in 319. that was like, you know, had it been the 321 last landing, man, that would have been epic. And then they had to give me a 319 to Prague and back again. An old 319. Yeah. Well, you can't have everything, right? I mean, you can't have everything. That's just life. Oh, it was one of the new ones? Really? I forgot. Well, then MCK, it felt like one of the old ones. Because I think I didn't grease the landing, you see, so it felt like one of the old ones. No, so Morris, I'm going to have a look. So the first time I'm going to be landing on 2020 today. And so we're going to see how it behaves. I guess London usually will give us a bit less FPS.
43 descend flight level 90.
But I think the thing I'm looking out for is the flare. If we get these huge stutters in flare. So hopefully not. Now I can live with lower FPS.
901 Golf, contact Scottish 135.
But I can't live with these, you know, 5 FPS.
Ryanair 4 Echo Echo and ready to descend flight level 70.
Yeah.
Descend flight level 70, Ryanair 4 Echo Echo. Shannon, good evening, Acropolis 1.
Yeah.
5,000 monitors, my 1.
Cool. Alrighty. Nice. Man, I'm excited. 7 tons. Yeah, there's like way too much fuel.
Flight level 2 for correction. Climb flight level
But I mean, that's the first time I'm flying the FSLabs long range. And one thing I immediately noticed today, the whole flight over, my GPU fans are not running as high. So overall, much smoother. Also, you know the OBS issues I've had in 2020 when using 2024? I'm sure it's just because it's maxing out the GPU. And then it just kills OBS for some reason. No, I've not, Alpha. I've updated the newest version. And yes, I do run into issues. So really, what I have to do is I have to restart Coatl 1 or 2 times. And then it starts running correctly. Aviomar, hello to you. Oh, Aviomar, well, at least we have here for the landing. I mean, that's one thing. And then for the rest, we have video on demand, right? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you've burnt like you must have burnt way more than I have. Well, no, not really. Because I guess I have more payload than you have. So we've burned 12.8, yeah.
Shark 423, proceed direct to Lapmo, speed 290 knots or greater.
Keep touching that. Oh, and yeah, one thing. So for engine shutdown, I hope we fix the right-left click issue.
Monitor advisory 122.8.
So if we can't switch them off with a mouse, I'm going to have to use the good old fire push button trick to switch off the engines. But keeping fingers crossed, we can do it now. Yeah, I had to use the panel state engines running, and I was afraid it would kill everything in my FMS, but it didn't. So it just simply started the engines, which was great. So MCK, that's beyond me, honestly. If you know these kind of things, hats off to you. That is beyond my knowledge. No, because the fuel pumps, it doesn't really matter. Because engines have suction feeding as well. So really, you're only going to have issues potentially here at cruising altitude with very, very high power settings. And then you may get fuel starvation. But on the ground, you could turn off the fuel pumps, nothing happens.
Acropolis 1, contact Shannon 127.130, good night.
Shannon 127.130, Acropolis 1, good night.
No, we have overwing, so we have 134.
Shark 423, descend flight level 70.
And we have overwing exits.
Flight level 70, maintain speed 290, Shamrock 423.
Yeah, so Aviamar, this one has a different selection menu, meaning you can select the 321 Neo, and also then there's another option, livery option with 321 Neo ACT. Oh, there's the door here. Yeah, so we have two ACTs here. So aft 1, aft 2. There's no forward in here, and that's only available for the LR version, as we've learned. So then you would have 3. Yeah, to be honest, regarding Max the Flight Sim, I think I'm going to stick with 2020 for a while longer. Simply because it just makes my streaming experience, and I guess yours as well, so much more enjoyable. Not having to fight constant issues with, OBS crashing and stuttering on landing, etc., etc. So one thing that will be interesting to see here, if here we have the issue that when we touch down with a little bit of a crab angle, that the nose gets pulled instantly to center line, causing kind of an overreaction, and then the pilot induced oscillations with that. Well, I'm going to try it again. I can try the iFly again in the 7. In Microsoft 2024. Regarding those stutters on landing, but I'm continuing on the European tour as well regarding the FSLabs, and for that I will definitely use 2020. Assuming that we don't get any stutters. I mean, if you do get stutters on landing, maybe it is an issue with the FSLabs. I don't know.
Delta 155, Shannon Control, good evening. Identified, turn left, direct denim, climb flight level 160.
That's direct denim, climb maintain flight level 160, Delta 125.
Shark 423, speed 230 knots, then descend to altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 1008.
Speed 230.
Cycling, you don't get stutters. Maybe you've done some tweaking. I don't know. I've had it on stream on the last 3 landings.
Aircraft activity in the vicinity of the
Really,
aerodrome
really bad.
forming VFR circuits. That traffic will be no factor.
Roger.
Yeah, Airbus. That would be interesting to see. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you have to...
Echo passing flight level 100.
I don't know. It could be many things. Yeah, sure. It could be the NVIDIA driver issue. You name it. It could be many different things. Maybe AMD graphics cards, and so if you use the AMD, what's it called, ASR frame gen, maybe that is better in that regard. I don't know. Could be many reasons. Got a bit of ground contact down here. Some coastline below us here. Beautiful. No! Get out of here. You got your sim crashed? No! 2020 or 2024? First time since 5 months. 2024. Man. Do you have FSI panel? Because that's what I updated today again. And they have now the A321 Neo working in there. So you could potentially get your aircraft airborne really quickly with that. Yeah, Peter, right? Okay, so even with the Islander. Okay, well, hope you get back online quickly, Airbus. That would be a shame if you missed the landing now.
Delta 155, climb flight level 240.
Flight level 240 for Delta.
Yeah, Fritz, for me, I know there was an update, and of course, you know, it always updates if you like it or not in 2024. So I can only assume for me as well that yeah, something broke with the latest updates.
Speed 210.
Because I did not update my graphics driver. I only updated Microsoft when it came back from my duty. No, I never run betas, so I only run SU2. Yeah, I never run betas. Yeah, Aviamar. Like I said, a lot of people have issues. A lot of people. Yeah, so some people.
From that moment in speed 1, it turn out until 6.
So some people were suggesting deactivating not only the GSX automatic service loading, which you can do in the aircraft config file, but they also said to rename a certain file in the Asobo services folder. And then we're flying the A350, I think. Yeah, we were flying the A350 Inibelts, and there the landing was okay. We had some slight stutters, but not as bad. But again, I can't say if that was due to the fact that we took out the that file. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, the services SPB. Yeah, thanks, Alpha. Exactly that. Services.spb. And don't ask me where it's hidden, because I have a Steam version, Microsoft 2024. That's a nice one.
Shark 43, thanks. Continue approaching number 1. Call the tower 118.6. Good night.
Yeah, but Aviamar, it's not necessarily GSX this time. It could be just a Asobo.
Ocean 2516.
Yeah, I love the chase plane cinematic mode. It's really cool.
Ocean 2516, channel control. Good evening. Identified. Bags 04 Lima. Arrival.
And it's so smooth. Love it.
Flight level 150.
Descent flight level 150, Ocean 2516.
Ocean 2516, confirm bags 04 Lima arrival, runway 2.
Avima, yeah, I know. I can relate.
Scanning control, Giant 1019, with flight level 330.
Giant 1019, Oceanic control, good evening. Stand by for further contact. Ocean 2516, confirm.
Yeah, so apparently in the inside view, you do have some wing flex, if I recall that correctly. In the outside view, currently you don't.
Echo descent altitude 3,000 feet from Latno, cleared Alice approach, runway 2 at left.
Ocean 2516, X3 Lima, arrival.
Ryanair 4 Echo Echo, there's no ATC speed restrictions.
Noted, 4 Echo Echo, thank you. Shannon, good evening, runner IS Sierra Delta 241 Sierra departure.
Ryanair 9 Sierra Delta, Shannon control, good evening. Identified climb initially flight level 240.
Climb to level 240, runner
Okay,
IS
now
Sierra
that we're within 1 hour flight time to London Heathrow, let me go set up all the charts. So approach, we'll do the ILS. Why can't I unclick these? Oh, I have to go to pins, do I? Yeah. So 271. There we go. That's the arrival. So we have the arrival chart. So that's the arrival. We'll check that in a minute. Then we go approach. 27 left, pin that. And 280 feet. London, okay. And then for the taxi in, 27 left. Yeah, probably November 6. We'll check landing distance down a second. November 6. And then I'm going to try to park at Terminal 2. Because I know that JetBlue parks here. Because I've seen them there with their Neos. So let me have a look. London. So 27 left. Yeah, November 6, 2,200 meters. That's plenty. That's pushing our luck a bit, but November 6 should be fine. Ooh, London tomorrow morning. Heavy showers of rain. Enjoy. Well, actually, we're going to get heavy showers as well here. So in Bremen, it's not any better. So, but today it's fine. We got 230 at 11. Scattered 2400, broken 28, 21 degrees. And the KNH 1011. Cool. You got held in the sin bin at link 35 for like half an hour coming into Heathrow.
Ocean
Really?
2516
No stand available. Yeah, rain is for us definitely, Mark. I fully agree. Here, Bremen definitely threw up some rain. Absolutely. Checking the Bremen weather tomorrow. So tomorrow's 12 to 1800 broken CBs, between 13 to 1600 thunderstorm rain. Well, there you have it.
Ocean 2516, turn left direct to Latmo, descend flight level 80.
Good. Okay, so after landing, taxiing. Normally.
Ocean 2516, turn left direct to Latmo.
Well, it can be Alpha or Bravo. And then Kilo to the stand. It's still light outside, so there's no chance for follow the greens. Well, in the sim anyways.
Ryanair 4 Echo Echo, thanks. Continue approach to number 1. Contact the tower.
Half Alpha is closed. Okay. Did it say that on the ATIS? Hang on.
Shannon, good evening.
Well, that's
Shannon,
IRL.
One, flight level 350.
Aircraft 1.
Okay, so it would be
Control,
Bravo
good
IRL.
evening
Okay,
to you,
we'll see.
identified.
Yeah, we'll see what they do today. So Bravo. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Virgin 122, Shannon.
Virgin 122, hello.
Virgin 122, expect flight level 270 to be level Botham and report ready for
So let's check the routing. Honolulu, Tobit, Supit 150.
Yeah, we are ready for descent now, Virgin 122.
Virgin 122, roger, descent flight
Actually,
level
let me
270
do
to be
it
level
this way.
Botham.
Down to 270 level Botham, Virgin 122.
Let's have a look here. So Honolulu, Sopit. Let's do constraints. Yeah, 150 at exactly, not below above, no, exactly at. And then we have next one, Wesco, max 220. And then we go to Bovington, that's it, Bovington hold. hopefully not hold today. 220, and then we go to Bovington 70 to 20 knots. Yeah, correct. All correctly programmed. And then we expect radar vectors. Let's approach 27 left. Well, we're going to check the ATIS again. Gonna wait 10 minutes for the new ATIS to come out, and then we'll get the latest ATIS. Just so that we don't prepare for the wrong approach. So it would be, if anything, if it remains 27 left. Now we're going to do config full because of the issue with the brakes. So might as well just go full. Reduce the stress on the remaining brakes.
You're flying in the wrong direction. Turn right heading 265.
Uh-oh.
Turning right and 265. Ocean 2516.
Ocean. Test. So yeah,
one contact
16
control
degrees.
135 decimal 530. Good night.
And 101.
Control 135 decimal 530.
101.
Good night.
And then let's put London here. London calling. London. Auto brake remains off. We did the landing calculations already, so that's fine. Hey, Ella Aviation, nice to see you too. How are you doing? MCK scenario. You are in the holding at Lambourne, level 90. Loads of time until landing, but you are below level 100. Keep seatbelts off. No. Yeah, I keep seatbelts on. Yeah, the thing is, so give you a different picture. So, I mean, usually in many countries below level 100, potentially you could be in uncontrolled airspace. I know London is controlled airspace, so there shouldn't be any uncontrolled VFAR traffic. Yes. All right. But I've actually had a unidentified flying vehicle, or what's it called these days? It's not called UFO anymore. That was big and almost crossed our path. So imagine having to, for whatever reason, TCAS or avoidance maneuver, you name it, and then somebody gets injured. Yeah, right. And hey, I'm just putting this out there, right? So then you would then maybe be asked in front of a court of law, well, why didn't you have seatbelts on? You were below level 100. You should have expected. I mean, which is nonsense, right? But just to avoid these discussions, I would just have the seatbelt signs on. Simple as that. And then I don't have those discussions. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's but at least explain with the new updates coming out, the weather radar updates. I know it's not perfect, but it will be I think, at the level where it's going to be fun dodging thunderstorms and having to take weather into account again.
Ocean 2516, descent altitude 5,000 feet to QNH is 1008.
Oh no, London sector, they logged off. I mean, the tower is still online, but the London area
to 5,000
logged off.
The QNH
Oh, that's a shame.
1008.
I guess it's getting a bit late now, isn't it? Well, it's only 9:15 in the UK. What's happening? No, I'm not using anything with Rex Atmos or anything. This is just vanilla. I mean, I can check again for, yeah, not even game filters I'm not using today. So this is completely vanilla 2020. Yeah, that's what I mean, Josh, right? I mean, I know in some areas 2024 looks better, but again, I prefer to have more stable FPS and not a stutterfest on landing. So, you know, I'd rather stick with 2020 again at the moment. So weirdly enough, there's some moments that I think, hey, great, 2024 finally, right? We can maybe deinstall 2020 and free like half a terabyte of disk space. I have 500 gigabyte disk storage because of 2020.
Ryanair 902 uniform Zulu, Oceanic control.
So, you know, I am interested to get this deinstalled, but not as long as 2024 is still such a hit and miss. And one of the big issues I have is that it kills my OBS from time to time. And that's of course annoying for the viewers, especially on YouTube, because then my original link to the stream gets killed, and then people sometimes don't find the stream anymore. So I'm going to stay in the cockpit for now because I'm
Windmill 711, monitor advisory 122.8, good night.
122.8, thank you much for the service. Windmill 711.
All the best, see ya.
See ya. Right, advisory set. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it's also a little bit the fault of us content creators and influencers, even though I hate that word, but yeah, there we go, Wilco. So, you know, if they are promoting 2024 in an unjustified way, you know, you're running into the risk of people then completely switching over to 2024 and realizing that they have big issues and then becoming frustrated, right? So I would argue, at least, you know, still consider 2020. And I honestly, sometimes I don't understand the hate people throw at 2020. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Because it's not that much worse than 2024. And like I said, in many areas, I think it's still better than 2024. MCK. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, is it so, Bruno? Do you think so? You think close of hitting point of developers only supporting 2024? That would hurt. The ones who want to use 2024 specific stuff, that is. Okay, yeah. Like new add-ons only being then published on 2024. Is that what you mean? Could even be scenery. Yeah, Mustafa. And again, if it weren't for those really bad lags and stutters at the moment and issues with my hard drive, you know, I would be all right with it. But unfortunately, Alpha. Unfortunately, that's where I agree with a lot of stuff today is happening with hype, and it in the end. So if people are being or feel being fooled too often, and Indie Builds 350 was unfortunately one of those instances where, you know, that really upset a lot of people, and the way that was published. Yeah, people start to you know, doubt what these influencers are saying, right? So, you know, who can you trust, right? The hype in P3D, honestly, I think when I joined with the FSLabs back then, I think there weren't that many new editions coming out. Correct me if I'm wrong, because PMDG was already there, and I think it was like the iFly 737. I don't remember. I mean, the Mad Dog is a good add-on. I don't think that was overhyped. I'm trying to think of an add-on in P3D that was overhyped and then let people down. Oh, hang on. Let me get into it. Come on. Let me see some turbulence. Come on, some wing flex. Hey, Kenko. Kenko, thanks again for the raid. Kenko, you fooled me. I had your landing live on my stream, the first one, and it looked so good. It looked so good. It looked like it's going to be an absolute greaser in the touchdown zone. And then he had to go around. What you said? You said somebody said you gotten a sub or something. Okay, because yeah, it's a big shout out, guys. If you don't know Kenko, I'm sure you all do. Lovely chap here on Twitch as well. Shot Kiev, hello to you. The spelling is even more embarrassing, lol. Good one. Yes, we're keeping well, Kenko. Hope the same with you. Kenko, were you on the FS Expo? I'm not sure. I saw. I wasn't there either, but I saw some videos from London Controller. So from it's Jamie. Swiss 001 or whatever, he's great. Okay, you were there and it was great. Nice. I can imagine. Yeah, envy you. Cool man, that's really cool. Yeah, I had two issues. I was sick. I brought home some bug from India, and also had some family issues to take care of. You mean next year in Lelystad? Yeah, I'm feeling better now, Kenko. Thank you much for asking. Yeah, all good now. It was like a 5 or 6 days, but yeah. Yeah, I am. So here's my big dream, Kenko, would be the following. So that I get my PPL back and then go into full kind of flex mode and fly with a Cessna 172 to Lelystad next year. That will be my dream next year. I know, right? At least good to flex, right? And then I tell you what will happen, Kenko. Then we're going to have the absolute atrocious weather, the worst weather you could think of, and then I'm going to be stuck in Lelystad, not being able to return or something, or even having to divert or something, right? So again, dreaming is one thing, and and then what actually happens? Yeah, I've jinxed it now as well, right? But hey, I've had this enough times in my life, so I'm ready for everything. But yeah, but Kenko, if you're going, yeah, so next year definitely going to meet up with you. Definitely going to say hello to you. Well, I think FS Expo Alpha is much bigger. I like the FS Weekend. It's a nice venue. I like the museum and I like the setups and everything. However, it's a bit crowded. So the whole museum and the stands is very tight. So if they have even more visitors next year, it's going to be really tight there. So I think the FS Expo is it just has more room. It has more room to move about, have more developers there. Radio communications in Dutch, I think that's a big no, MCK. More room, yeah, sorry. Like I said, I'm fasting, MCK, okay? My brain is like in almost reverse gear at the moment. Like I said, you always need a good excuse, right? Yeah. And again, thank you so much for the raid, Kenko. That's really kind of you. Rafia, thank you. Yes, I did get better quickly. I got some antibiotics. My doctor, so I've been with my doctor for like 25 years now, and he knows me. He knows me so well. And I mean, I've been to his office because, you know, of something I ate wrong or some bug or whatever, so many times in my life. So he knows me. So this time he just asked, "Do you have fever?" I said, "Yeah, yes, okay." So he doesn't like to prescribe antibiotics, but he knows. Yeah, literally, like literally having grown up with him. Yeah, I mean, he's my age, if you like. So, yeah, I think, you know, well, I don't think it's a good idea to not give antibiotics at all, but I think to restrict that is a very good idea. But again, you know, in some cases, it just helps, right? Yeah, if it's a bacterial thing, yeah. But I mean, if it's a virus, then usually if you get a virus infection, intestinal infection, you often don't have a fever. But if you quickly get, you know, let's say diarrhea with fever, then usually it's bacterial. Yeah, and like 3 days after I took the antibiotics, it was already gone. All right, top of drop coming in. All right, cool. Let me have a look. Yes, we should get ATIS. Let me get that one more time. Should be the newest version. Arrival ATIS. Performance. Actually, let me have a look here. Because I can quickly read that off. So information echo at 1950. That's not the most actual one. That's not the latest one. It's the latest one on. Hang on. Echo Golf Lima Lima. Oh, it is Echo. It is still Echo. All right. So we've got to wait a few more minutes, I guess. Yeah. So Kenko again. For me today, it was you know, two reasons. One, to test the FSLabs on a long-range flight with the additional fuel tanks, and then just pass the time, really, because I'm fasting. Day 4, and it really helps. It just takes my mind off you know, food, and time just flies by. So those, how many hours am I streaming? I've been streaming for 7 hours 30 minutes now. It just went by so quickly. Yeah, MCK, right? I mean, yeah, pretty much, Rafia. So these days, I think on the 787 at least, even the tech logbook is now paperless. So that the technical logbook was the last thing that we had in paper form, but that's also now everything in the EFB. So yeah, it is cool. I like it. It's cool. I tell you what, Raffia, it's cool until you lose data link, and then hell breaks loose. Hell breaks loose. It's a nightmare. These kind of contingency procedures. I'm not sure. I think so, MCK. I think they've implemented that as well now. Yeah. So here on the 787, it works very nicely. It's really cool. So one of the really cool things is that, for example, when you have a fault, so all you do, you go into your documents. So let's say we have a fuel pump that's not working anymore. Let's have a look. I don't know. So this one here. So you have a mail number, right? You just click on it, and it can transfer that to the electronic logbook. And then, of course, it already gives you a predefined text that you can change, of course, but it's really, really handy. It's really nice. I love it. Makes life so much more relaxed. Yeah, definitely keeps you occupied. It's always so, James. I try at least 5 days, and if I feel well after 5 days, I usually go for 7. Yeah, this time I'm in for 5 days only. And Raffia, you also have totally paperless cockpit. That's nice. That's good. Yeah, right. I mean, and a couple of like 2 flights ago, I had the issue. No data link at the gate when we arrived. It was a nightmare. It was a real nightmare. Good. Okay, so descent briefing. Descending. We've briefed the arrival routing. The approach goes as follows. So the approach 27 left ILS. Let me just check the latest ATIS one more time. Now it's still echo. Landing is 27 left. Yeah, so still the same. Cool. So arriving 2,500, 7.5 our descent point at 3 degrees down. Minimum is 280 feet. That is set. And the missed approach straight ahead, passing 1,080 feet or 0.0 miles from India Lima Lima DME, whichever is later. Climbing left turn track 147 to 2,000 feet. And then we're passing 6 DMEs London, climb without delay to 3,000. Oh, I hate those those kind of procedures. And then that's directed. So immediately, 6 miles, we climb immediately 3,000. It helps if it's programmed in the MCDU, obviously. 6 miles, hooray, it is. But then we have to fly fly that managed, otherwise it doesn't help. Cool, let's descend. 150 initially. Here we go, descend out blue 150. Well, I only fly the -9, 787-9. So, you know that KLM is getting rid of their 787-10s, right? So there must be, they're not happy with them, I guess. And so the -8 is I don't know, it's a little bit of a small version, really. So I think the -9 is like perfect in between, right? So I like the -9. High life flight level, hello to you. Got an aircraft descending there as well. Let me check. TCAS is below it. 2744. Fantastic. Right. Heathrow. We have ground and we have tower. South tower is 18505. So that's pre-dialed. Cool. Yeah, on path, looking good. Looking good. And now it's getting dark. Lol. What a timing. You have Insta-post sometimes inside of the cockpit. I mean, I may post some soon, but not sure. If they're not on right now, usually it's outside. Yeah, it's outside. Although, hang on. I have some videos there that show inside the cockpit as well, right? On Instagram? Pretty sure I have. So 20 miles ahead could be this aircraft there, 6,000 below. Yeah, so there we go. Here we go. Oh, 150 restriction and then a 220 knots restriction. Programmed everything, although let me check. I'm going to go and have a try again at the ATIS. Yeah, still echo. Lol. 10... Yeah, 1011, 21 degrees. Huh? Why did I put 16 in here? Oh, that's a dew point. Okay, 21. And the wind is 230, 11 still. Okay. Was a nice try. Nice try. Why didn't that command work? Hang on. Yeah, it's a real black box, or is it the real? So the real black box 711, I think. I haven't posted for a while. Let me just check. So it's, yeah, it's the underscore real underscore black box 711. Not yet, Rafi. I know I need to do some stuff there. But I hope to do some filming when I have my last couple of flights. Get some video recordings. Yeah, hang on. Why does that not work? A10 should work. But A10? Yeah, that's it. But that's subscriber only, but you are a subscriber. It's not Mad Dog, it's Oh, I know the command. I know what you mean. Hang on. Let me see. So we have.
Now that's how pros do it.
Yeah. Just touched my thrust levers here. So let me see if I can add another file. Let's have a look at sound files. Pick documents. Let me see. Sound files. Now we have to give Wussa our Mad Dog. Here we go. I have it. Hang on. Hold on. Although, let me make that also subscriber only as a little gift. Yeah, try again. So Wussa, try again. Yeah, try again. Just for you. Lol. Oh, that worked like a charm. Hang on. What's happening? Oh, I think because he already made that. Oh, let me have a look. Let me change that quickly. I think it has a cooldown. Hang on.
Stabilizer motion.
There we go. Yeah, I think it was because you. I think it's all because you already tried it. So it does work. Oh, well, there you go. Let's contact whoever is beeping me. 1973. Oh, that's a new one then. Hang on. He must have just come online. London, good evening from Windmill 711 out of 200, descending 150, information echo, a A321 Neo.
Windmill 711, hello there, thank you, squawk 7654 and descend flight level 150, be level by Summit.
New squawk 7654, descent level 150, latest level at, was it HESCO?
Negative, Summit.
Okay, so level 150, latest Soppit, copied Windmill 711.
Charlie 69 Yankee,
there you go.
245, on that heading, clear Dallas, 27 left.
Nice. That's cool to get some control here. Always a pleasure with them. Right, so let's dim down those displays because it's... oh, nope, that was too much. Because they are bleeding through quite a lot now.
Roger, my service terminates, squawk 1 security, vehicle en route, goodbye.
Dim down a bit. Dim down the...
Yankee, continue the right turn heading 300 degrees if you need it.
Bit of floodlight, fantastic.
300 degrees, 69 Yankee.
Dim down that, and dim down that. Excellent. Cool. Good, 150 Soppit. Already expected. Petition, no cooldown for 5 minutes. You know, Dennis, the thing is this. I know you guys are lovely usually. But I know sometimes, I don't know what happens. We say in Germany you get stung by a spider. Or actually being stung by a tarantula. And then you just go crazy. You know. And you will jump scare me on every landing. That's a nice sunset. Beautiful. Okay, so Avenger says KLM isn't unhappy with the 787-10. It's more demand to buy European...
711, descend flight level 120. Traffic information for you. There's traffic in your vicinity at your 7 o'clock range, 4.5 miles, similar direction, descending through flight level 160. Airbus A320. They should be turning away from you now very shortly.
Okay, we have them on TCAS, copied. We're slowing down to 20 knots according to restriction at the Wesco. And please confirm again the level cleared.
Hey, from descend flight level 120.
Okay, we descend 120, windmill 711. So I've got to use a bit of speed brakes. I should have been in 150 exactly at. Got distracted there.
Charlie 69 Yankee, there is no speed restriction. Contact Heathrow Tower 118.505.
No speed restriction and
so let's see, where's that traffic? Speed brakes out. Beautiful. Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, no factor. He's going away.
Windmill 711, you clear of that traffic now. Descend, flight level 100.
Copied. Descend level 100, windmill 711. 100, blue. Love it how after a long-range flight, yeah, you get finally to the landing. It's just like in real life. In real life, it's the same thing. So especially flying long-range, right? There's a lot of just monotonous times where not much is happening, and then yeah, and then suddenly you get to the landing part, and that's always exciting. I mean, short range. You do so many approaches per day. Usually, it's
Windmill 711, descent flight level 90.
Descent flight level 90, windmill 711, 90. So we're still a bit high in the profile. Let's Now I'm a bit limited. See, with the VLS band, so I'm a bit limited at the moment regarding how much speed brakes I can pull. We have to stay outside of that VLS, so that area here. Because as you get more load on the wings, especially when turning, doing very tight turns, you see that load factor coming up. And so that gives you, I think, 33 degree or 35. I think it's 35 degree buffer. Oh, no, hang on, this is right. That should be 40 degree buffer. So 40 degree bank angle, you would still be clear. But if you go, you have the speed brakes out like I have now, and you go with the speed into that VLS, and then you have a sharp turn, then, yeah, you could get into the low airspeed stall regime even. Or, well, it wouldn't be stall here. It would be like alpha lock, wouldn't it? Toga lock. But still, that messes up a lot of things. So, yeah, we could go flaps 1. I'm just a bit weary. We're still far out, MCK. I know we could retract it again. I'm just not a big fan of it. But I know what you mean. Right now, we don't really have much choice, do we? So, in order to meet the demand. So, now that we get the slats out, obviously the stall margin increases, and then the VLS will go down as the slats are decreased. Now we can pull full speed brakes. All right, and now we're able to really get some good descent rates.
Heathrow, good evening, thank you. Climb now, flight level 18, correction, climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
Yeah, MCK, I'm going to have to, right?
6,000 feet.
So initially it's going to be 90 anyways, but I think it's going to clear me down to 70 soon.
Windmill 711, leave Bovington heading 120 degrees, you're landing on 27 left.
Okay, we'll leave Bovington heading 120 degrees, 27 left, windmill 711. So one cool trick, you see we have a discontinuity, and what I'm going to do now is I'm pre-selecting 120. Still nav mode, but when we overfly Bovington, so we pass or get into the discontinuity here, the aircraft goes into heading mode. Only problem with this is you have to reset this every couple of seconds, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, otherwise this will reset and disappear again. So here's 1,000 feet to go. Yeah, but the thing is, MCK, I'm going to leave the slats out. I mean, it's not flaps out, it's slats out, so they don't produce much drag, so I'm good with that. It's fine.
This has 38 Echo, flight rate heading
Space Nano, hello to you. How are you? It's 45 seconds.
Windmill 711, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, windmill 711. Right now, I'm already going into open descent because in heading mode, you can only do open descent anyways, or vertical speed mode, so no more managed descent.
Yeah.
Tower 18505, cool. Pre-selected, excellent. Let's do the rest of the items here. Lights on, seatbelts on. Let's dim those lights down as well. And I'm going to put the annotated lights to dim.
Hello, Spirit 4 Tree Mike, 7 flight level 145.
Speed out start.
Flight level 8 level.
Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop
inside. 4 Tree Mike, Heathrow, squawk 1065, speed 250 knots, or left, descent flight level 110.
You now need to be seated with your seatbelt.
Flight level 110, squawking 10.
And there we go. I have to reset 120 again, so heading 120. And with alt start out. So now I'm going to go direct to final fix 27 left. And let's go LS on. So that's 089 out, correct. Insert, pull heading knob again to get the extended center line. There we go.
Steward 43 Mike, descent flight level 100.
Flight level 100, Seabird 43.
Well, so honestly, the slats, they do not produce much drag. I mean, they produce more drag if you're flying faster, but right now they don't produce much drag. So the fuel burn isn't really that much higher. Let me show that. So flaps going 0. So let's have a look what the fuel flow does.
Mike, if you get the chance,
you look at the fuel flow. I do something
Roger,
else.
I'll advise the ground controller. 512 you said.
Hey, firm.
Roger, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Now let the speed stabilize. Oh god, I hate this. Oh, okay. Now my theory says it should not be that much different. It's just slats. It's not flaps. It doesn't really increase drag that much. It increases the lift a lot. Ah. All right. Slats are in. I'll take that. Now I could be mean and say in the real aircraft it doesn't do that. But hey Ghost, good evening again. Anyways, so I was going to do progress page here and then
10 Papa Kilo Lee Bovington heading 120 degrees.
27 left.
27
So for the track mileage,
heading 120 degrees, Midland 7 Papa Kilo.
Window 711 range 28 miles. Question make that 26 miles.
Okay.
27 left. Descend to altitude 4,000 feet. QNH 1011.
descend 4,000, QNH 101, copied, windmill 711. So now I've got to literally get the slats out again to get speed brakes.
Speed at 248, descent startable 80, speed 220 knots.
Otherwise, we'll get a bit high in the profile. So
Are you still with me?
that 4,000 without blue, open descend.
If you could descend down to 6,000 feet, please.
Activate approach phase. And let's have a look. So currently 12, 17, 20 miles. Yeah, we're almost getting into the profile now.
Super 3, Victor Golf, understood. That's copied. If you could just do one more hold over Biggin and then I'll get you out.
So he's going to do one hold. We're lucky. Currently 12 miles out. We have another 7 miles base. Yeah, we should be fine now. 20 miles, track miles, estimated. Excuse. Oh, lovely. Love it. And it's dark. And we are in real time, 2049 UTC. No, it's just health reasons, Jeno. I personally think that fasting really helps to cleanse your body. And I always feel great after a fast. So that's why I do it.
Speed at 248, descent startable 70.
Descend 70, speed at 248.
The high altitude button here is used. I would have to check the documents when exactly.
Turn right heading 180 degrees.
Right, 180 degrees, windmill 711. Maybe Bruno or MCK know. They know so much stuff.
Speed 248, turn left heading 070 degrees.
Here, London Heathrow, by the way, they do ask you to adjust your rate of descent so that you do pretty much an idle power, or at least you don't rev up the engines too often, because you know, the increase in thrust, that is what gets people upset on the ground. So try to
Good evening, thank you. Climb now, startable 100.
Try to how's the airport?
Windmill 711, turn right heading 230 degrees.
Right, heading 230 degrees, windmill 711. 230 degrees. And here's 4,000. Yeah, like
descend to altitude 3,000 feet on that heading when established localizer 27 left descend with the glide path.
Okay, descend 3,000 on the heading 230. Once established on the localizer, descend with the glide path, windmill 711. No, I don't eat at all. No, it's just tea, water, and that's it. No food. I don't know. Is that Edward the pilot? Does he do controlling here in London?
3 on Victor Golf, route back to Biggin, low Biggin heading 270 degrees at 220 knots.
Between 5 to 7 days. That's usually what I'm aiming for. Yeah, 5 to 7 days.
Descend
Right, we have Lock Blue, India Lima Lima identified. 14 miles. Here's Lockstar. Now, Glasslope armed, or Glasslope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1+2.
Mike, would you like me to hold over Ockham?
Now, I would like to reduce the speed a bit.
Heathrow Director, good evening. Cathay 256 out of 2000, climb in flight level 60.
Let's do that, because I need to get flaps. Well, actually, there's a lot of headwind today. 220 knots to 40 me, right.
And 080.
No.
Midland 7 Papa Kilo, descent flight level 70.
He does speed control. Right? No, I don't take any supplements, no. I have teas, so herbal teas. Also, I drink mineral water. So through that, I get enough minerals. No, you don't lose much weight. 160 to 4, windmill 7 on. There we go. I don't lose much weight. So it's a very basic calculation. 1 kilogram of body fat has about 7,000 calories. So if you burn 2,500 calories a day, you can live 3 days of 1 kilogram of fat. So we're going to set glide slope, star, 2,000 missed approach, initial set, 160 knots. So when I do 1 week of fast, I lose about 2 kilograms. If it's 5 days, it's only 1.5 kilograms. Yeah, well, the thing is, so it's not really there to lose weight. It's more about cleansing. Cleansing. 18505, a pleasure as always. Until next time, windmill 7 on, pop it.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. Our transfer button, I think it's there, so I get confused here with that. Although no, it's here as well. Checked. Heathrow Tower, good evening. Windmill 711 on the ILS 27 left.
Windmill 711, hello. The wind is 2409 knots, runway 27 left, clear to land.
27 left, clear to land. Thank you, Windmill 711. So,
56 uniform, contact Heathrow Director 119.730.
So 160 to 4. But here come... gotta wait for the gear. Okay, guys, one more thing. Again, auto brake in up, because we have brake number 4 in up. So manual braking. But we don't have to go... Check. We don't have to go crazy about the...
United 598, negative voice. Check your microphone is muted, and please call ground 121.705.
Spoilers on.
No voice.
And flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3. Good day, flaps full just a bit. Cabin is ready. And let's do this. So now, because we have speed control from ATC, I am allowed to get established on the speed a little bit later. So later is 500 feet for the speed. But I think with that headwind, that's not a problem today. Right, 40 Ms, reducing speed to final. And then landing checklist, economical landing, no blue, clear to land. So let's get manual thrust. Manual flights.
119.730. Bye-bye.
119.730, speedbird 27 Papa Golf. Have a great evening.
You too.
So now trying to get the 1000 check. Careful the sync rate here. So now let's see how the aircraft lands here. Hopefully no stutters on landing, because in 2024 lately I've been getting crazy stutters on landing in the flare. Oh, okay. Well, well, at least that's not on the flare. So whatever loaded in has loaded in. So let's say if that was the last stutter, I'm happy with it. And we'll take it. Speed. Blimey, these engines are powerful. I'm all over the place here.
500.
Come on, black box. You can do better than that. Oh, it's a... Hang on, no, we are getting high. What is happening? What on earth is happening? Idle power? Shouldn't be the case. What is huh?
300. 100 above.
Oh, the glide slope also is dipping.
200. Minimum.
Continue. I'm glad we're not doing an autoland, to be honest. That glide slope was all over the place. How weird.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Come on. Oh, yes. That, not quite a greaser. Alright, let's get centerline back. Spoilers, reverse green. No auto brake, manual braking. Brakes are working. Idle reverse. Let's close the reversers. That glide slope was weird. Yeah, the whole... Yeah, again, yeah. I don't know what exactly happened. It felt like we got a huge positive wind shear, if you like. That's what it felt like. Right, 60 knots. Let's get off the runway here. But at least there was no bigger stutter on landing. So that was good. At least that.
Short to X-ray, fully ready.
217.
10711, take the second right onto Bravo, contact ground 121.705.
Second right on Bravo, 121.705. Thank you much, Windmill 7, hold on.
Shuttle 2 X-ray by Alpha 4, line up runway 27. No, 27 right, to 4, stop 2 X-ray.
So let's just stop here for a second
Good evening.
while I try to get my
runway 27 left, clear to land.
controller
Get to land 27 left.
back again. So that was which terminal was it we wanted to park at? We want to park at Terminal 2A. Heathrow ground. Good evening, Windmill 711. Just vacated. Turning on to Bravo, requesting Terminal 2 Alpha, please.
He'll be back in 2 minutes.
Thanks for the info.
And all stations, Heathrow ground is back. Windmill 0711 on this frequency.
Yeah, here we are, just turning right on Bravo, requesting Terminal 2A if possible.
Windmill 711, thank you. Take your first right onto Bravo, please, stand 224, good evening.
Okay, first right Bravo, stand 224. Thank you much, Windmill 711.
Yep. Virgin 12 request.
Thank you, that's cool.
Ground unit at 598.
Right, we are on Bravo.
I'll pick up the first one, Virgin 12, stand 545.
Let's do the rest of the items here.
Push approved, face north, Virgin 12.
TCAS.
United 5980, requesting push.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Score was still
United
good.
5908,
Radar.
334, push approved, face east on Bravo.
PWS.
East on Bravo, United 598.
Honestly, there's nothing. I did nothing to change the runway lights. This is all Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. And with IndyBuild's the IndyBuild's Heathrow add-on, and that's it.
Okay, stand by.
That is all it is.
Seabird 12, taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
Alpha, hold Pluto.
Right, stand 224. Let's see. Can you really? MCK, are you pulling my leg? You can shut down an engine without APU running? I can't. The click spot's not working still for me. No. Guys, I'm so sorry. I have a huge issue today with left right click. I don't know what setting is messed up on my system here. So I can't switch off the engine here. It's such a nuisance. It really is, but Yeah, you would need the yellow ilic pump. Yeah, you would need that for sure. Now we got to use the trick with the engine fire switches. So where's 224? Oh, hang on. Just in time. I was about to scream past.
Seabird 1044, hold position. You're number 2 in that area. I will call you back for you push. Stand by.
BAW 1044.
It wasn't that fast. It was like. Oh, nice. But we do have docking system on.
Into Heathrow. Have a good evening. Bye bye.
Right, let's not blind everyone. Turn the lights off as well.
Very warm welcome to Heathrow.
Nice, 321N. That's what we are. How cool. Yeah, it doesn't work, Voyager, unfortunately. So, like I said, a lot of I don't know. My keybinds are all over the place, unfortunately. That's a very nice, accurate system here. Look at that.
Good evening, Charlotte 21 Delta, stands 248 with information Foxtrot 029,000 WC.
Stop, we'll do that.
21 Delta, Heathrow ground, good evening, cleared.
Now wait for the APU to start.
Squawk 7305.
Hey V Chris, nice to see you. Right, so the problem is that now I have to switch off the engines non-standard via the
ready for taxi.
push buttons
Virgin
here.
12, thank you. Taxi right Alpha, hold Pluto.
Right Alpha, hold Pluto, Virgin 12.
The 251 after the Virgin Boeing.
Oh, that's actually well simulated. That is well simulated. Look how you see the delay. The delay of the engine shutdown. The reason is that you have residual fuel in the lines, so it doesn't close the valves.
7 Papa Kilo. Welcome to Heathrow.
So
For me. You said 209 left.
You've got to be kidding me.
Roger, taxi right onto Bravo, please. Kilo, hold Kilo 2. Expect stand 210. Correction 209.
You've got to be kidding me.
Right onto Bravo, stand Kilo, hold Kilo 2.
It does work.
Expect 209 left.
It is just some weird click spot, which I couldn't hit. You've got to be joking me.
Move 85. Good evening. Speedbird 1.
Right, now I've got a lot of explaining to do.
Push and start approved. Face north, short push.
Now the good thing is we can just reset those
Airways,
since we haven't
on your right-hand side.
we haven't extinguished anything. But I would definitely make a note into the tech logbook that we have an issue, and that the maintenance needs to check that. All right, so there we go. What else? So we got this, we got that. Bam, fuel pumps. Flights and best moments, you know. Let's not. Right, let's read the shutdown checklist.
Report your aircraft type, please.
So, checklist.
Delta 4, thank you. You cleared
So
KJFK,
park brakes, chocks, park brakes set, engines off, hooray, hooray, and engine fuel pumps are off, and that's the shutdown checklist completed. Nice. Is it, I don't know, parking shut? Oh man, it's parking checklist here. But isn't it weird again how Boeing and Airbus, everything's named differently, right? Just because. Nice, now we get the proper cargo offload in here. Lovely, let's unlock. I'm going to see the boarding.
For your own safety, do not walk underneath the wing.
Right, there we go. What a flight.
95, 908, thank you. Taxi, Bravo, hold, Titan.
Yeah, before taxi checklist, before takeoff checklist. Exactly.
Titan.
Cool. Guys, thank you so much, man. I have to big shout out to MAN and also Captain Chaos, who gifted 5 subs each today. Thank you very much for that. And then thank you for all the resubs coming in. Thank you for the raids, Kenko as well, especially to you. Thank you. And again, thank you for all the support. I really enjoyed this flight. I really have. So thank you much for keeping company. Yeah, really made my day a lot easier today. Hey, JJ. Hello. Thank you much, Peter. Are you sure it should be disabled? Really? But I thought that was because left and right click with the mouse to interact with these controls. So what do you set then for your mouse buttons?
Where do you want to continue takeoff? Where do you want to? Wonderful, you can continue takeoff.
Okay, well, I'll try that next time. Yeah, sure.
Alpha, hopefully.
Thank you much, Florian. Cool, guys. Thank you so much. I will be back on Monday. So Monday evening, we'll do a shared flight in X-Plane 12 in the TOLUS, it seems. TOLUS A320 is what SimCaesar was looking at. So we'll do that. And I'm not sure about the routing yet. We'll announce that early enough. Okay, so disable and then scroll wheel. Okay, thanks, guys. Yes, here in 2020, I do use chase plane. I do. So here I've got my cinematic mode here. Very nice, guys. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Sunday. And I'll see you again, if you like, on Monday evening. I enjoyed it as well. Thank you so much, everyone. My dear moderators, thank you. And again, big shout out to all the moderators that we have here, especially with the excellent inputs in all areas, not just technical wise or knowledge wise, but also with the chats, the questions that come in, managing stuff. So thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, see you soon. Good night.